But however, like maybe they do. I mean, the numbers are the numbers.
But the numbers
Maybe
show
it
us
is
that
Numbers
worse
are
to be a
numbers,
man.
but we got to
more.
put people's feelings
So
into a factor because I don't want to look at the numbers. I
But
just
not
want to
men,
make sure that
obviously.
people are okay. All right.
no, but
Not the
see,
men's feelings,
that
though. Obviously,
no. So I'm not
this
denying the
goes back to
fact
the
that men
original
have
point.
issues.
Nobody
I'm not
really
denying.
cares about men.
I'm not denying the
Even
fact
the people that say
that there's an issue with men's mental health. That was literally one of the first things I said, is that there is a very real issue with men's mental health. There are very real
but you
issues with
also
men's
said they don't
in
have it worse off,
society.
though. That's why there was contradiction.
Stop. However, right, we also should not misconstrue things. So sitting here trying to pretend as if women are not attempting more than men does not make sense, right? Because we can talk about the fact that women attempt more than men and also talk about the fact that men still face very real issues in society that should be faced. I'm not saying that one person has it worse than the other. You are trying to do that. You are trying, men have it worse.
Sorry,
And
but you're not
that's
making a
But
point.
to
You
but to
sound you're talking a lot,
progress,
but you're not saying
You're
nothing.
not even listening to her.
but to
Can I
progress on
can I
these
say something?
issues,
trying
Yeah, but you're pretty much going up. We can say that. Oh my god! You're saying you can say that, but you're not really saying anything in it. Right? They're deriving from the stats that that women are attempting more. As far as I'm concerned, if they're attempting more, there'll be more suicides. There is not. That doesn't make sense. And there's definitely flaws within there. You're saying two things can be true. Well, I don't agree. I don't agree that I don't agree that a man.
no,
One thing.
Oh my
Where did
God.
that come
Okay,
from?
No, I
guys,
get it.
stop
nobody
Wait,
truly cares about men.
Wait,
Nobody wants
Rotten,
to
Rotten, no offense, Rotten, you do interrupt. I need someone to drop, because I've got someone in the request. If you don't mind, Sky, I
I'll drop.
appreciate. No, Tommy, you're actually here in the conversation right now. You've got the moment
thank
and the
you.
spot of this
All right,
conversation,
sorry.
so you're staying.
All right.
But
I have
Sky,
to
Want me to drop? I haven't
to ever.
said
wait.
much yet.
I'm deciding between Sky or Rotten to drop.
I
No,
haven't
no,
yet
no.
to
Hold
say
on.
much.
Drop me. 'Cause I'm in the I'm working anyway. I'm in the middle of stuff. So
Oh, okay.
just
Go ahead.
I'll be back later if you need me.
I haven't got to say anything much. I am just in more spot and
Cool.
haven't learned anything yet. But I'm trying
I
to.
don't get why. I don't get
Forge.
why we're comparing men's and women's mental health. We just gotta put it all in one. People are suffering. Okay. We don't need to say that all men have it worse or women have it worse. No, people are suffering. Okay. People are struggling
Okay.
mentally and physically. All
And
right. We all need to
wanna
work
hear
together
from-
and not separate each other even more.
Okay, I want to
How
hear
many
from
men have to
GC as
kill
well.
themselves?
Wait, Rotten.
Yeah. How many
Yeah.
women have to
Go
kill
on, Vinny,
themselves
that.
too?
Go on,
People
Vinny,
are
that.
dying because of
Okay,
this.
stop. You guys are
All right, why do
incapable
we
of
need
having
to
a
compare?
conversation and opening the
I
conversation.
don't get that.
There
All
are
right.
other people on this
People are
panel.
suffering.
So
Why
stop
can't we work
responding
together and help each other
actually
out?
start respecting the
Why do
other
we gotta
people here.
fight? Saying
Vanilla,
things get worse. We're not
lady.
6 years old.
Lady.
finish the point. I want to finish my point because I keep being interrupted, right?
I'm sorry if I
Men are
interrupted you.
You are approaching this entire matter in the wrong way, framing this debate as men experience more hardship than women is not actually going to help anything, because all it's going to lead to is this weird gender war between men
Exactly.
and women, instead of actually addressing the real issues that men are
There is.
facing and solving those issues. Right? So
There
I'm
is
not
a gender
sitting here
war.
denying the fact that men go through things. I'm not doing that. I'm saying that you framing the debate in this way and you trying to discredit the experiences that women go through in order to platform the issues that men go through is not actually helpful. And then to respond to that by saying no one really cares about men.
It is helpful if you would listen, but you don't care.
Says the person that just interrupted her.
You know what, Rotten, you're not hearing what I'm saying. You're not. Like,
But that's what we're trying to respond.
No, like
Oh my God.
And
No,
I'm sorry for
Well, you
speaking
keep
over
going
you.
on
Can
and
you
on and
hear
on.
Mike
And in
is kinda
monologue,
low?
you do monologue.
Wait,
Ryan,
okay,
it sounds like,
stop.
is your expectation that society should do things for men so that they don't have this mental health issue?
Why can't we just benefit each other?
As if
No,
men have
no,
not been
mental health
benefiting
comes
Why
down
themselves.
to you.
why can't we just like
Mental health
learn
comes
to
down
work
to your
together?
ownership of yourself.
Oh
Nobody
my
can
god!
fix your mental health, right?
Wait. Okay. Where are we at? So Rotten says something about men's mental health. He rants off. I
Yeah,
want to
I
hear
figured
from
we'd just go
Jessie
there.
because she hasn't had a chance to speak. So remember to open the conversation for other people to talk, so that other people will be able to enter into this conversation. If you guys just keep responding back, we're not going to get nowhere.
Okay.
My
So
apologies.
first off, I do want to say, Doomy, I'm sorry I keep speaking over you. Your mic is kind of low, so when they start interrupting you, it's really easy for them to kind of take it. So that's why I keep like speaking over. But I do want to ask a genuine question to those. I don't know who exactly was saying it. You know, no one cares about men's mental health. No one cares about that, and that's very valid. Men's mental health and men's health is very valid. But I haven't heard this amount of activism toward that until recently. So I'm curious, what has happened recently to spike this specific activism, and for you to speak on that? Not that I'm saying it's invalid, but I'm genuinely curious.
All right. Can I answer that, Jesse?
Whoever, yeah.
All right. So I don't believe it's an activism. It's more like, guess what? We're just saying, hey, hello, I am here. I do go through stuff too, because guess what? People tend to focus on females more, to say, guess what? Females go through this and go through that, but really and truly, men have been numb in society to issues for quite too long. You see, from it has been happening since maybe from slavery. You know, a lot of us have trauma. A lot of us don't want to admit it, but we are suffering from a lot of trauma that comes from our childhood, our own experiences, you know, things that have happened to us, be it male and female, just the same. So it's not about, I don't believe it should be about who go through more or who go through less, but I believe it should be
And I
about
understand what you're saying. I'm just like, it behooves me, because people say, you know, the society coddles women, they have all this, and people, and then men say we need awareness for this. And I'm speaking specifically more to the YT men. That when have YT men ever needed any sort of awareness? And that's what I'm curious about.
Wait,
and that's a good question.
I don't think it has anything to do with race, right?
Jesse,
Like,
hold on, no. Jesse, can you repeat that one more time? Your
In
point about
regards to men, I'm not saying that men should not speak out in regards to men's mental health and things like that, but specifically toward awareness. But people saying, hey, wake up, this is happening with men, don't you care?
All right.
And
Hold on. Just
no.
hold
Okay,
on, hold up for a minute. Hold on. I see somebody in the comment section that's Kiko saying men need to speak. They want to be macho so bad and stoic bad, like cry. Sometimes this person is definitely not understanding anything. That means that her dad, if she grows up, if she hold on,
you're not speaking to the people in the comments. You're speaking to the people in this live.
don't look
I
at
know.
If you want to go engage,
I know.
Wait.
Hold on. I know. I just thought that I need to respond to that.
you don't need to respond here.
No, guys. Okay, first off, I hate when people respond to people in the comments. I don't care about the comments. That's not who's in this panel at the moment.
All right.
The only people I care about are the
No problem.
Sky, because the only people I care about are the people in the panel in this conversation. That's it. Anything happening in the comments, ignore it. Or else, if I have to turn the comments off, I will. I don't like to, but if I have to, I will.
I'm gonna say something about the comments. I'm not gonna lie. I did use someone from the comments, but they had a really good point. But
I was
like
gonna say,
I've noticed
so
that some people,
when I'm talking, because sometimes you don't hear yourself talking, and the comments can actually put like people's reaction to what you're saying. It can make sense sometimes. So if you can't really react to the comments correctly, I don't do that, you know. But like
no, it's
sometimes they have
like
got a point.
most of the time I wouldn't really react to it, but there's always that odd one that makes a really good point. So it's like you know, like mental health, right? Not for a specific gender, it's for everyone. All right,
that is right.
It's for every single person out there.
Okay,
not
let me
for
know
men, not just for women. It's for both.
All right. So there was something else that I saw. It says that is there a correlation between clothes and?
Are we talking about what's on the panel or in the comments?
Well, no, in the
Enough.
panel, basically.
I'm speaking now.
I am saying,
Jesse,
I am,
what was your comment with the YT people? Why did you
Well, I
bring race
wasn't-
into this?
I want to finish. I was not finished when I said that. And usually when I say that, everybody starts talking. So it's important that I can get past that part. In society, the YT man has never needed a safe space or needed any type of activism toward them. So from a different perspective, when men, specifically white men, are speaking out for men's mental health awareness as if it's been a problem for so long and as if they've not had awareness this whole time.
Wait, how do you know it hasn't been a problem
Hold
for a
on.
long time?
Let her finish her point.
And that's the problem.
Ryan, mute
What
yourself.
she's saying, that's the problem right there.
I said,
Oh my
let
god,
me finish,
guys,
let me finish.
wait,
I
wait,
said,
Jesse,
I said, as if
Jesse, just give me a
Jesse.
second. Just give me a second.
You know, it's always been
wait,
Ed.
wait, you can always, you will
Dude, I
you
just
can go
asked
to
a
Pine-
question.
Wait, Pinehead and
You, bro.
I literally
Pine
said
told
one
me-
question. And
Both
then
of you shut up.
you guys
Oh
relax.
my
Oh my
god.
god. I haven't said a word
yourself.
for
It- it
30
Can we
really
just
minutes.
tone it down, guys?
The reason why I'm telling you to shut up is because when you interrupt, you're interrupting this person's thought and process. If you are incapable of waiting for them to finish, you shouldn't even be on this panel because you're not here for a conversation. You're here to be right.
So let me pick up where I left off. You're acting out and speaking out on men's mental health awareness as if it has not been a problem this whole time. You picked out the words of been a problem this whole time. So I can see how there's some behoovement when men speak up on this out of nowhere. Not that it hasn't been a problem this whole time, but recently there's been that has been more vocal with it. Not that you should not be, but some of us are just kind of taken aback, like, whoa, they need awareness too, and how we can deconstruct the fact that specifically it goes back to the YT man had never needed a safe space in society. So that's what I wanted to add to mental health, like what Doomy said.
Now, who are you to say something like that?
Can be
Ryan,
Holy
please,
shit, Rotten. I'm dropping
Ryan.
you, Rotten.
all right. No, I'm done. Just let them.
I
go
mean,
ahead.
she's
No,
pretty
no,
much
no,
done,
Rodney-
guys.
Rodney's just-
Why would you drop
I know.
her?
No, you're about to
care.
see.
I
They're gonna.
no,
She's
no,
gonna
no,
drop
no,
me.
Finish
I-
talking.
This
I
is the
don't
problem.
care.
Watch. I don't get a
Noise from
voice.
Rotten, noise from Rotten's mic.
Host, she was
no,
literally
Proof.
done. She
Can
was
we just
literally done.
stop talking for
Okay.
a second
It's
so
not
we
about
can
the
all
noise.
collect ourselves?
First
Yeah.
off, I don't
It's just not about the
care.
noise from
The
Rotten's mic.
point is, and what I keep stipulating is stop interrupting. But are you guys incapable of doing that?
She was done.
Have
host.
some
She was
self. I
done.
don't care. Have some self control.
So if somebody's
don't
done,
care.
somebody else can't start
No,
talking.
Pony. She wasn't actually finished her complete sentence.
She literally was.
No, she
j- and
was
she-
just
she-
then.
I
and
was
she
not,
still
and then you guys
interrupted.
interrupted,
why are
and
you
then I said
arguing
I'm
with us?
done. I wasn't
Then why
done,
did you
but
say
I
I'm
was done
done,
when you started
Jesse?
talking.
You literally said I'm
Why are
done.
I
you
have to
arguing with
interrupt
me?
to speak. I don't get a choice. I don't get a
Thank you.
voice.
Rotten.
Go ahead.
Here's how this works. I asked her a question. She was responding to my question. Generally speaking, I then respond to her response to mine. So again, I don't understand why you're bringing race into this. That seems weird. Talking about, first of all, men in general have never had a safe space to speak about their emotions. And to answer your initial question as to why this is suddenly coming up is because women feel like they're the only ones that suffer in society. And
Okay.
because, hold on.
Can I back Jesse?
No,
I think
hold on.
Jesse,
No, because when he's
she's made
done,
up her
I'm gonna
point.
clarify when he's done. Go ahead.
I'm going to clarify when I'm done. Thank you.
No, when you're done, I'm gonna talk to you back. That's
Okay,
what I'm saying. Go
Thank
ahead.
you. Okay. So,
You're right. So I agree with Jesse.
Go ahead.
okay. So again, the issue that we're having today is men, generally speaking, have practiced stoicism. It is just part of how we act as males. Because of males' physicality, we are more dangerous if we lose control of our emotions. So we've always touted stoicism. Okay. And part of stoicism is not bitching and moaning about your problems. You bitch and moan about societal injustices, but not your problems as an individual. And so women see this and they go, "Oh, men don't complain because they don't, and they assume that we don't complain because we don't have anything to complain about." That is not the case.
Okay.
So when we hear women saying, "Oh, men have it great, men have it easy, this, that, the other," the reason they think that is because we don't complain about our problems, or at least we try to avoid doing so. And
Yeah, I
within
can
the last 40 or 50 years, women have been going, "Hey, we've got all these problems," and men are just saying, "Look, we have all these problems as well. You are not the only person. You are not the only gender with problems. Our problems are just different problems."
So I
That's
understand what
what
you're
I'm saying.
saying, but I do want to clarify.
Now
I
I'm
didn't
done.
say that you've never had a safe space. I was referring to the YT men have never required or needed a safe space throughout time. And I
That's
did want to
right, Kira.
clarify. I did want to clarify that. So go ahead, whoever was going to be.
I wanted to say that I agree with you on that point, on that premise, right? There is differences between the races between men also and the societies that were brought up in, the roles that they play, etc. That all have a knock-on effect from history. There's a lot of different variables. So, like, to have a generalization. So that's why I agree with that point. Again, just pointing out the differences between the statistics, John. And that's the point that I agree with on. But I also agree with your point that generally men don't keep their problems themselves. So you both have, there's
And then
truth
when
there.
when you're done, I'm going to speak again if you don't mind, just to respond. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm gonna head off the panel now, but before I do go, I would like to say something quick. One, it was nice talking to you guys. I know we've had our ups and downs in this live, but it was a good chat. Before I go, I'd like to say that we can't compare our problems and stuff like that to everyone else. If we want to become an advanced civilization, we're gonna have to work together. We're gonna
Because I spoke to that girl earlier,
my
and she said that
God,
two things can be
God.
true at once. Oh god!
It's
But I
just,
wanted to
it's
say
just
that
I
they're
just
not the
wish
same
that we
thing.
all had. I just wish that we all had the mindset of helping each other out. Like, yeah, men and women are different, but we need each other. We need each other to work together and to build a living society that's benefiting both sides. Not because you're like, oh, I had a problem, I'm a guy, so women won't understand that. No, that's just gonna make the problem worse. All right.
And
Okay.
Yeah. So you don't need a 10-minute sign off, Vanilla. You can just goodbye. Have a nice day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't need to give me.
Thank you, Vanilla. Wait, guys. Thank you, Vanilla, for coming up onto this panel. I've sent you a follow as well.
Thank you
And
for having me on your live, by the way.
And I'm sorry this wasn't as productive as my lives sometimes can be.
No, there's no need to
hit and miss.
apologize. There's stuff like this happens all the time.
Tell John to not be so disrespectful to somebody who just wants to say their piece. Like, come on now, man.
Nah, I don't see it as that way. I just see it as their opinion. All right, if someone has an opinion, they're gonna say it. All right.
There is something that I do need to stipulate is on my board it says no monologues because I hate monologues.
My apologies if it was a long monologue. I'm sorry. My apologies. I'm gonna leave now. You guys take care. You guys have an excellent weekend. You guys take care.
Really quick, I do want to add: women aren't saying men have been bottling up their emotions this whole time, and they're just not talking about it. It's a matter of men have never. Excuse me. We don't see it that way. We see it as men have never needed to be activists about anything in their life.
Well, that is not true.
Well, I'm not saying that's not
not
true. But
true.
that's how a lot of
That
us
is
see it.
not
That's how a lot of
true.
us see it. I'm not saying it's not true. I'm saying that it's not necessarily the fact that we think that you're supposed to bottle things up. So it could be a matter of which, in a lot of women's case, the fact that they've never been had to be activists toward anything. I'm trying to get a different perspective.
They just
Go to
didn't.
the bottom speak. Can I go to the bottom speak? Can I go to the bottom speak?
Yeah.
She's had a hand up for ages, man.
I want to say that because I don't even know if the person who said this is still here, but women are not are not pushing back against the recent like uprising talks about men's mental health because women think that men don't have mental health issues. The problem arises when men start downplaying what women experience in society, and when men start blaming women for their
Explain
mental
that.
health issues. Let me just finish. That is where the pushback is coming from, because like we can acknowledge that men have issues, but the issues that men are facing are not because of women. Women did not cause these issues, and instead of men actually pointing out what the real cause and the real root of their issues is, they are blaming women instead, and that's where the pushback comes from. But that isn't saying that men don't have mental health issues.
Okay, so
Like I said earlier,
Dumi,
you
my
make a
question
point, and
is-
then you make a point, and then you bury that point with another 2-3 points, and that's why you don't understand these congruencies, which I would explain. But I did ask for you to, when you come to these points when you're not sure, just ask the question and I'll explain it to you.
Dumi, so I have a question for you.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Who is it
Saying that
that's
men are
causing
playing,
these
but that, we
problems?
also men. Hold on, she's saying that men are downplaying. She's saying that men are downplaying like women's tragedy. But the thing is, men experience much more traumatic things. So for them to be something to categorize as traumatic, men tend to go in the sewers. Men tend to take harder jobs, like riskier jobs. The men tend to take in things that are much more serious in regards to like danger, etc. So when you're comparing kind of like variables, then they are going to be kind of like naturally down on men's scale, because men have to do with much more intense things in different ways. Does that make sense?
I wouldn't say that men necessarily experience more traumatic things. Like women definitely experience incredible traumas in life. I mean,
I'm trying to
we
say,
can look-
yeah, but you missed the point.
we
You
can
missed the
just
point.
look at the rates
Okay.
of abuse
Dumi.
that women face. To
Dumi,
see
don't
women-
you know-
You're missing the point. You're missing the point.
I would like to
No
jump in.
disrespect, but
I was trying to speak to Dumi earlier.
Wait. Okay. So we'll go John, Fulin, and then Abid, and Tyler Moon, because you've just got here as well. Just so we got some type of conversation, okay?
Okay, Dumi, I'm going to ask you a question, and you just give me a short response. So, who's to blame for the problems that we face today?
the patriarchy.
Right. Okay.
Yeah,
So the
well,
patriarchy. In the patriarchy. Hold on. I didn't ask for the peanut gallery. Okay. So the patriarchy, and would you say that the patriarchy consists of mostly men?
Yeah, it consists of mostly men,
Okay.
but women definitely do uphold it as well.
Okay. Great. So who gave birth to those men? Right. So it's
Women,
women's fault.
obviously.
See, I can do this all day.
Wait,
This is a
what?
bad argument. Women
I'm
gave birth to
sorry.
those, so women
How does
women
that
created the problems
Women
of the
birthing
patriarchy.
men does not mean that they were at fault for the patriarchy. Men created the patriarchy. If men
It takes two to tango.
I'm not saying that women do not uphold the patriarchy. They definitely do, right? However,
No, they gave birth to it.
so what's your solution then? Do you think that women should just abort all men?
No,
If
they're
women
going to say
abort
keep your
all-
legs
all male
closed.
babies? Like what exactly is the solution?
No,
And
my
how is
position is that
giving birth create the
there is no patriarchy. My position is that there is no patriarchy.
Okay, well then I think you're delusional.
Great. How does this
A lot of people blame these days, like normal world, like men and women, like normal roles, and people are just trying to like fight against like what's normal and what's expected, and they're trying to like make equivalencies with men and women, and we're obviously completely different. And like you need to just separate the two, because you're both trying to make the comparisons between two completely different things. Men and women are both humans, but we're the male and females are completely different, and you guys are just trying to confuse it all, as far as I'm concerned. And
Talking because it's not flashing. I'm sorry.
It's
Tommy
Tommy.
Hanks.
Jesse, I would appreciate it if you didn't put words in my mouth, by the way.
Oh, I didn't say that. I didn't
anyways.
put words in your mouth. I said that he's probably going
I
to
was
say.
going to say one. Right. Okay, so don't put words in my mouth. Thank you.
Okay.
Wait, just before Sky, I need to drop you because that background noise, I can't do it. I can't do background noise like that. I'm sorry. I followed you though. So come up.
So
on
I
my
didn't
live
hear
and
who was just talking. I'm sorry.
Do me. So
Not you. It was somebody else. They weren't flashing.
it was Tommy.
Okay. Sorry.
Dumi, the issue is that you act as if men act in a vacuum, and my problem with the patriarchy is that it looks at history, specifically history, strictly through the lens of men just want to oppress women, and I think that's a bad way to look at history. I think it's a dumb way to look at history.
Have men not oppressed women?
Define oppress.
Everyone's been
So-
oppressed in some ways.
so
Everybody's been oppressed in some.
barring
Hold on.
women from
Everyone's been
having-
oppressed though. Everyone gets
Tommy,
oppressed. Men get
Tommy,
oppressed.
stop.
Women get
Tommy.
oppressed.
Tommy, stop.
It's ridiculous.
So stripping women of rights, not allowing women to work, not allowing women access to bodily autonomy, not allowing women to have financial independence, none of that is oppression to you?
No.
So what is it?
Everybody gets oppressed. We've established that everybody gets oppressed.
No,
like, why?
Tommy,
What?
Tommy,
You're making
Tommy,
differences again.
Tommy,
Tom-
I'm not talking to you.
Yeah.
I'm talking to John. John, what is that then? What do you call
Okay,
that?
so
What do you
let me
call
ask you a question. Why do you think women were denied the right to vote?
Because men said that women were too emotional to make informed decisions.
No, it's
And
because
it's a method-
typically,
it's also a means of control, right?
right? Okay, so typically, the right to vote was given to the warrior class within societies. That's why if you look at Polynesian cultures where both men and women were warriors, they both had equal say in voting. For whether or not they
so,
would
it
go
still
to.
suppressed their
Jesse,
ability
I wasn't
to vote.
speaking to you. Jesse, I wasn't speaking to you.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So I'm
Thank you.
confused though. How is denying someone the right to vote not oppression?
Right. So again, I think that if you're going to be drafted into war, Tommy, I can make my own points, please. I think that if I'm
You
going to
said
be
you just said
drafted,
that women do a vote.
Tommy,
Okay.
can you stop interrupting?
so I said
Sorry.
that typically the right to vote was afforded to the warrior class, aka the people who go to war, the people who are going to fight for freedom or for whatever, for the defense of your country, and typically women and children. Because I don't send my wife out to go check who's breaking into my house at 2:00 in the morning. I don't send my wife to go fight a war against Greece. No, these are things that we have. Typically, I'm saying, like, I don't like the fact that people who decide whether or not I go to war, especially today, are sitting at home, have never been on the battlefield, have never done anything. Typically, you were either you would have
So-
had to have served, or you would have had to have been able to be drafted.
Okay, so cool. But does the state only make legislation in regards to war?
No.
So then, barring women from voting is still a means of oppression, right? Because they're not just legislating drafting and war. That's not the only thing that the state does. And when the state is making laws that directly affect women, right? Laws about abortion laws, divorce laws.
You're looking at modern. Now we're talking about modern.
outside of war, and then barring people from voting is oppression.
Okay, so now we're talking. Now we're talking about modern. So you do have the right to vote now. You're not oppressed.
Yeah, but no, hold on. Women only got the right to vote when did women gain the right to vote in America?
After they removed, it was after they stopped requiring people to be part of the draft. Well, they made it so women didn't have to be part of the draft. That and if I remember correctly, the study they did, I think only about 20% of women
1919.
wanted.
Right, no, but hold on, right? Hold on. So are you telling me that let's talk from when America became America, when America gained independence, right? That was what, in the even in the 1800s, in the
1776.
right?
AJ,
So, from voting is not a form of oppression.
Right. So okay. So again, you had to sign up for. You had to be part of the draft. You had to be conscripted, because I, as a male, right now in 2023, they had to. If I don't sign
But
up,
it
for,
wasn't.
hold on. If I don't sign up for the draft, I can't get a license. I can't. First of all, I can't get a license. If I think I have until the age of 21 to sign up for the draft. Otherwise, I go into federal prison.
Okay, so are you saying that in order to vote, you should be a part of the military?
Did I make that
Because
clear?
they're fighting, aren't they? They're the ones that are fighting, aren't they? So if they're
I said
fighting
I'm
for a
being-
bunch of people that say, hold on. If they're fighting for a bunch of people at home that are not going to the battlefield, it's congruent with what his point was making earlier. So Johnny's consistent. Johnny's 100%
So what
correct.
about the men who were never drafted but yet they still got to vote? How is
Just
that? fair?
just concede that he's correct first, and then ask the
No,
question.
he's not correct.
He is though. He's
There's-
100% congruent with what he just started.
Hold on,
He is
hold on.
though.
Tommy.
Just-
He's not.
Tommy. They still have to sign up for the draft. They're
Not
still
all,
part
not
of.
all men. No. Not all men signed up for the draft, though. Men who were disabled were never drafted. They didn't have to because they were disabled.
Right.
Are we going
So-
to say that they shouldn't have been able to vote?
Okay, so you have to have a medical condition that prevents you from enlisting.
Right. But
Right. So, are you
regardless,
disabled?
if-
Are you part of the draft? Are you part of the draft?
no, I am
Are
disabled.
you part of the draft?
right?
Okay, so okay,
But-
you are.
But the point that I'm making here, right, is that you're trying to say that
Okay.
barring women from voting was not a form of oppression because voting rights were usually afforded to the warrior class. But that's not necessarily true because they were men
You already
who
responded.
were never drafted who still got to vote.
Sorry about that.
So it wasn't about the fact that
Okay,
they were
okay.
Okay.
fighting for their country.
So,
It
Jimmy, I
wasn't.
think you're confused. So you understand that you can sign up for the draft without being drafted, right?
I understand
how that
that,
works?
right? But I'm saying that there were people who never signed up for the draft, men who never signed up for the draft, who were still allowed to vote. So the idea
ma'am,
that banning women
I
from
understand
voting
that
was
you don't
not a
know how
form
the
of
draft
oppression
works.
doesn't make sense.
I understand that you don't know how the draft works, so let me explain it to you. Okay, if I have a medical condition that would prevent me from serving, I have to prove that medical condition, and only then will I then be allowed to continue about my life without signing up for the draft. Now,
Right.
most men do not fall. Hold on, most men do not fall under that category. So what
course.
disability do all women suffer from that they can't be part of the military?
None. I'm not saying that, right? I think that if you're going to have a draft, both men and women should be drafted. However, you are the one who is saying that banning women from voting was not a form of oppression because voting rights were given to people who fought, right? Or the warrior
Yes.
class. I'm
Yes.
saying that that's not true because even if it was the minority of men who didn't have to sign up for the draft because of medical issues, those men still existed and those men were allowed to vote. So explain to me.
Okay, so
So
again,
Didn't
if you
John
want to
say
follow
that? Didn't John say that women do vote and
Explain
kids?
to me.
Do me.
Didn't John already say
How?
that?
So
Oh my
again,
God.
explain to me how banning women from voting was not oppression.
Do me.
Because the
Okay,
rules
so
were not the same for men. So explain.
do me.
it.
Do me. Okay, so again, explain to me what disability every woman suffers from. Because using medical exceptions to prove your point when that's not how that works.
No, I'm using medical exceptions to prove the holes in your
You do.
argument.
It's not
Okay,
a hole in
just-
my
Women
argument
get
because
pregnant.
It is.
Women
though.
get pregnant.
Guys,
so it's a
guys,
disability.
just before we go,
It
Tommy,
is a hole in your argument, right? Your argument was
I think
get
Coach
it is
pregnant.
not
talking.
oppression. Your argument was it is not oppression to ban women from voting, or that they did ban women from voting. That was not oppression because voting rights were reserved for the warrior class. I'm saying that that argument is not sound because within that warrior class, there were men who did not have to sign up for the draft because of medical exceptions, and those men could still vote.
okay, so
Right.
you heard the
Them
word
not
medical
being
exception.
drafted- Them not
Does
being
medical
drafted
exception
was not
confuse you?
what affected their voting rights.
Does the
So I-
concept of medical exception confuse you?
No, I think it confuses you.
I
Wait,
think it
John.
confuses you.
Wait, John. So would you say that
Biologic.
people that had the medical exception were a part of the warrior class?
That is a question. I would say they are, but they've got medical complications
So-
that prevent them from
Okay.
fulfilling
And-
that duty.
And women were not allowed to join the warrior class.
Correct.
Okay, so if the warrior class is solely based off of whether you are male or female, right? And you're saying, okay, and then who can vote is solely based off of the warrior class, right? That it entails that you're essentially saying the only people that can vote are the people who are males, right? It just logically follows.
Well, hold on.
They're
'Cause
their sons.
depending on what time period we're speaking about, they couldn't do it at all. They actually couldn't do it.
What do you
Because
mean?
if we're talking
Mothers, by the
1700s,
by the way, these people have mothers. By the way, these sons that you talk about, these men, they also have wives. They also have children. You know.
okay, so like I was saying, I don't know if you've looked around, but I've seen women in the infantry. They don't fare well. Most of them don't fare well.
That's fine. That's fine, right? But
In the 17th century, before first of all, before birth control, before tampons and all of that, women would be bleeding out once a month. These hikes and these ruck marches were not easy.
Sure. But I'm saying oppression.
I'm so sorry. Hold on. Just
Oppression would be
5
defined.
seconds, because that can make sense. Women were bleeding out when they had their periods.
No, but he's giving you an example that women get pregnant, so that makes them less efficient for work, which means they're less
No, he wasn't
valuable.
talking
Which
about
means
pregnancy.
also women
military.
look after their children. Women get
Oh
pregnant.
my God!
There's a difference.
Wait, Tommy,
Hold on,
Tommy.
hold
I
on.
don't think. Wait, Tommy. I
John.
don't think you're following the conversation that well. And in all fairness, Tommy, you keep interrupting and you're making
To be
these
fair,
weird points.
Yeah, no,
Me
I
and
just need
Jimmy have
clarification on that.
talking about
He made a point
When you were
earlier.
saying- hold on, I'm asking a clarifying question, John. When you were saying that women were bleeding out before the invention of pads and tampons, are you saying that when they were on their period they were bleeding out?
I was being hyperbolic.
I think that he was referring to women in the military and how certain characteristics of women in the military cause them to not fare well, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, sure, but even
Get
that, like
pregnant.
for me, that doesn't even really matter, right? Because if we're talking about oppression, like I would say
Same,
that's
that's
like
what I'm
the
wondering.
lack of choice, right? So like if you're preventing someone, like sure, if they want to go to war and put themselves into the warrior class and they have this option and then they now can vote, sure, that would be free. That would be fine. Nobody would have issue with that. If you're saying to get the opportunity to vote, I mean, I don't necessarily agree, but to get the opportunity to vote, you must do X, Y, and Z for your country, and then you have this opportunity to vote, right? But that's not the situation that it was. It was either you're a man and you're required to be a part of the army, or you're a female and you are not, right? And so there's no option. So it would be oppressing those people because they don't have a choice. They don't have a choice in what they're going to do.
Okay, Logic. So I have a question for you. Have you ever seen the study where they polled, I think it was 600,000 women in Boston over women's right to vote?
No, I haven't. I don't know. No.
Okay. Go ahead and Google it. I'm gonna spout the numbers off the top of my head. I think it was 20% of women were willing to sign up for the draft in order to have the right to vote, which obviously it was not enough. But once they removed the need for women to sign up for the draft, that's when women wanted the right to vote. So, yeah.
What?
Well, I don't even really know what that says, to be honest. I have to
Okay.
repeat that.
So essentially, what it says is, at the time period when women were roughly the time period where women were this whole discussion was being had, in order to vote, you had to sign up for the draft. Women said, "Nah, no, we're good, thank you." By and large, I think it was like 80% said no or didn't care,
Okay.
didn't want the right to vote. Okay, now they said, hold on. Now they said, if you don't have to sign up for the draft, do you want the right to vote? That's when the majority of women said, yes, we want the right to vote.
Okay, that's fine. But again, you said it's not enough, right? So that makes it sound like, oh, it's all or nothing. Either all the women have to have the right to vote or none. Like, no, you could have said, hey, ladies, the men have to go. You guys have the option. Do you want to vote? If you want to vote, you're going to have to go to war. Okay, if it's not worth it, then don't go to war and don't vote, or come to war and vote, right? They didn't have to be all women or not all women.
Okay,
So,
so
like,
like
that
I
was an
don't
option.
again I don't really necessarily disagree with you, Logic. I think that's perfectly valid. However, that wasn't the case, and men were never given that choice to begin with. I still don't have that choice, and I'm, this is 21st century, 20th century, 21st. I don't know. It's 2023, and I still don't have that choice. Yeah.
I mean, well, if we want to have a conversation about whether or not drafts are ethical and necessary, we can. But saying that women not being allowed to vote was not oppression, I still don't understand how you justify that, right? Because
Not all
again,
abuse is abuse.
because again, like men, it wasn't necessary for men to be drafted in order to vote. That was not the necessary condition, right? Because again, men who didn't have to sign up for the draft, even for medical reasons, still were allowed to vote.
Elaborate
With
on not all
exceptions.
abuse is abuse.
No, I'll drop out anyway. I'll
I'm
leave
sorry,
you
who
to
said-
the
who said
on board.
that?
I
It's
was
just
just-
it's too
I
much.
was
It's too much nonsense. It's like
I was just gonna let that go. Honestly, that's too much. I'm not gonna do
but
that.
I think John's correct though. Like you are correct in what you say. It is congruent. He's
I
proving your point
agree.
earlier when he
I
said
think
it.
so as well. But
Yeah.
it is what it is.
Yeah.
Look,
Yeah.
I feel like that.
Peace
that
out, people.
that
Thanks
we
for
can't,
having us.
we can't skip past
John.
that
Like
just yet.
2 seconds ago, you said
I think we can
I
proceed.
don't disagree with you, Logic, and then now you just like completely flipped on it and said that it is oppression or it isn't oppression.
Okay, I feel like we need clarification on not all abuse is abuse. Like, I
Jesse,
really
no,
don't feel like we can skip past that.
just you can. We literally can.
No, I want to understand how that applies to what we're talking about. It's really important. to
Again,
me.
well, he left, so I don't think you're gonna get what you want.
Oh, I thought
and
you were the one that said it. I'm sorry.
you don't get to steer the conversation. So
No, I don't. I
Um,
was just asking. I was
thank you,
asking who
sis.
said
I
it.
know.
Can we
Drop
talk
it.
about
You
it?
can drop
And
it.
you said no, but I didn't know that you weren't.
That's
I'm
okay.
so
She
confused.
thought you said it.
I'm
You,
so
you didn't say it.
confused.
Okay, yeah,
No,
we're good.
just carry
We're
on.
good.
Just carry
We're
on.
good.
Anyways, I said that your solution would have been a decent solution. I think, frankly, I think that I don't want to say that because you're gonna cry about it. Where was I at? Yeah, I don't think that if your rule is you give it to the warrior class, that. Yeah, I don't know.
Because like if you're not giving everybody the option to be a part of the warrior class, well then you're specifically selecting who's the warrior class. If I said only white people can be in the warrior class and only people in the warrior class can vote, would you say that's oppressing all the other types of people? Or if I said only people over 5'8" can be in the warrior class and then anybody in the warrior class can vote, wouldn't you say that's not fair for the people who are just not that tall but they still want to be a part of the warrior class? Like,
Well, it depends, right? Because if the warrior class has to be of a certain level of physicality,
sure,
and
you can set that
and I
standard,
don't
right?
believe that a different type of person is capable of that physicality.
No,
It's
but
not
you have to test them. You have to test them, right? Not all women are the same. There might be like 2 women in the whole world that would make it, and it would be great to have them because they can keep up.
They're the same. There might be
They
like
can't
2
keep up.
in the world that would make it.
No, that's it. Whoever's recording needs to like relax. Look, it's an effort. I think it's an effort versus reward ratio. I don't think that testing the entirety of the female population to get 2 extra warriors is worth it.
Well, no,
I think
we can talk about that, like whether it's worth it or not, right? But to like completely exclude a group without even like checking, right? Because like there's also guys that wouldn't meet that standard too, right? Right? There's
Yeah,
guys
but
that
those
don't make the standard.
Yeah, and usually those guys end up 6 feet under, which
Sure, and the
for
only
men we
the
don't
only
really
way
care.
the only way we find out is by testing them, right?
No, not necessarily.
You can't look at somebody and determine if they're going to pass the physical test. You might have a better idea because they look in shape, but they may not be able to pass the test, right? So,
Yeah, so you can usually tell, like, just by looking at somebody, you can usually have a pretty good idea. And depending on how good you are at telling, Because you can look at Eddie Hall and go, huh, he's big, but he's not fat. Whereas I can look at Lizzo and be like, yeah, nah.
Sure. And you could
Can
look
I
at some of
So
those CrossFit girls and you'd be like, damn, they could probably fucking hang.
they can't, by the way.
What do you mean they can't, bro?
They can't.
Most guys in the military aren't running 6-minute miles, 6:30 miles.
Right. So how often do you
Wait, question.
did
Is
you ever
that
serve,
your
Logic?
baby
Can
in
I
the
say something?
background?
Logic, did you serve?
Sorry?
Did you serve?
No.
Okay. Do you think the military consists of 6-minute miles?
In terms of what? In terms of basic
Infantry.
training?
No, fuck basic training doesn't tell you anything.
I'm not
I'm
familiar,
talking
to
about
be honest.
wartime. Huh?
I'm not familiar, to be honest.
Okay. So I'll tell you what it is.
Okay,
It's
perfect.
20 mile ruck marches with 50 to 100 pounds on your back. A
Yeah,
40
again,
pound
that's
weapon
a
system.
lot
Hold on.
different than running a
Hold
6-minute
on.
mile.
A 40 pound weapon system, which is just
Sure.
part of the weapon system, and then your 7-pound rifle. Maybe 20, 30 pounds of, I'll be conservative and say 15 pounds of ammunition.
Sure.
Oh, and if you had my job, you were also carrying 6 12-pound rounds of mortars. The reality is that women, on the whole, do not carry weight very well, not for long distances.
Sure. But if they can, should they be allowed? They should be allowed, right?
Should they?
I think they should. If
So-
they want to go fight, they can do it better than some men.
Yeah. If
Why
a
would they
woman
not?
if a woman can do these things and wants to, there is no reason to stop her from doing that,
Right.
other
If they
than
can-
just your own misogyny, honestly.
And I'm for like make the standards hard as hell. Make our military fucking elite. Make us the best. Make people have to run 5-minute miles, right? And but if the girls can make it, bro, they can make it. That's it. You know what I
I
mean?
agree with that. At
They're
that
right
point,
there.
it doesn't matter who can do it better, as long as it's done adequately. I feel
They're
like.
doing
Okay,
it. Who cares?
so Logic. You may not be familiar, but we've lowered the standards in the military heavily. And I
Sure, yeah,
think
I'm against that.
currently for the infantry, basic infantry training, at least for the Marine Corps, I think I don't think any women have passed the infantry. Sorry, they had one female officer who passed the officer training school, which is very hard. So I got to give her credit for that. But the thing is that men and women have different logistical necessities. They have different things that they need. Then we can talk about what happens when there's one woman, or even just men and women in a unit together. The study that they did in the Marine Corps was the integrated, because they ran an integrated unit, integrated infantry unit. They didn't fare well. I actually lived across the quad from them, and we got into fights, and they also didn't fare well there either. The women didn't really participate though, so.
Sure. Like again, I don't doubt that there's going to be circumstances, or even that it might make it harder in general, right? Because you have to accommodate for like two types of people who might have different needs. But like, again, I still think it's like if you're preventing an entire group from being a part of this warrior class, and then preventing them from then, for me, I would call that oppression. Like whether it's a functional oppression, you might call it, I guess, is like there's a purpose to it. I don't know. I think I'd still call it oppression personally.
I think voting laws shouldn't.
So Logic, because this is kind of where my problem is for me. And again, maybe it's just because of how I view the world. And there's going to be, you're not going to like this analogy, but take a small child, for instance. My child wants to put his hand on the stove. I grab his hand and I prevent him from doing that. My child, all he sees is oppression. I see keeping my child safe. And I know
so
you're
sorry,
going
but
to, hold
women
on,
are not
hold on.
children.
Yes. Right. Okay, great.
Right. No, like this is a bad analogy to make, because women are not children. Women are adults who are more than capable
Supposedly.
of making decisions on their own behalf. They do not need you to make decisions on their behalf to protect them. If a woman wants to participate in the war, then she can.
Right.
If she's capable of doing so, she wants to, let her. We don't
Okay.
need you to protect us from making bad decisions. That's just dumb.
I want to add
okay.
something really quick. I don't know if anybody else
Hold
has
on.
noticed, but John's decorum is completely different when talking to Doomy than it is to Logic. And I'm not
I've
sure if you're
noticed
even
that,
aware
and
of
I'm
that,
not
John.
surprised.
But I mean, I'm being legit. I'm being honest, and I feel like that's something maybe you can examine on your own. But I'm trying to just to hold you accountable and let you know that in case you don't see it. And that's all I'm gonna say.
So
Yeah,
John,
no, I don't
John,
care.
women,
To be honest,
women are
Uh,
okay to raise
see-
children, raise men to be men, but they're not okay to decide what they want to do. Like what your logic is don't make any sense. Like I can understand it was
Are you
law
doing me?
back then, but it doesn't mean it's right because it was law back then. We
Wait,
know
sorry,
that.
are you speaking to me, Palestine?
Yeah, yes, I am.
Okay, can you repeat that one more time? I wasn't sure.
What I'm saying is we can accept that women can raise children and raise boys to be men.
No,
we can't
we disagree on that.
What women don't raise men.
They do.
mums-
I'm not saying
what
that,
mums
I'm
don't
saying they're
raise
not good
men.
at it. I'm saying they're
Hey?
not as good as men at doing it.
Okay.
They're not as good as it, but kids need both parents, right?
I agree.
Yeah, we understand that,
okay.
but a mum can look after their child.
Palestine. So here's kind of how I see this. Women raise children. Men raise men. Because, and we've seen the studies that fatherless homes tend to raise criminals, and you can argue that they're poverty and all this, but the issue is that you don't have that issue when it comes to single fathers. So there's disparity in that. Beyond that, how I treat people, I don't actually care. Jesse, you kind of, I forgot. Oh, Doomy. Fuck, what did you say? Sorry, Doomy. Can you repeat what you said one more time? It's fucking.
What I said?
Oh yeah, the children, the whole children thing. That's the issue. Is anytime like when women are treated like men, or like adults, honestly, they get butthurt. So I don't know how else to phrase that.
How so?
Why
The
were you?
thing is, because America decided this 100 years ago, it doesn't mean it's right.
Wait. I want him to answer that. How you say that when women are treated like adults, they get butthurt? How so?
So when women are asked, hey, what were you doing out alone at night? Why were you out at fucking wherever attacked and you got attacked? Like these issues that like. If you're responsible for your own, if you're a full-grown adult, then you should understand that you're responsible for your own safety. And anytime that comes into play, anytime that comes into play, it's always men should do better. Men should do this. Men should do that. No, be a grown-ass adult. Be responsible for your own safety because the wolves are at the door. So be a big adult and be responsible for your own safety.
Right.
So
I think firstly, that's not treating someone like an adult. The reason why women get upset when men say things like that is because it's victim blaming.
Right.
Yes, people should be safe and people should be responsible for their own safety. However, someone assaulting a woman, that's not her fault. Right? Like saying, why were you at this bar late at night? Why were you doing this late at night? That's a weird approach. That's a weird way to approach someone being the victim of a crime. And like, we don't do that with like other crimes. Like when someone gets unalived, we don't say, oh, well, why were you in that part of town? You shouldn't have been in that part of town.
Sure,
like,
we do. Sorry. Because there's this phrase that says, avoid stupid places at stupid times with stupid people. If I'm out in the middle of the night in a not so savory part of the neighborhood where crime is evident and rampant, and I go out there flashing jewelry or flashing nice cars and talking trash talking trash, I have to take accountability for my actions leading up to that. when I get
No,
robbed,
you're not
if I get
accountable for being the victim of a crime.
that's not what I said. I'm saying I have to be accountable for the things, the steps and decisions that I made prior to the crime being committed. If I get robbed in that situation, I was in a stupid place at a stupid time with stupid people, and I shouldn't have been there in the first place.
Wrong
Now,
place, wrong
that's
time.
not to okay.
Someone breaking into your house and burgling your house and taking your family hostage. That's not. That's
right.
You're a victim. Victims.
And what would
can't
be the
blamed.
response to that? And what would be the response to that? What's the logical response? If it's given that you survived that encounter, what would be the logical response to that?
What,
You would
move house? What, get more
you-
security?
Exactly. You would take
Yeah, but-
steps to
yeah,
prevent
but the
that from
thing's
happening
happened
again,
already.
right?
It's
You would-
happened. It's happened.
And in response to that, you're going to take other measures to prevent it from happening again, or lessening the chance of it happening again. You're going to take chances. You're going to make decisions and make actions to prevent becoming
Right.
a victim.
It's
again.
essentially taking
I'm
control
convinced
of the things you can take control
There's
of. If it's not under
opportunists.
control.
People get
Okay.
murdered every day
Wait.
for nothing. Not for their not because they caused something. This happens constantly. So you can't victim blame because they walked down the alleyway when it was dark.
Where you're saying,
that's not down to the victim.
They're not saying victim blame. What they're saying is that, they're saying like an adult should be able to recognize when it is this, when the things that are their fault and the things that aren't their fault. Obviously, it's not their fault they were assaulted, right? But it was your fault that you put yourself in a much more dangerous position. So if you want to completely avoid this or reduce the risk of this, you probably shouldn't put yourself in these situations. Like
That's
that goes across the board for everything.
Can I speak on this for a second, please?
Can I hear from Tyler, and then I want to hear from Hala. What the fuck is your name? Lara.
Yeah,
It's
so
Laura. It's a bit
okay,
of a difficult name.
so I would say that if someone breaks into someone's home, you again want to sit there and say that that person needs to take their own measures and including increasing in security on their house, which sure I can agree on that. But the problem is more systemic and it's a larger issue. So instead of just preventing someone from breaking into your home singularly, we need to look at it as a bigger picture. And there's proof that, like, you know, if people have access to more social programs, and we reduce the poverty rates, crime goes down. So instead of just looking at it as an issue that you need to take steps to prevent someone to break into your house, we need to take larger steps to prevent people from breaking into people's
But
houses.
the point is that there is no way I can certainly change somebody else, right? But there is a way I can certainly change what I'm doing, right? So it's essentially control what you can control. You are responsible for yourself. Like for myself, I'm not like to you, to anybody else here. I'm not telling you like you should do this. Like I have no room to talk. For me, I am responsible for taking care of my shit. If I want to prevent this more, I need to get security. If I want to prevent it more, I need a security guard. If I want to, if this is really what I want, right? So it's based off of like you are responsible for what you have and kind of what you put around you.
This has happened to millionaire footballers.
Absolutely. Wait. Absolutely.
Carry on. Sorry.
And a quick retort.
It's okay. So absolutely, but what I would say is that again, it rounds back to the victim blaming with women because all they're doing is living their lives. You wouldn't say that a man couldn't go out to a bar at night because he may be assaulted. No. The problem is and someone, I don't know if it was John, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but someone mentioned that there's wolves at the door. Yeah, that was me. The wolves aren't at the door for men.
Yes.
The wolves are at the door for women 24/7 out in public during the day. The women are being assaulted, and that is the systemic issue that we need to take a larger picture at. Okay, so I'm going to address that logic. Hold on.
Yeah, sorry.
I'm going to address that. Okay, so Taylor, men are the predominant victims of violent crime overall. Incorrect. No, not incorrect. Try again. I've seen the statistics. Anyways,
Even then, men are still the perpetrators, right?
I
So
just
the
asked you.
issue here is
Do me?
male violence.
No, stop. Do me. Stop. Do me.
Stop what? You're saying
You've
that
interrupted me. I'm
men-
trying to speak.
Yeah,
You're interrupting
but
me
you're
having a conversation with
misconstruing
Taylor. Okay. So again, men are the predominant victims of violence. So you can sit here and tell me that wolves aren't at the door of men, but you're patently wrong. Beyond that, you call it victim blaming, which if that's the way you want to see it, that's perfectly fine. I'm not interested in really fighting you over. I'm not really interested in fighting you over that. However, like I said,
Hillary, sorry, John. Hillary, can you just mute for a second?
Oh,
Hillary?
finally, we're addressing it. Let me come upstairs for this.
I'm gonna mute you, Hillary, just so that other people can just finish their points, okay? And then I'll send the invite to unmute you.
okay. So, this kind of goes right. Like you kind of proved my point, because the shit that I've said is the exact shit that I would say to men. If my buddy got drunk and got fucking beaten up and robbed, I'd be like, hey, you're a fucking idiot. What were you doing at a bar alone? Why didn't you call me? Why didn't you call the boys? Why weren't we together?
If he
This
got
is the
murdered,
exact
it'll
shit.
be a
I've
different
literally
story.
said, hold on. I've
If he
literally
got
said this to
murdered,
my
it'll be a
friend
different story.
because he decided he wanted to go out and drink, and I think we were in Guam, and he got his ass kicked by some other drunken guy who had a chip on his shoulder about us being American. He got his ass whooped by two of them, and we were like, what the fuck were you doing out? First of all, he shouldn't have been out in town alone. So we fucking reamed him for it. He got his ass beat.
If
he got robbed.
If he got
He got
murdered,
his-
it'd be a different
No,
story.
it would be the same
Palestine,
story.
can
It would
you
be the
stop
same story. We
interrupting?
just never have an answer.
Sorry.
Palestine. If he had murdered, I'd be making fun of him at his funeral. Maybe not in front of his mother, but I'd be making fun of him at his funeral. I literally did that. We dude, like you don't. Maybe it's just you don't understand military culture, but like these, this is how we interact with people. Like I
Okay,
treat
but
people.
this goes
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Tim.
this goes right back to men's mental health and the fact that men treat each other so poorly. And I believe, and again, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but earlier I think, John, you mentioned that men don't have a safe space. And that's because you're not creating it with your friend. Your friend doesn't want to come to you and tell you that they got victimized at a bar when your response is going to be, you shouldn't have been there. Like, I'm sorry, but I wouldn't. If you ever responded to any sort of abuse or any sort of anything that occurred to me with that sort of response, I would never again open up or speak to you about something in a similar manner.
That's fair enough.
You're not creating the safe space.
That's fair. I mean, I think you're quite feminine in that. Maybe that's unfair to say. But this has been my best friend. He's been one of my best friends for 10 years now. A little over. No, sorry, a little under. I'm the godfather to one of his fucking kids. Like I said, this is one of my best friends. So
yeah, I mean,
you
I
can
agree. I agree
say
with,
whatever you want about my relationship with my best friend. I can probably go drive down to see him right now. Like you can.
No.
If like.
And I certainly understand there's layers to friendships and relationships. So, you know, I understand there's a bit of poke and play there.
Look, it's not even poke and play, at least from my perspective. It's more like, dude, I'm a man, you're a man, and we're gonna hold each other. And I think this should be for people across, not just for men and men and men and women. Like, it's for everybody, children and children. I'm gonna hold you to the standard that I hold myself, and I hold myself to the highest standard I possibly can. I don't always fulfill it. Nobody ever does. But I'm gonna hold you to that standard, and I expect you to hold me to that standard. And that's what it is. Dude, you got in a fight at the club, you got sucker punched. You weren't supposed to be there, dude. It was a bad move on your part. Yeah, I feel bad for you. It sucks that you got sucker punched. Like, that sucks. Now you have a black eye. But like, you probably shouldn't have been there, bro. That's the perspective.
Right. The problem is that you're not holding the abuser accountable.
No, they are.
You're holding the victim
they're an idiot too.
accountable.
I'm just not friends with them, so I don't care about them. Right? I'm just not friends with them. So that's not my friend.
But again, that's the problem. Your focus is on the wrong thing. Your focus isn't solving
I can't solve the other
systemic
guy.
problem.
I can try to solve my friend, right? I can't solve the other guy. I'm not friends with him. I don't even know him. Why am I going to worry about him? I'm going to worry about the things that I can control, which is potentially my friend.
Right. Right, but telling your friend that they shouldn't have been there when the abuse already occurred is not solving
It
anything.
is for next time, so that they recognize. They help some
Okay,
better
so hold on.
progress for
So
next
if,
time.
okay, so if my friend went to the bar, he got sucker punched, he got robbed. What is the problem that needs to be solved? Taylor, I'm speaking to you, Taylor. What is the problem that needs to be solved?
Well, I would need more context. What
You said
what
it's not
caused?
solving any problem, right? So what is the problem? What is the problem in your eye that's not being solved?
Again, I would need more context because
Okay,
why
so
was he sucker punched?
because he was at a club drunk and it doesn't really matter. Okay, so here's kind of the problems.
It does
Here's
matter.
the problems that I see just off of that context alone. One, somebody assaulted him. Is that a problem? Yes. Is it illegal to assault someone? Yes. Is it illegal to go out and drink? No. Is it illegal to go out alone? No. Is it illegal for you to mouth off and say some dumb shit to someone else? No. Did it get him in trouble? Yes. Now, which one of these two things, am I fucking Sherlock Holmes? Oh yeah, he's got fucking DNA on his fucking forehead or on his fucking eye because he got punched there. And I'm gonna go fucking backtrack it and find the criminal. No, I'm not gonna do all that. I'm going to look at my friend who has displayed a behavior that puts him at risk, and I'm going to say, you're a fucking idiot. Stop doing that. Call me if you want to go out. We'll get some friends together. That is the behavior that I can directly influence. I can directly influence the behavior of my friend and hold him accountable for dumb decisions he makes.
That it doesn't happen again. We do this in investigations with like airlines, for example. If an airline were to go down, they're not going to automatically say that it's the pilot's fault, but presuming that the pilot didn't want to unalive himself, right? We're going to examine all of the activities and actions that happened prior to the accident, and we're going to pinpoint it. Maybe it was a maintainer, maybe it was a defunct product, and we're going to address that so it doesn't happen again. And same thing with human behavior. What are the behaviors, attitudes, and things and actions that you took prior to this encounter so that we can prevent it from happening again? Yeah, that's not saying that the person who aggressed upon you is innocent. No, not by any means. And in fact, if I was a vengeful person, I would be right there with my buddy and going back to the bar and tune him up a little bit. But we have to address the attitudes and actions that led up to this. That's not victim blaming. That's caring and empathetic.
So I want to bring this back a little bit, right? Because where this topic started was with John saying that women don't want to be held accountable for when they get assaulted. But
Well, sorry, I'm going to clarify. This started with me with the analogy of women being children in that so again, you'll notice that anybody in here who has a sliver of masculinity has been sitting here telling you this isn't victim blaming. This isn't victim blaming. And the people who are quite in touch with their feminine side are sitting here telling you, oh, you're victim blaming. You're victim blaming.
You are, though, because
no.
When it comes to when it comes to assault, right? Firstly, there is a big difference between someone in a bar in a club talking shit and then getting beat up, and a woman just simply existing within that space and getting assaulted. Like, those are two very different scenarios.
Yeah, but even like if my friend was like walking down like a street, like in the middle of the night.
Can I finish?
Oh, sorry. It might have lagged on my end. Sorry. I thought you finished. Sorry. It stopped.
Telling women that they need to be held accountable for what? Women get assaulted for simply just existing. What do you want them to do about that? Do you want women to lock themselves in their homes and never go anywhere?
Be more
But even
cognizant.
if they do that, that's still not going to solve the problem of assault, because we know that the majority of the time that women get assaulted, it is by people that they know. So
so I want women to be more cognizant of their surroundings.
You can be cognizant of your surroundings and still get assaulted. So
I
what
would also argue. Hold on. I would also argue.
Behavior needs to change from women.
Can you though?
What's
Because
the behavior?
I'm hyper aware of my surroundings and I've never been assaulted. So I would argue.
Right, but women get assaulted more often by men than men do.
Are you talking about specifically SA? Because men get assaulted more than women. Like just assault. I'm just making sure.
I'm talking about SA.
That is not true.
I'm talking about SA, but like what is you can be very hyper aware of your surroundings. In fact, I would argue that the majority of women are, right? The majority of women already have been told these things. The majority of women know, okay, it's late and I need to walk to my car or I need to walk home. So it's probably better if I don't listen to music so that I can be aware of my surroundings. There is a reason why when women are walking alone and they see a man coming in their direction, they'll cross the fucking street. Women are already very hyper vigilant about their surroundings and they're still getting assaulted. So maybe, just maybe, the issue isn't what women are doing and the issue is what men are doing. So
Right.
maybe
Okay.
that's
So
what we need to put on
Wait, I
focus.
want to interject
So my
here really quickly.
hold
John.
on. Let me just address something that Doomy
Wait.
said real quick.
Oh.
I just want to just directly respond to
No.
Doomy. Directly responding to Doomy. Okay, so
Wait,
Doomy,
wait.
you said that.
Okay. Wait. Before we go ahead. Okay, so John will respond to Doomy, and then I'll hear from Hillary. Okay.
Thank you. So Doomy, you said that women are being assaulted, that they're making sure that they're turning down their music or they don't have any music when they're walking. These are all cases in which you'd be, generally speaking, assaulted by somebody you don't know. Why don't you see and read signs of maybe this guy that I work with, he's acting weird. This guy that I spend every day with, coworker, whatever. Why is it that I don't see the abusive signs in my partner? Yada, 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 yada.
Okay.
Hillary,
So
I want Hillary
The
to
thing
go
is,
before you respond.
Don.
Wait.
The thing is they.
Taylor, I did stipulate that Hillary would go, and because also not only Hillary go, I also want to hear from the Halalara guy.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wait, Hillary first,
wait,
and then Halalara guy.
Thank
Hillary
you.
first.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. John, what you fail to understand is that most of the time when women report it, they are oftentimes first asked, what were you wearing? As if that has anything to do with the situation, first off. Another thing is that you're trying to put all this blame and shove it down women's throats and say that they factored into this equation where they did something to cause this behavior to come about of the other person. I would love to know, how can a person control what another person is going to do? Because here's the thing, if a person is going to assault someone, they're going to assault someone. Nothing is going to stop them from that action unless they come to their senses, let's say, sure. But in this case, don't unmute yourself because I already know what you're going to say. Please give me a chance to finish what I have to say. Thank you. People who are going to go and do this act, they are messed up. And it doesn't matter what you think. You cannot just make up false statistics and just say, oh, well, men get assaulted more, this, that, and the third. No. Where's the statistic for that? Can you show me, actually? You know what? Actually, that's my only question. Where's the statistic for that men get assaulted
Okay,
more
great.
than women?
So you just made my
So you
point
were
for me.
just listening to respond?
You just made my point, Hillary. I cannot control. So if I
what's the
can't, hold on,
study?
no,
Why?
because I waited until you were done.
Wait, hold on. Do
You
you
don't-
have the study?
Are you going? Can you control my actions? No, great. So are you going to let me speak?
Wait,
Are you going to let me speak?
Wait. Can he respond? So he's gonna respond back to your question.
But I asked him for the study and he hasn't brought it to me.
Because he hasn't been
I
able to
don't owe you
respond.
shit. I don't owe you anything. Find the study yourself. Find the study that says
hold
that
on.
women
So
are.
it was
No,
fake?
no. It's my turn to speak now
So
because
it's
I
fake?
very kindly waited
So
for
it's
you
a
to
fake
finish
study.
speaking.
Got it.
Got it. Okay, fine, great. I'm lying. So you're free to leave and go fuck yourself, I guess. Anyways,
If you
like I
make
was
the
saying,
claim, you do own.
John.
Calm down there, buckaroo.
Don't John me.
Okay.
Don't John me. Hillary,
So
if you,
Really
I'm.
needs to calm down. You're being very, very emotional, love.
Let's have a normal debate.
I thought you wanted emotional men. Do me? I thought you wanted emotional men. You've got emotional men now. What do you want?
I don't want emotional men.
Okay.
No, I want to have a conversation, and you're
Right. So okay. So we're on the same page. I'm trying to have a conversation, but I got some bitch up there that keeps arguing with me.
No, it ended. What the fuck? That's crazy. I'm going to drop the link again. If anybody wants to hop up, have a short discussion before I bring this to a close since they ended it. That was crazy. That was crazy. I've come to find with a lot of these TikTok lives that I've been watching that once somebody brings rationality and actual intellect to the conversation, when someone goes and they push back on someone else's beliefs and they force someone to actually self-educate rather than giving quote unquote receipts for everything that they bring up, because this seems to be a normal thing with people from either extreme side. They want to quote all these statistics and all these studies and, all of these, facts that they claim they have, yet at the same time, they don't ever want to produce any of their receipts or any proof of said study or statistic or whatever they want to bring to the table. Yeah, oh no, they I couldn't believe it, dude. I can't believe she ended the live stream. That's fucking crazy. Because I was curious, really honestly, I was curious to see where the rest of that discussion was going. It's becoming a common theme now. First off, a lot of these discussions that I've noticed that they're having on TikTok are discussions that we had been having on YouTube panels 4, 5, 6 years ago. So they're almost a decade behind in the conversation to begin with. It's you're right, Roy boy. It's a tactic for them to manipulate the conversation is exactly what it is. If the conversation and the flow of the conversation can't go in the direction that they're trying to steer it towards, and anybody with any real intellectuality, if that's the correct word, any real knowledge or who actually takes the time to observe what's going on around them, speaks with rationality, they run, they hide, they deflect, or they go as far as to end the live stream, and that in and of itself is, in any debate that you would have, that would be a sign of defeat, when you decide to just stop having the argument, so I'm disappointed. I was really hoping that it would go on. I'm curious if she just ended it and if they started up a new one. I'll look, see if I can find one. See if I can find them back. Hopefully they started it back up. This is an interesting discussion. Hold on a second, Lou. I see you. What's good, Free Zone?
Man, what's good, Snowman?
Oh, doing my doing God's work by rolling around in the 13th floor of Dante's hell.
Yeah, I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you.
So everybody can see it in real time, dude. You know how fucked up my TikTok algorithm is to find that shit?
Yeah, none of that is in my TikTok at all.
Holy cow, dude. I mean, I find dude, I think I'm gonna start doing this every morning for about an hour or two, is just finding another dumb conversation going on TikTok and just sharing it with people.
Yeah, I like it. I think what's interesting is the dynamic between. I'm guessing a female was running that particular TikTok.
Of course, and the thing is on most of these TikToks, the majority of them that the content is of that nature, it's either a female or someone who identifies as a female running.
Gotcha. Yeah, because usually the male-driven conversations that involve this run a lot differently. But I think I came in on like the tail end of it. Whoever that was at the end, I think it was John.
Yeah.
Shout out to John. John
Yeah, he was
handled that
holding it
very
down,
well.
dude.
Very, very well. Hella based. Didn't give into, from what I've seen, any of the traps. I don't really want to get into the argument aspect of it because at this point, like you said, man, they're all having new conversations that we know how that goes. So I like most of the time when I'm looking at these types of conversations, I look at like the dynamics, the power dynamics, the framing dynamics, because that's really all that matters.
Correct.
I think for me, because this whole thing online, right, where men are supposed to be stoic, they're not supposed to be emotional. As I've taken time away, have come back to give very slight pushback to it, because what it's turned into now is men can't exhibit any emotions. You're just supposed to sit there and you can't even show an emotion. There can't be any righteous indignation. You can't be aggressive towards passive aggression. And I think that these things are completely allowable. I think the distinction is when a man gets emotional, he throws all reason out the window. But if you're incorporating emotion with your reason, with your logic, which men have the ability to do, I think that that's perfectly fine, and I don't think that should be discounted at all. I just think that I think men should be able to show some type of emotion, but they shouldn't let emotion drive their whole conversation. And I think those are two distinctly different things.
So do you think that, like Black Watch was saying, do you think that guy was trying to manipulate and dominate the conversation? Or do you think that he was just trying to give a more based pushback on the very female-natured argument that was being had?
I'm willing to say both, and I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I don't think that there's anything wrong with a based man coming in and dominating the conversation, because you're talking about masculinity. That is what masculinity does.
Right.
And I don't think that he did it in a way that was I don't think he did it in an improper way, let's say. I think he let logic and reason dictate his direction, and he refused to be pushed and bullied by anybody that was by any woman that was up there. I don't know if there were any guys. Like I said, I came on the tail end of it, so I don't know what happened before that, or if he was even there for the whole conversation.
He'd been there for the majority of the conversation that we were watching, but there was one other guy up there.
Right.
And he was more on the feminist side, the feminist argument of everything. To me, I'll be honest with you, what I listened to, it seemed like more of an argument on who was victimized the most out of men and women. And I think that that's just a moot argument to begin with. Why are we?
It's dumb.
To begin with,
well, because we live in a time where the champion is the victim. That's who. If they started building statues for people in modern times, which they've already started doing, shout out to George Floyd.
Yes,
the
sir.
victim is the hero now. So everybody vies for a certain level of victimhood, and I refuse to play that game. Like I don't because my whole thing is, okay, when you start talking about assault and you say that women get assaulted more than men, and then the response is that's not true. Actually, men get assaulted more than women, and your response as a woman is, well, we're only talking about sexual assault. My response is, okay, if you don't care about any other assault, why should I give a fuck about sexual assault?
Well, and
Like,
I do understand that point. You know, some might see it as a pivot, but it's really not. You know, it's basically reacting with the same energy that you're reacting to when I bring up a statistic that negates what you're saying.
right, but it's also a logical. It's logically consistent.
Right.
Like if you don't care about anything else than a sexual assault, and every other assault doesn't matter, then why should we care about sexual assault? Like it's a very consistent argument. You're holding one form of assault up as it's like the crown of assaults, and every other assault doesn't matter. And it's like, okay, well, why does this matter? If you really want to take it there, then that would have ended the stream a lot quicker. You see what I'm saying? So don't let us get on TikTok, bro. We'll shut streams down, bro.
Dude,
we'll
I'm
get
telling
banned
you,
with the quickness.
brother, I've been trying to get my fucking sub count on TikTok up to 1,000 so I can jump on some of these live streams and live stream me being on a live stream with some of these fools. But man, I must not be liberal enough. So it's probably for the best anyhow, man, because if you notice, I don't comment much in their comment section either, because it seemed like every single time I would comment, they would kick me from the stream.
Yeah.
You know, and me personally, I think that it's an interesting look into the mind of the only way I can describe it is, you know, the extreme right and left.
Right.
You know, because both extremes are extremely way off base, in my opinion. way off base. You know, and they're trying to push things so far one way or the other that it's absurd now. You know, and now you got a whole like this whole generation of young adults coming up that think that everything's got to be one way or the other, and there's no meeting in the middle.
Yeah, bruh, like it's you can't. That's what I'm saying. Like this whole gender war thing was, you know what's happened. It's the whole concept of manifesting, like speaking something into existence, right?
Right.
I believe that a gender war has been spoken into existence at this point. At least in the online sense. I'm pretty sure like most, as much as they try to televise a lot of this stuff, most people don't give a fuck. But
it makes for good content though.
It makes for great content, because any sane person can call it down the middle and see that, okay, first off, it's stupid that you guys are fighting to be victims. Let's just, that's the premise itself is already silly.
That doesn't even make sense, dude. It doesn't make sense on any scale. Even on an illogical scale, it makes no sense.
But it also flies in the face of, like, okay, this is just me. Maybe this is just me. I don't. Somebody called me. My bad. I don't believe that men and women are supposed to understand each other like that.
No.
Me personally, I don't think so.
I have to agree with you 100% on that, Lou. I don't think that I don't think that it's my responsibility. I don't think it's my responsibility to understand women's pain.
No.
And I don't think it's their responsibility to understand men's burden and struggle and stuff. Because it's like, even if they did understand it, to what end? What's the results of that? Okay, we understand each other. What happens now?
You know, Green Lord makes a good point. He says the internet has exposed the problem while simultaneously exacerbating it. You know, I see no flaws in his statement. You know, the internet is literally taking what was a small issue and a small portion of America, and it's trying to turn it into an everyday issue and a common issue, and something that we're supposed to see on a daily basis. And really, in all reality, I personally, the arguments that these people are having online, I don't see them in real life. And I'm sure you can agree to that as well, Lou.
Absolutely. Yeah, man.
I mean,
absolutely.
It's almost like they're taking a small, minute portion of what's going on in society, and they're pushing it to an extreme to make it seem as though it's more problematic than what it really is. I've said before that I think the biggest issue is people are trying to legislate human nature in America now. And you can't legislate human nature without taking away everybody's right to even think.
I think, yeah. But I also think I think that the internet has become, as far as these conversations go, it has become the mecca for the powerless. And being online, having these conversations gives some people who have no power in their life some form of power. Like it's like the person who, let's say, a gamer who is a loser in real life, but when he gets on, World of Warcraft, you know what I'm saying? Like he's the, I don't know the characters,
top
but
dog and shit, he's the one
top
that everybody
dog.
wants to, side with or get into some kind of group with, and I get what you're saying. It's giving power to the powerless. Like you said, it's giving a voice to the voiceless.
Right. But until more powerful people hit that link and you really see where you are and you realize your arguments aren't as sound as you think they are, or or even more importantly to them, nobody cares what you have to say. you say, like there's a difference between me having a voice here or having a voice in a room full of 10 people, and it's like, oh, this guy, what he's saying is important.
Right.
And then having a voice in a room of, let's say, 1,000 people. Okay, try to make your voice matter then. It's very different. You know what I mean? So, to each his own on it. Like I'm with you. Like I'm here for the comedy. Sometimes I've had to, like I said, I've been on hiatus. I haven't really been on I really haven't watched a stream in the last 3 weeks.
Oh, dude, you have to do that, bro.
Been living life, you know what I mean? And every once in a while I'll pop in. I think I'll watch a 5-minute, somebody will send me a link and I'll pop in for 5 minutes. I'm like, this is horseshit. And then I'm out of there. You know what I'm saying? And I'll still make clips as people, people have been sending me a lot of clips lately. And so that's what you see on my channel with the community clips. I'm not watching live streams waiting to catch clips anymore.
People are doing the work for you. That way, all you got to do is edit it all together.
Right. Because
package with a nice little bow.
Yeah. Because if you are in this space for an extended period of time, whether you realize it or not, you'll lose a sense of a grasp of reality to some extent. And I didn't realize it until I took that hiatus. You know what I mean? I'm like, interesting. Like it wasn't a huge incremental change, but it was slight enough to where I knew the difference. You know what I'm saying?
It was enough that it was noticeable for yourself, and
there
that's all
you go.
that matters, bro.
There you go.
Why do you think you'll see me? If you think about it, all of us that are on here all the time, we do that quite a bit, man. That are regular. We'll go hard and heavy for a month or so, and then we'll take a couple 2-3 weeks where you don't see us on.
Exactly. You got it. Yeah, you got to do it, man.
You got to find that balance, man. Because look, if I sat around and I actually watched all this TikTok shit all day long, holy fuck, dude! You know how messed up my mind would be.
They'd have to throw you in a padded room with a hug me jacket,
right?
At some point,
And
I think even Miss Snowman knows that. Like even my wife she'll hear something I say and it's like, maybe you would, baby,
I think it's
Let's
time you
watch
take
a
a break
movie.
for a little while.
Let's watch a movie. You know what I'm saying? She may
Right.
not she may not say it, but let's watch a movie.
Let's take the
Put
kids
the
to go do
phones to the
something
side.
today.
Yeah. Because like this is the new. I mean, this is pre-meta, right? Whatever Facebook was
Right.
trying to do with the meta thing, this is pre-meta. And
Have
so
you seen the
if
new
you
thing Apple's coming out with?
with the goggles,
Yeah.
I ain't gonna lie to you. I'm actually impressed by it. I don't know if I really want to rock with it, but it is impressive.
Dude, that's next level shit right there, dude.
Yeah, it is impressive. It's
You don't have
definitely
to have
impressive.
no joysticks or anything. I mean, all you need is those goggles, and then it responds to your eyes and your hands automatically.
I'm fucking with it, man. I like it.
mean, I like where it's going, but I was watching another content creator talk about. I don't know if you've ever heard of the guy Days of Noah.
Yeah.
Well,
he's worried about it, huh?
Yeah, he was covering it the other day. Well, he's been on that whole. I've been following him for like 3 years now, and he's been on that whole transhumanism kick for quite a while. And he got that. He started getting on that after following that Nicholson 1968. I don't know if you ever heard of him.
I have not heard of him. No.
He's actually he was doing podcasts on the internet before podcasts were on the internet.
Right.
And talking
There you
about
go.
this shit. You know what I'm saying? But
Yeah.
he
Well, I mean, but let's
the thing is with Days of Noah is he does not think that any of this VR stuff, this augmented reality as he calls it, which that's what it is, augmented reality, should be children shouldn't be allowed to use it.
I 100% agree.
You know, but
100% agree.
and I agree with him too. He believes that this stuff should a child should be forced to live in reality and know what reality is and accept what reality is and have an understanding of what reality is before you put augmentation on their reality, because then they have no reality of reality.
Right. Which then in turn creates a sub abnormal reality. It's an Inception kind of deal, but it's definitely. I mean, look, this you could go back to literature from the early 1900s. Hell, even probably further back than that, of talks of humans merging with machines. You know what I mean? Like,
well,
it's
bro,
always been a thing that we've always known that was coming, but to see it actually unfold and be here as it's panning out it's like, bro, you know, because
it's
we
exciting
always
and
have this.
disturbing at the same time, dude.
There it is, man. Choices and trade-offs, bro. Like, I'm excited. I'm excited about the choices, but I'm terrified of the trade-offs. Like I don't think that it's a horrible trade-off, and it's not something that you could just adjust on the fly like that.
I mean, how far are we away? Well, how far are we away from like what the Simpsons had, stated, where that episode where Lisa's daughter comes in and just plugs herself right into the computer? How far away are we really from that now?
Look, bro, Neuralink has been approved by the FDA for testing.
Right.
So you know what I'm saying? I don't know how far off that is, but it's objects in the mirror are closer than they appear. Let's say that. It's a lot closer than we think it is, but at the same time, I think it's still a lot further. There's still a lot of kinks to work out, but you know.
Well, you got your daughter's coming up on a year now?
Yeah, man. Should be 11 months at the end of this month.
And Roy Boy said he didn't let his kids on social media till they turned 16.
Oh, bro.
What's your thoughts on that? Because I know, like, my kids, I'm sure that some of my son, he's 8 now. He's going into 3rd grade next year, and I'm sure that some of the kids that he goes to school with already have some form of social media. You know, he does. The closest thing to social media he gets is I let him watch, YouTube videos about the games that he's playing.
You know what? It's one of those things where if you want the best for your kid, you almost have to. I hate to say this, it's like you have to strongly micromanage your kid, especially in the beginning.
Right.
And if you have the funds and means to do it, I mean, I think homeschool is definitely the way at this point. At the very least, a private school that has been thoroughly ran through with a fine tooth comb, because even if you don't allow things in your house, there are outside forces, even to the point of friendships.
Right.
You know, your child will choose friends that will enable the behavior you're trying to stop. That you, especially in the early development years, I think when they get to like teenage, you know, as they get older, you pull back, you give them more responsibility, but at least in the very beginning, at the very developmental stages, I'd say at least the first 7 years, you know, those are the years that count.
Right.
There has to be heavy, they'll call it bad parenting or whatever, but you have to micromanage that, because if you try to, it's like you did a stream the other day when they were talking about they let their kids define whatever, you know, they want. If they want to be boys, they want to be boys. It's like, nah, it's like, you know, that those are, you're forcing kids to try to make adult decisions. And when it comes to technology, my personal thing, okay, I personally believe there are very few exceptions, but I don't think technology is a kid's anything. I don't think technology is appropriate for kids. Now, there are a few exceptions, you know what I'm saying, especially with heavy, you know, you got your parental locks, and I know some kids that do. I think you were talking about your kid does programming, right?
Yeah, he's got like his mom's got a program on his laptop upstairs to where it teaches him how to write code.
There you go. But I think that technology, from at least from an entertainment standpoint, I don't think kids have. Nah, I'm not rolling with that. And when I say technology, I'm talking about like the immersive technology that kids have the ability to just immerse it. I certainly don't agree with social media for kids.
Absolutely not. I mean,
out the window.
Well, hasn't the uptick in under the age of 13 suicides with kids in social media has skyrocketed since social media has been, you know, presented to them. I mean, that's what, and that right there should tell people that these children aren't mentally prepared for all the things that adults are assuming that they are ready for.
Well, I mean, the modern day teaching is that there's no difference between adults and kids. There's literally no difference. Like they don't believe that kids are more impressionable than adults. Like, I couldn't get on the stream last time, but I was in the clouds. I was listening in, and just to hear the agonizing, like a grown person not understanding why is it okay for adults but it's not okay for kids, and they had the kids saying like because they're adults. Well, what difference does that make? It's like, all right.
It makes all the difference.
That's the point. It's like, all right, we need to call somebody. Come get this person. If they don't understand that, and that opens up the world. I mean, that opens up the child to a world of abuse. If there's no difference between kids and adults, then you're saying that kids can handle everything that adults can handle, and we know that's not true.
Well,
and so.
I've just, as far as the kids go, I just want to know when it became okay to put basic pornography and even in high schools. I mean, people want to make it out like high schools are this different demographic of kids, but most kids are 15 when they start high school. And at the end of the day, anyone, according to the way our legal standards are set up, anyone under 18 is a minor.
Right.
You know, and minors aren't supposed to have access to adult content like that, period. That's why there's parental labels on shit like that.
Right. And you know what? I think that's Roy Boy. I'm a rock with what Roy Boy say, because I think that they actually do have apps, they have tablets and stuff that are specifically designed for kids. Specifically. Like you don't even have to parental lock them.
Yeah, my son and my son and my daughter both have one. You know, like
so
my
even
daughter,
if they wanted to,
her little tablet, it does nothing but preschool type games and stuff on it. That's it.
Right. So
You know,
even if they wanted to look elsewhere, they couldn't if they
Right.
even if they wanted to.
It's not in the programming at all anywhere. I mean, you can't even get online with hers, and with Michael's, the one he's got, his is so restricted that like his mom or I will get an email if he gets on something.
Mhm. Right.
You know, and then now
Yeah.
he's got explaining to do as to why he was
Right.
even searching shit like that.
There you go. And I think even then with the technology, they're not spending all day on it. You know what I mean? Like there's a limited time
Right,
that
like
they can be on it.
Well, Michael, as far as watching his shows, I don't care if he wants to watch his shows, whether it's on the TV or the tablet, honestly. You know.
Gotcha.
But when it comes to the gaming and things like that, like his Switch, he gets, I think, 2 hours a day. And actually right now, until he learns how to tie his shoes, he gets 2 days a week, 2 hours a day.
Right.
You know, and because that's the way it was. He's lucky that, and that was that was actually me and mom's compromise, because I was going to cut him down to where he got 1 hour a day, 2 days a week.
Mm-hmm.
You know, but like anything else, we put time limits on everything, and I think time limits on that stuff is actually important. You know, limiting him. I
Right.
make him. You can ask him. He's standing right here. We make you go outside and play every day, don't we?
Yeah. Also, I get 3 hours a day. I mean, I get 3 hours a day, not 2.
Oh, do you? Well, me and mom's going to talk about that.
Uh-oh.
You should
Three hours a day of what?
Yeah, apparently mom gave him 3 hours a day on his Switch for 2 days.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Oh, because it's
final thoughts.
Oh, because it's summer. Oh, well, me and
Final
mom's gonna have to talk. Well, even still, 3 hours, 2 days a week, that's 6 hours a week. I ain't gonna complain about that. You know, I thought it was 2. It's 3. I don't remember everything.
I mean, I remember getting very lenient. My parents were very lenient during
My
the
mom
summer.
wasn't. My mom wasn't. Like, well, see, the other thing he has to do, come here, boy.
Well, but at the same time, as Snowman, at the same time, things were a lot different. Like in the summer, we spent all day outside, bro.
Yeah,
like playing video games was something we did at night.
Right.
Once the sun went down.
Yeah,
but as long as the sun was up.
We weren't allowed in the house with our friends over playing video games during the
Oh,
day.
bro.
That shouldn't have
As
happened.
long as the sun was up, you woke up, you did your chores, you made sure the lawn was good, which I tried to do. Like I tried to do that shit during the week, so that I
way
can
you had
have
the weekend.
the whole. Hey, right here.
The one thing I will say that me and his mom, and he's here to verify, we do make him do schoolwork all summer long.
Yes.
You know, he doesn't get the summer off like most kids. Most kids will get the summer off to do what they want, go play. I mean, even I did, but me and his mom, ever since he started school, has a summer learning curriculum that he has to do and complete. Like he has math that you have to do every day.
Yeah.
And
a workbook.
from a workbook that mom has.
Yeah.
And then you have to read for an hour every day.
20 minutes.
20 minutes.
There you go.
You know, and he his grandma just got him a couple new books. One's a 4th grade reading level, and then the other one,
It's like, I don't know. The ones,
I know the one mom said was like a 7th or 8th grade reading level.
I thought it was like, I don't remember.
But basically, he's being given advanced reading to read.
There you go.
Like the books you have, do they even have any illustrations in them that Lala got you?
No, they don't have any.
Yeah, so he's reading straight up, 100 plus page novels now, with no illustrations or anything in them.
There you go. There you go.
Because
shout out to Blackwatch, because when I got to I would say 13, 14, I would still be outside all day, but usually on Saturday mornings, I would cut people's grass in the neighborhood in exchange for money.
Oh, dude, I had I think it was 6 or 7 different families that I did yard work, and then I also was the groundskeeper from the time I was in 5th grade until I graduated high school for the condos at the nuns for the Catholic Church.
Mhm.
You know,
Right, right.
you know, and when I say groundskeeper, that meant I moved the grass in the summer, you know, and kept up with, you know, all the, you know, yard work. And in the fall, I did all the leaves. In the winter, I shoveled all the snow. You know, I did all that stuff. And
Oh yeah, yeah,
I
yeah.
started doing that, like I said, from the time I was in 5th grade. I mean, hell, you've heard me even say from the time I was in 4th grade, I worked in the cafeteria at school,
Mm-hmm.
you know, from 4th grade until high school when they wouldn't let me no more. But by then I had money coming in. But the only reason why I worked in the cafeteria was to pay for me and my sister's school lunches,
Yeah.
you know?
Oh
So,
yeah, yeah. I would say I had a healthy balance of work and play, even even in the summer. I made a lot of money in the summer,
oh,
man.
dude, the
Oh my
summer and the
god.
winter,
Oh
dude,
man.
the summer and the winter were big time money makers. And I made more money in the winter than I did in the summer, man, because me and a buddy, every single snow day we had, we'd be out all day long, and me and him would come home, get up in the ass crack when the sun would start rising, and just start going down the road, shoveling
Yes,
driveways
sir.
for people money. You know what I'm saying? And we would probably,
Mhm.
we would make a couple, $300-400 to split between the two of us every time,
Mm.
you know, but that
Mm.
was also back when I had that kind of, stamina to go out and do that all day long, you know, didn't get tired from it. You know what I'm saying?
Right, right. It's it's weird, man. Like working in the medical field, I talk to I always talk to a lot of people, and it's particularly a lot of parents that feel that the world is a lot more dangerous now than it was when we were coming up. And I actually like sit there and think about it, and
I don't think it is.
I go back and forth with it, because when I was young, bro, I was outside all day. If somebody wanted to scoop me up,
Yep.
I was
There
outside
was nothing
all
anybody
day
could have done about it except deal with the fact that I might fight back.
with no phone, so there was no way to contact my parents, and sometimes I would only check in like noon. You know what I'm
Once a day,
saying? Go in
come
once
home
a
around
day and go
lunchtime,
out.
come home around lunch, get a sandwich and bounce just so mom knows you're still alive.
And it's like and it's like the parents nowadays think that the world is so much more dangerous, even though they only let their kids get like maybe 15 minutes of sunshine a day. And I'm just like, I don't know. I go back and forth with that. I think that's an interesting discussion and dynamic. But on the one hand, I do think it's true. On the other hand, I don't think it's true. I don't know. What's your overall take on it? Do you think
I
the
don't
world is
think-
more?
I think that there's different levels now. I mean, I guess that there might be more dangerous people out there doing dangerous things just because of the fact of the social climate that we live in, I guess. You know, but as far as
Mhm.
it being more dangerous for kids to go out and do like we did when we were kids, I don't think that really it's all that different as far as that goes. I think the only difference is it's more televised.
Right.
You know, that
Hell,
you have
I
more-
think if
there's more
anything,
people
I
have-
think if anything, I think these adults are more scared of these kids. I think the
Yeah,
roles
I
are
agree,
flipped.
dude. You know, I mean, like right now, dude, my 3-year-old is sitting outside on the front porch in the sun. That's where she spends all day.
Uh-huh.
You know, she gets mad if I bring her inside. So I'm not going to sit and tell her that she can't. You know, if she wants to be outside, be outside. That's where I prefer you to be anyhow. You know, and the nice thing about my property too is, you know, I can sit. I got surveillance all the way up around it. Like, while I'm sitting here doing this live stream, I'm sitting here with another TV that has cameras up. I mean, I can even turn the sound on to where I can hear what she's out there talking about and all that shit, dude.
Oh, you got top notch surveillance around
Yeah.
around the crib. Nice, nice.
all the way around, dude. There ain't nowhere nobody can get on my property without me seeing it first.
Mm.
You know,
And have you okay, so are you and you fully accepted the trade-off that comes with, because you're also monitoring like yourself as well as
correct.
you know what I'm saying? So it's
The
I
only
don't know.
difference is a lot of people would have their surveillance system hooked up online. I do not.
I'm sorry, say that again.
A lot of people, when they have home surveillance systems, they hook it up online. That way they can
Oh,
sit. That way they can
gotcha.
sit and watch from their cell phone or whatnot. I do not. My
So if you're
surveillance system is hooked up to a DVR that has a 5 terabyte hard drive on it.
right, so if you're not home, you can't watch it, basically.
Nope, but I can't watch it, but I have video
Recording
basically
of
recording everything that went on around my house.
Gotcha.
You know, and
That-
I
yeah.
also I don't put cameras in my house.
Oh, it's
there's
just around your property.
It's just a lot. Yes, it's around the property line. Like every single, I basically
Gotcha.
I have, like I said, 360-degree access because I have 8 total cameras going all the way around my entire property.
Right,
You know?
right.
And then I have cameras. One camera that's hooked up to that's put right down on the main entryway. You know, the back deck with the back door. That's the main entryway to the house, because the front entryway, the way my house is an old Amish house, man, and where the driveway comes in and where the front door of the house is weird. You know what I'm saying? Because there's like no driveway or anything going to the front door. You know, it's just there. So I basically I got it blocked off. You can't access it. You know, so there's only one room. And like I said, I can see everything going on all the way around the whole 2 acres of property. You know, hell, I even monitor the sky at night.
There you go.
I do.
Okay,
too,
but
dude.
you don't have any. Okay, but you don't have any cameras like in your house.
No,
you're saying
none at all.
Gotcha.
You know,
Gotcha,
because I
okay.
do got to have. Look, the only camera I have in my house is this one right here that you see. That's it.
Gotcha.
And the only time that's running is when I'm online. You know, and if you notice, you only see this room ever. You know,
Yeah, man. You've given it. Has this always been the same room? Because you've given it a lot of upgrades, bro.
No, actually, well, since we moved to this house, yes, this is the same room that it's always been.
Gotcha.
But when I first got on here, when you guys first met me, that's when I was living in Muncie, and I used my dungeon there was the garage.
Gotcha.
You know, and this is actually a room in the house. This is right off of the living room, so I can, you know, I know what's going on around me too. You know, in the house because I'm right off of the main room.
Gotcha.
You know, but as far as it being, like I said, it being more dangerous, I think, like you said, I think parents are the ones that are afraid of what's going on. You know, I to be quite honest with you, I think if kids were to go out and start being kids like they were when we were kids, the most creepers aren't going to mess with them because they'd be out in hordes like we were. I mean, how often did you see one kid strolling around by himself when we were kids growing up? Not very often. It was always 5, 6, or 7 of them.
Yeah, I think the pendulum is swinging, man. Like I think the kids. I don't know, man. I think the kids are. I don't think the kids are as scary as like the parents are now. I don't think so. I don't think so.
No.
I mean, aside from like if you're raised rainbow, I feel for you, but I think for most, you know, people, I don't know. I think the pendulum is swinging. That's all I'll say. I can't say to what extent, but I think that I don't think that the kids are as scary or scared of life as the ill-prepared parents of our age are. I don't think so. I could be wrong though. I'm really open to being wrong about it, but
I don't know, dude, because like I said, obviously my parents were obviously very ill prepared because I'm the tail end of Generation X. I mean, technically by all rights, I'm not even Generation X. I'm that Zennial generation from 75 to 85.
Gotcha. Yeah.
You know, we're the bastard cousin that nobody wants to talk about.
Uh-oh.
You know, that's really what the Zennials are. We're the ones that were really forgotten by everyone, you know, because we got to see, we still know it. We're too feral to be a millennial. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Entire too feral for that shit. But yet we still see things with some kind of compassion, I guess, to a degree. But I think even that's starting to fade out on a lot of us, quote unquote. late generation Xers.
Yeah.
I
I don't know. For me, I've always been, I've not always, but I have trained myself to, for the most part, right, to control as far as like the whole empathy thing and being sympathetic for people. It's like I have the ability to control that. You know what I mean? Like, but there's also this understanding where there's also this misunderstanding about empathy and sympathy. It's like I can empathize and sympathize with you 100% and see where you're coming from and all that stuff, and still think you're wrong and still decide to go a different way. It's like, yo, just because I don't agree with you doesn't mean I don't understand you. I agree 100%. I understand it completely where you're coming from, and it makes sense from where you are, what you're saying.
But I disagree because I'm not in that spot.
I'm not in that spot. So you do what you got to do, and I'll do what I got to do.
It's empathy is not a word.
Let's go. Let's go. Yeah, it's really not. It's like the emotional intelligence. It's like, no, there's no, no, we're not. People need more emotional intelligence. Like, no, they don't. No, they don't. That's not even intelligence. It's like, no. Like, I get where they're coming from, but to elevate it to the point of academic intelligence, it's like, no. It's very useful. It is useful, especially if you want certain things to be done, but
dude, check this out. This is crazy. Let me pull this camera down. My daughter's literally outside. If you can see that. You see that box moving around?
Yeah, I see that. What is
she's
that?
outside on the front porch playing in a box.
We did that when we were kids.
Right,
Yeah.
And that's why dude.
Bro, when I was a kid, there was this when I lived in Japan, we stayed in towers on a base. And right outside the towers, there's this long hill, like smooth hill too, bro. No jagged rocks, no weird divots. So what we would do is we would grab boxes
and slide down that motherfucker.
Oh, bruh.
I bet that was a
man.
good
Then when we
sledding
got
in the winter too, wasn't it?
bruh. And then when we got we had there would be times where we got kind of jackassy about it, and we would get in the box, and somebody would tape the box, and then we'd roll the box, have the box tumble down bruh. We had so much fun as kids.
Dude, I'm about to age myself a whole lot by saying this, but look, when I was a kid, one of the playground toys at the school that we went to was old tractor tires.
Oh, yeah.
So, dude, we would literally get inside the tractor tires, and our buddies would sit and roll us across the playground or across the field. Well, actually, it was a field part where the tractor tires were. It was an open field that we got to play in. So we'd be rolled in tires across the field and shit.
Bruh. And that's I feel for these kids, bro, because I don't even think it's legal anymore to have the type of fun that we had. The type of fun we had as kids. I don't even think it's legal enough. I don't even think it's legal anymore to have some of that fun, bro.
Nah, dude, I know for a fact it's illegal to have great big, 1 foot long steel darts that you're throwing at each other in the air.
Oh Lord, yeah. See, yeah, you can't do none of that nowadays.
No, dude, and that was one of the games that we used to play. We'd take a jart and we'd throw it up in the air and play chicken with it.
Yeah, man.
You know what I'm saying? It's lucky we're lucky half of us didn't die as kids growing up. But that's in my opinion though, that's part of growing up. I mean, we all had our bikes that we were out. Dude, you know how many times I almost killed myself on my bike?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, literally almost killed myself. I had a buddy that saved me from getting smacked by a truck one day because I was coming out from behind a building as fast as I could trying to hit a brand up. It was a loading dock for a train, and it was made out of all it basically looked like it was made out of railroad ties, but it went up at like a ramp. So we use it as a ramp, but we always had some guy watching guard on one side because there was a big building that blocked our view, so someone always had to stand guard for traffic. And I didn't hear, dude,
Right.
man. He literally had to clothesline me off my bike. My bike went right underneath a semi. You know, but that's the type of shit that, you know, as kids that we went through that I think a lot of kids are lacking.
Well,
You know,
I
that
mean,
they need
because
to be able to go out and test their boundaries and push the limits. And, you know, if they make it, they make it. If they don't, they don't. That's part of life.
Mhm. Yeah. I mean, prior to technology, for the most part, I mean, fun was associated with some form of danger. You know
What was that,
like,
man? 'Cause you kind of glitched.
I said, prior to technology, like catching the wave that it did, I mean, fun was associated with some form of danger for the most part. You had
Oh, hell
to,
yeah.
if you wanted to have a whole bunch of fun, you had to do something completely
Somebody
dangerous.
was getting hurt.
Not stupid, but not fully stupid. It was, some of it was, looking back, was kind of stupid, but it was
Yeah, some
fun.
of it was entirely stupid, but it was fun.
but it was fun. It's like, and it's like,
you had
yeah,
to risk
couples.
you basically had to risk your life in
Yeah.
order to enjoy life. You know, and that's
And
what
you be
if you
sitting there
think
with
about
it.
it,
You be
that's the
sitting there
real-
with stitches. You be sitting there with stitches in the cast as a kid. Like, yeah, I'll do it again. Totally worth
absolutely.
it.
Absolutely, dude. I can't count
Totally
how many
worth
times.
it.
Can't count how many times as a kid my mom had to take me and my younger brother up to the hospital to get stitched up.
Oh yeah.
You know, and it was totally 100% worth it, every bit of it. And I think that you're right. That is something that is 100% lacking today. Actually, since Lou fell off, I found another interesting TikTok. I might listen to it for a couple minutes to see if it's worth listening to and see what kind of nonsense these intellectuals are bringing to the table. They're talking about white privilege. Oh, well, there's Lou. Never mind. And there's Rock too. What's up, Rock?
Fire it off, bro. Fire it off. That TikTok. Fire it off.
Yeah. You want to see it?
Yes, sir.
Dude,
how y'all's great end of the week going? The Sabbath. How's everyone's Sabbath going on?
Oh, I think
All is
mine's
well,
going-
man.
Mine's going great, dude. Actually, be honest with you, I don't know about you guys. I mean, I feel sorry for the people over in Pennsylvania and New York and whatever with all the smoke they're getting from Canada being on fire. But, you know, over here in the Great Lakes region, dude, the weather's beautiful.
Yeah, it's beautiful in the Carolinas right now, man. Very,
You know?
very. But hey, real quick, did they was that a controlled fire or was that what caused that fire? I didn't look into it.
From everything that I've seen, now granted, most of the information that I've gotten has either been off of Twitter or TikTok as far as what's going on with the Canada thing, because you ain't going to find much about that on YouTube or Facebook or any of that shit. And nobody knows. Everybody that has posted about it says that it just started out of nowhere.
Get this, y'all. So you know they got satellites, right? Like weather satellites that keep track of clouds and things like that.
Right.
They have satellite video of that fire starting.
Really?
Yeah. And I can't remember who put it up there on YouTube, Benny Johnson or somebody. I watch it. I probably have like 1,000 subscriptions, but yeah, they have video of it starting and I watched it. It's on YouTube. You can see it start, and it starts in probably I counted each spot that it all started at the same time too. You can see the smoke start rising up.
Like it
out
was
of the trees.
almost like it was a timed.
Totally, dude. Totally. This is the craziest thing. What are the craziest
If
things?
you got the video of it, you ought to send me the link
I'll look it up for you right now.
because I would like to see
It
that.
is the craziest thing I've ever seen. You can see all the fires start at the same time, and there's probably about 25 or 30 of them, and it's crazy. I'll get it for you.
Laughing Dog says they stopped doing controlled burns 20 years ago. Get used to it. All forests are bombs waiting to go off. I know that they stopped doing controlled burns out west a long time ago. But I'm going to go ahead and hop on this TikTok real quick and see what they're talking about. Like I said, the topic's white privilege. Is it real? Do you have it? If you're YT, because that's the new thing. You can't even call us white anymore. Now it's Y, the letter Y and the letter T. And they said the other thing is, how do you know? So let's check this out. Let's see what they're talking about.
Hey, I got to mute up for a second, but I absolutely agree with Laughing Dog on the control fire thing. Stay woke, y'all.
Yes, sir.
Go with this. I don't know, but I don't like the way it's sounding, right? At the end of the day, YT people have privilege literally everywhere, no matter fucking what. The color of their skin gets them
Damn, we
things.
couldn't have started
As
with
much
a
as they
better
want to
comment.
act like it's not true, it is true, statistically speaking.
It
And
depends where you're living. Have
no,
you
it
been to
doesn't
Africa?
depend on
For
where you
example?
live.
Have you been to Africa?
Why do you say that?
It depends on where you live. Black and white privileges. Have you been to Africa?
But for
Like,
you
to
to be
know?
someone like, for you to be someone who's not American though, and a person of color and with curly hair, it's interesting how you can speak from this perspective. One,
Well,
I have an accent, so it doesn't
They
seem
call
like
me
you're
white.
American.
Dog Mama
When
got
I'm
something to
here
say.
to
You
overseas,
speak from the
they call me
perspective
black.
of
So
Black Americans.
it's very
Let
subjective and
LA
very
Dog Mama
contextual to
talk.
where you're based.
She got her hand up. The black girl who said that she wasn't black? Yes. The black girl who
Yeah,
said she
that is
wasn't
what
black.
it's giving.
LA Dog Mama, go. The dog mama. Dog mama, okay. It's so sweet. Yes.
Regularly haven't experienced any sort of racism, you have to realize that that may just be you, and that's not the experience of all colored people in the world, and especially not in America. So because you have been in a position where you probably haven't experienced those kinds of things, you shouldn't be oblivious to the fact that it exists. And as a colored person, it is only your
I've lived it
duty
on.
to
I've lived it
learn.
on both sides.
I didn't finish speaking. Thank you very much.
Damn.
As a colored person, it
You're
is
making
only
assumptions
your
about
duty.
myself, though.
It is only your duty to make sure that you learn about people, continue to help out the community that you reside in. So it's interesting that because you're in a place where you haven't experienced it, you feel like it's not real. You should should do your research, and you should take the time to learn.
Oh no, I'm learning, that's for sure. I'm always learning, and I'm open to changing my mind. I'm also open to hearing the other's perspectives. It's racism because people thought I was black. Like it's when I go to Africa, I've also lived that discrimination because they thought I was white. So I didn't have the same privileges as the
If
rest
you're not black, what are
some
you?
people of my family who were completely black, and so they looked like they came from there. So it really depends where you go. And obviously,
Completely black is
I've lived it
harmful.
as a white person and
Hold
as a black
on.
person. And it depends who looks at
Hold
me and
on,
where
hold
they're
on.
from as well.
No, because this
Wait.
rhetoric is extremely harmful. I don't like when people do this, right? First of all,
Yeah.
completely black is harmful, number one, because just because you don't have two black parents doesn't mean you're not black, especially if you're biracial, right? And you present as a black person in America. That's how America works, right? We go by phenotypes, okay? So like in society, if you are a biracial person but you look white, you're white presenting. If you're a biracial person who looks black, you are a black person, because presenting when that's not a thing for black people. But what you're saying is extremely harmful. You are black. Like in America, you are black. I'm sorry.
In
any other
America,
country, you
not
are
in
black.
Africa.
No, sir, the color of your skin, you are black. In any other country, you are
Sounds
black.
racist.
You are a black man. So I don't know what you're trying to
That
do.
does
is
sound
tell me
racist.
you're
Go
not
ahead,
black.
Call
Rock.
me black,
Like,
so you
but
might
you're
call
That
me
black.
black.
sounds
You're
racist.
People
literally
from
black.
Africa do not call me black.
But
So
you're
that's your
aren't you
own
trying to
perspective.
like not say you're not black? First,
Why are you
No,
denying
I'm
your
both.
black?
You, sir, are black. I know him when I see him.
Ask a question, y'all, because I'm me looking at this man.
Not
His
racist
hair
in the
type,
fucking.
his skin color. Do he look like? Am I tripping, or is that a black man? Because I'm looking at a black man.
Honey, I
No,
want to know
yeah,
what man.
exactly.
May I
Like,
ask,
and
what's
if
your
you went to
ethnicity
Africa,
then?
they would think that you were a black man. Like,
So may I ask,
especially
if
if you
you're
went to
not,
South Africa, if you went down to South Africa and some of the white towns, you're a black guy. Like,
I agree.
I just
Like, I
wonder.
mean,
So
like,
if you,
depending where I'm from, they call me different things. I see myself as black because, like, I like my part of blackness. When I go to Africa, they call me
Amen,
black.
Georgia.
Also accept
okay,
it
that's where I'm
because I'm not
confused
as
because
dark as them. So, you know, I don't feel, I
where
don't
in
feel
Africa
insulted
did you
by
go?
anything. I
that's
accept
where I'm
your part
confused
of
though,
my
because you
being.
say that
And
you see yourself as a black person, but then when we called you black just now, you got defensive saying, "Do not call me black because I'm not
I never
black."
said that. I never
You
said
did.
do not call me anything. I don't
I
mind being
swear
called
to God, he
anything.
said that. I'm
He
not
literally
tripping.
I
just
just
said
So
that.
wait, so you said you've been to
He literally
Africa,
No, I
just
right?
heard it.
Not
Don't
call me
gaslight
black.
me.
I
I heard
heard
it.
He
You,
literally
did
just said
you
that.
say
I
you've
don't know.
been to
Hey,
Africa, yo?
baby. I don't know
Shut
where you
up, you
came
white
from, but never
joking.
in my life am I gonna deny my blackness. I'm sorry, but that's
exactly.
just me.
Yeah,
Never
never
in my life.
have, never
I
will.
would be
What?
I would love to be. I don't care if I'm
Too many
biracial. I
people
would love to claim
in
my
this life.
blackness more
Too
than
many
anything
people.
else in the world.
Too many people on these lives be doing that to me.
Yeah, we
I would never in my
all
life.
like
Never in my life.
I could be more white and have like 10% black. I will always claim the black part of me because I don't give a fuck if I'm 10, 13, 12. That blackness
Right.
is I'm
That's what
gonna
I'm gonna
celebrate
hold
that
on
shit
to.
like as if I'm
Right.
100. I'm gonna celebrate
I
that
don't.
in a black
I
kings
don't
and
think that
queens
guy's black.
spirit. Okay. And it
seems like to me, lean
Claim what you want to
masculinity,
claim.
you want to absolve yourself from
Let me do
the
what I
oppression that comes with being a black person. That's what it seems like because you talk from the
Exactly.
perspective of
Is
you're black
this
in white
muted?
spaces, right? You're not black. I mean, you're not white enough in white spaces,
Am I
right?
only
You're too
the
black,
only
right?
person that don't
And
hear
then you're
anything?
saying that you're not black enough in black spaces. You're too
Well, it
white.
was doing that
I
to
mean,
me
you
earlier.
gotta say
Oh,
you're
nothing.
too white.
Do what?
But what do you identify as? What do you see yourself as? And what Yeah. spaces do you want to be a part of?
Nothing.
And what space do you? Because the way you're speaking on this
I
live,
want
it seems as though you're
everyone to
trying to
accept
deny.
that I'm both because I'm willing to accept everyone, whether they're black
Sir,
or white.
wait, no,
Honey.
see, I got this one.
There
I
might
got
be
this one.
color, but
I
I
got this
see
one.
the brain, I see the
Lean,
people. I
Okay,
don't see
I'm gonna let
everything.
you.
my
I'm gonna
love.
let you
Hold
have
on.
it.
I
I'm gonna
got
let you have it,
y'all.
Ray. But let
Y'all,
me
I
just
got
say
this
this
one.
one.
Hey,
I
can
got
you
this.
pause it
I got
I will
this.
let you
real
have it,
quick?
Ray. But let me
Give
say
it
this
to
one.
Give
Ray.
me 1
Or
second.
or
You as both
Y'all
of
already
you
know what type of
penis.
Go ahead, free zone.
I just love the glaring hypocrisy of this. Like a black woman speaking on white privilege, telling other people, what is it? Other white people, other
Black
people
people.
who other black people who aren't American that they can't speak on black issues. I love it. It's amazing. I love it, bro. I love it because if a white person chimes in, it's like, who are you to? You have no right to speak on this. And it's like, what do you mean? The topic is white. You're discussing my privilege. I'm pretty sure I have something to say about, my privilege.
The ironic thing is it's a white girl holding the panel with nothing but black people on the panel.
Having them fight each other over
Jesus.
nonsense.
That's the irony of it all. See, Free Zone, you remember when I had that, me and SKC was going to have that debate on who's more racist, black women or white women?
Uh-huh.
It's because it's a blood sport.
This right here, dude. This right here was what I was my prime example.
Well,
it's a blood sport.
Dude, the leftist white woman is the most racist person on the planet.
Yes, she is. And it's a blood sport for them. They enjoy this. This isn't their feelings, their actions are not altruistic in nature. It is a blood sport. They enjoy the carnage. How dare this woman talk to you? I'm talking about the guy. How dare this woman talk to you and tell you that you are something that you have told her you are not? Furthermore, phenotype is not the main factor that we use here in America, not anymore anyway, because remember, it's your truth, my truth, Z's truth, right? So everyone for some reason can claim to be a child if they're 70 years old. I can claim to be a woman. A woman can claim to be a man or an amalgamation of the two or three. What's wrong with these people, man? These people are insane. And I wish that these men who get up here would have balls to talk to these heifers, these milking cows, the way that they need to be spoken to, man. These people are idiots. Salute to you, Georgia Swan. These people are idiots. You know, they have no decorum. They don't speak well at all. I mean, what the hell, man? You can't make this stuff up. And like you said, you paid attention and you called out the 11,000-pound white elephant in the room. This is a white, leftist, disgusting, milking cow heifer bitch dog who is over here enjoying the blood sport of having other people argue on a silly, stupid, innocuous topic. It's ridiculous. What's up?
Is that why she's not showing her face?
But I gotta disagree. I'm willing to bet that, but I gotta disagree.
Yeah.
The one who sets up the arena, versus the fighters who choose to compete. I gotta say the fighters, bro. I gotta say the fighters. Just because I set this up here, doesn't mean that people have to.
No, I'm not saying, but see, I'm not saying who's worse. I'm saying that her actions are not altruistic. She sets this up because it's a blood sport. But
absolutely.
Well, that's the interesting thing. Look, the interesting thing about it all is, the topic is white privilege. Yet you see not a single white person on this panel.
Exactly, because it's not important.
Negating the topic of white privilege. What you do is you see a bunch of black folks up there arguing over white privilege.
Hey, is this live?
Yes, it's live, happening in real time right now, dude.
Which lets you know that the majority of the country do not avail themselves of this nonsense. Nobody gives a damn. And what you pointed out, Free Zone Lou, is the old adage: who's more of the fool or the fool who follows him? That's it's a toss up. It's a flip of the coin.
Remember when I made the comment to SKC the one day we were having a discussion? I said, SKC, you do realize that it's liberal white women that are convincing black women to go out and twerk for abortion.
Yes. Wasn't this yesterday you said this?
Dude, I've said it a lot. To be honest.
Yeah, but my problem with what you're saying, Snowman, or Chuck, or whoever you want to be today, is that I still think that the woman who twerks is worse than the white woman who told her.
But you got to look at it in this aspect. Who's
really? You got to understand that people have. Can I get one moment, please? People have different intelligence levels. Okay. Obviously, this woman understands that this subject is basically non-existent. Okay, this racism, so-called, in this country is non-existent. Okay, 99% of people have never experienced racism in their life. Okay, so she knows that, and that's why she's up there not showing her face, because she's laughing at them right now. I guarantee you.
Oh yeah,
she's
absolutely.
Smiling and laughing and enjoying herself because they got these people
like
up here instead of worrying about what is actually wrong in this country that everyone has an issue with. It doesn't matter what color your skin is.
Yes.
Let's say like the price of gas and the price of food, everyone has a problem with. Instead of them figuring that out, they're up there telling some guy that he's black or white, or basically they're up there being racist towards him. I don't see how they don't see that them
they're
calling him black.
Everybody.
Trying to force him to be black is actually racist.
It is, and that's the point.
Right. If you look
I
across
put that
the
link
country,
in the back about the fires.
if you look across the country, you'll see people, or you'll see efforts trying to turn people into nothing but a persona.
Yes.
And you see that with the gender war, or not the gender war, the transgender ideology.
Mm-hmm.
You see that with the race baiting ideology. You see it with party politics and all of that. Because the persona, even though it is proprietary of the individual, it is not necessarily decorated by the individual. It's adorned from the outside through the collective unconscious, to whatever realistic level that exists. I don't really know. But, that refers to things like peer pressure.
Yep.
and public opinion, things like that. People are trying to conform, and you can't actually change who you really are. You can change how you feel about yourself. You can deceive yourself. You can deceive the whole world around you by putting on that mask. And that mask is the persona. But because it is an extrinsic quality that connects with the outside world, people can easily graft a handle or some kind of handlebars on it and move you around with it. So if he does let them tell him who he is, he's no longer who he is. He's who they tell him. And then they can tell him what he should do accordingly.
And that's every day here in America. And it's consistent across the diaspora of this country from sea to shining sea. These people, yes, I agree with Rock when it says, you know, there are people, when he says there are people with levels of intelligence, and those who will follow, you know, those who are sheep, those who are wolves. Yes, I would say this woman is a wolf of sorts. And that being said, since she is the wolf, the more intelligent of the species or several species we're dealing with here, I would argue, I would posit that she is the most dangerous, because when you know what you're doing, you know, it's the same thing when we talk about, you know, the what do I say? The World War II, how everyone tried to say they didn't know what they were doing. They consistently were following orders. And to a point, we knew that that was the truth. Yes, they still were punished, you know, set to death, etc. But there was a lot of truth in that. They just blindly followed a glorious leader. And that's what this woman represents here. I would posit she's the most dangerous. Now, she's not the most foolish, obviously. These are fools that she's speaking to. But in terms of someone who has the level of intelligence she has to set something up like this, she's the most dangerous, for sure.
I like to, let's see, it was giving me a little bit of a headache, but I almost feel like wanting to finish it.
I do want to finish it.
I agree. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Before I go ahead and hit the pause button and get back into the shout out to Miss Georgia Swan for the generous $10 donation. I know I played this already once or twice today, but I'll give you this. This is one of the newest clips that I added to the gift list. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Yes. Yes.
like that double action that the Eagle got.
I like the double whip.
Very good
I like
indeed.
the double bull whip.
America.
It brings me in mind of Cartman and Casa Bueno. Is it Casa Bueno? Casa? Where they go to that place in Colorado and he does a swan dive off the cliff into the pool. Yeah.
Oh, dude, I'll be honest. I stopped watching South Park many years ago. After about
me too, man.
Dude, after season 4, it got way too out there for me.
Dude, it's been at least 20 years since I've watched, but that did bring Casa Bueno to me.
What does YT mean?
White.
What?
Yeah, means white.
Oh, I feel bad for y'all, man.
I know, right?
What? Damn, they got y'all.
Dude, this is a common thing now. You can't even say white on. They don't even pronounce it right. They pronounce it YT.
Hey, yeah, your abbreviation that doesn't even make sense.
Right.
These people are so stupid.
The only reason they're doing it. The only reason they're doing it is due to a pretentious attitude that they're not allowed to criticize plainly, right? So putting that abbreviation on there is like a dog whistle saying we can't actually say white because then white people will come after us.
How very Karl Marx of them. My God, man.
Well, I'll go ahead. I'll go ahead and play some more of this for you guys.
Yes, please. Yes.
And then
part of
while
the victim
we're listening, I'm gonna walk away and listen on my phone. That way, I can make kids lunch real quick. But
all right, cool, man. Your dad.
But either way,
you can't just because he did something in the past, like what's his face?
No, I'm not. But that still would make him a, like you
Yeah.
said, a
Yeah,
criminal.
but I don't feel like anyone should die because, you know,
He didn't. That's what I'm saying. Like he didn't deserve to die
like
because
if he had
because of
killed
that.
somebody, then that makes sense. He used counterfeit money and he store owner called cops and the store owner
Yeah.
called cops. Okay, that's okay, but did he deserve to die for that though? Like
That's
did he
that's
kill
what I'm
anybody?
There's
Did he kill
nothing
somebody?
justifying getting a knee in your neck to the point where
You can't breathe. Did you
you
hear?
can't breathe.
Hold on. Can we address this though? Did y'all hear about the 80-year-old man that shot a kid that knocked on the door to pick up his little kids?
Yep.
Yes.
13-year-old. That was so fucking sad. Like my mom was telling me, I almost broke down.
Hold up, but did you hear that it took?
Is that a
for him to get
homosexual white dude?
Exactly.
That
Oh
that's
no!
the
Did
issue.
you also
hear the
hear?
kid
Did you also hear in
opens
the
the door?
report that the man shot him in the chest and then shot him
You
in the
don't
head to
blame
make
him.
sure he was dead?
He shot him. Wait, you talking about the one in Kansas City?
I think so.
He
Where he
shot
went
him.
to go.
He shot him in the head, and then he shot him in the arm when he was on the ground, and then the kid got up and ran away.
No, the
Oh,
kid
shit.
died.
The kid in Kansas City did not die.
Oh my
Oh,
God,
then it's not
this
that
is
one.
wrong.
That one.
They don't
down at
It's
the
not
want to
that
go
one. Then
look it up
it was a
themselves.
10-year-old
But
man.
you know which
They-
one
They
was
will.
the
They
worst,
will
right?
not. They're so
Y'all
stupid.
remember the little kid that got unalived because they did knock on the wrong person's door to pick up, I think was
I
their
think
sibling.
that's what I was talking
But then
about.
the
Like that's
two other YT
Cannon
women
Hinnant
who got
was in his own
unalived, they
yard.
go hell and back for them though. Those two,
yeah.
granted, they should not have unalived.
None of these people, all these people are like mob
Media
bloods.
coverage.
You know what I'm
And
saying?
they went to hell
They're
and back for
they're
them.
they're
We
all
heard about
mixed.
his story for like
You
about
no, dude.
2
The
seconds.
NPC
and then
I
where
heard
what
about it
happened?
again.
fits. It totally fits, man.
No, that's how you
It
know. That's
does.
how you know social media is so racist because you remember the girl that shot her cousin and then shot herself out of fear that she was gonna get caught
Yes.
in the bathroom when she accidentally
Yes.
shot. Yeah,
No.
that was going viral for like what, a day? Not even a whole day, but a day.
Right. It wasn't even a whole day.
Exactly. It
They're
was like what
almost onto something.
Oh,
Saying
wait.
social
I'm about to
media is
say.
like
racist.
little barely anybody would put, but let it be a white kid that gets
What is
punched
fed to them
by a
through
black
social
kid.
media is
Viral for fucking
fueled with
weeks.
racial animosity. That's what they're looking
Yes.
Five
for.
page after
Outreach
5
of
page were posting that shit,
Yes.
and it's
It's
just like what
completely
the
animist.
fuck, bro?
It's like social media is
Or the
racist.
outreach of
Yeah,
people
no
who
shit.
came out after the Jeffrey Dahmer series saying how they felt bad for Jeffrey Dahmer.
Yo, making it racist.
Yeah, Ethan.
Oh my
Yeah.
god, dude! The
Yeah.
Halloween Did you see the Halloween costumes?
Yep.
Like actively forgot that entire series about how he literally unalived gay black men. Well, nobody gives a damn
Literally.
about
Dude,
them, right?
no.
But let's put the costumes. Let's trip out for him. Let's feel bad for get fucked. Get
Yeah,
fucked.
but the thing I
These
don't
Right.
people, I don't
is
understand the
still going to
language. What are they? What
proceed
language are they
at
speaking?
a house and he knocked on the wrong door and this 80-year-old man got I think it was a shotgun or something, shot him in
They're
the chest
speaking
and then
Marxist.
shot him in the head
They
to make
are.
sure he was dead. The kid
Yep.
died. Didn't even make it to the
I'm
hospital.
a
The kid died
victim.
right then
You're a
and there.
victim. We're all victims
Yeah.
of the
What
system.
story are you referring
So
to? 'Cause
let's
it sounds
pillage
like
I
the
the
one
forgot
in
the
system
name.
Kansas
It
City.
was
that's
like this. It was
obviously
I forgot
never
the name, but
ending
the kid was like what,
and
13 years
get what we
13 years
owe,
old.
No,
what we're
this
owed, because
this kid
again,
didn't die. You're
the
talking about the one
system
in Kansas City. He was
is
14, I
No, I'm
believe.
not. I don't think I'm
never
talking about the one in
ending
Kansas. I don't
and
remember
can't ever run
but
out.
the kid I'm
These
Yo,
people
that
are
kid
so
pretty
is
sure that he
some of
died.
that racist
It was
money.
it was
They
confirmed that
need
he died. So I
everyone
don't know
to
if you're
help
talking
them
damn, that shit happened more
destroy
than
the
once.
system by
The one in
empowering
Kansas City.
them to become
The one in
part of
Kansas
it.
City, it was a
Like, damn,
14-year-old
you
kid.
two stories are the same
14 or
shit.
15. He was a
There's so
teenager.
many stories. So you're
And he
definitely
went to
probably
pick
talking
up
about
his
two different
siblings.
stories.
So many.
Hold on,
But
let
the
me
one
Why
in
wouldn't
Kansas
one
City,
of
he
them
didn't
like
die.
actually
He
try to
went
look
over
up
to
the
2 other
story?
houses and they literally turned him down in
because
2 more
Rocket
houses. And at the 3rd
requires
house, they told him to get
critical
down
thinking,
and put his hands
and
up.
they don't have it.
Let me see if I can find it because I swear to God, the
I
kid
haven't
died.
heard
Hold
them
on.
mention
I
Darius
swear,
Sessions.
I put it on everything the kid had. Hold on. kid Not
The hardest
Recent
one for
he
me to
didn't
see was
die,
that one
and
that
he
happened
went
in
home a couple of weeks
Fort
ago, and
Worth.
they said that he's gonna recover, but it's gonna
Just
take
look
a
it
while.
up.
the Fort
No, that
Worth
happened.
shooting.
This little boy just got unalived in the
yeah,
head.
yeah.
It was like the token black guy of
Mhm.
the town got drunk with
Was
all
it,
his
was
buddies
an
and
84-year-old
accidentally
man
broke
who
something at the
unalived a
store.
16-year-old boy?
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
look
that
at the
And
state right now. It's literally
yeah.
on
Look up the
Google.
state.
the cops showed up and was like
It
just all
says
super aggressive,
it says
and then he tased him,
it
and then
says
the
a
taser
16-year-old boy
didn't
was
work,
shot in the head
and then
after
the
knocking
cop
on the
just
wrong
shot
door
him.
in
It
Kansas
was
City.
Kansas.
Yeah,
And
Yeah,
all his
yeah.
buddies
He didn't
were like,
die.
"What the
That's the
hell,
No, it's a
man?
different story. It's a
Like
different story.
what?"
It's an
Yeah, there's a
84-year-old man who
different. There's
Hey
unalived
man,
multiple
people
a
ones.
need to
16-year-old
control their
black boy
yeah.
narcotics,
It's the
unalived
same.
in his
and
head.
Yeah,
you need to have
Yeah,
better friends who
yeah.
won't
It's the
allow
same
Yeah,
thing.
you.
Yeah, there's
that's
If you're
multiple
drinking with
ones.
them, who won't allow
His
you to
name is
leave
Andrew
There were
Lester.
multiple.
and stay where you
and
are if they know
the
that that's how
YT
you act.
man's name is
Look, man, decision making, man.
yep.
Decision making.
So
Stop
the
making
so the
stupid ass
so the
decisions.
white
If you're drunk
the white
or
woman to the
high.
left. This is her
16-year-old
panel.
boy in his head in Kansas City.
Yeah, I think it's her
So
panel on the
Q in the
left.
comments says, I don't know.
Gotcha.
I'd say getting scholarships for the color of your skin is privileged. Well, I'd say getting killed because of your skin color isn't.
That makes no
That's right.
sense.
You know how hard it is for black people
That
to
doesn't
get
make any
into school?
sense.
You know there's still schools out there that don't allow black people in them.
What is that?
No,
just
no,
say?
there
Unalive.
aren't.
I just read it. He's not unalive. He's actually
Coming
recovering,
to their
which
own
is crazy to me
conclusions
that you got
about the
unalived in
status
your head
quo
or like
and going
shot in your
somewhere
head.
without
Yes.
It's
even
crazy.
debating their
Oh
point.
well, then
He's
that-
not.
Yes.
Not
Yeah,
without
that's
Yo,
proving
hold on, one of them
that
just
things
looked it up.
are.
Yeah, he
Also,
recovered.
He went Because to the they wrong house. because they He went to he went to a street instead of terrace.
Yeah.
Unalive.
The guy
Jesus
opened the
Christ.
door and just What shot they through just the say glass he was door, killed? shot him My in the God. head, and then he
Bruh,
opened the door,
unalived?
walked
Like
out,
what?
and just
And
shot
shot him
him
again.
again on the ground. And then the kid got But up he and didn't stopped him. die.
Yep. But did you
wow.
hear about the other one a couple of
God,
years ago
God
where it was
is
the
good.
Yeah,
6-year-old boy and the
he
guy shot the
undied.
the 6-year-old boy a couple years ago last year, and he killed
He
that
was
boy
unalived.
because
We
he
got all
came
these
to the wrong house.
undeads walking around, man.
How often is this shit happening?
Oh God, that's what I'm saying.
It
Like,
happens
Oh
often.
God, that's what I'm saying.
happened, and there was another story that no one talked about in my town.
They
A friend of
invoke
mine
God.
knocked on the front door and he got
They
unalived.
take God's name in vain, the
it was
very
got
God that they
unalived.
don't believe in. That's
He
insane.
was just drinking. And he knocked on the wrong door to go to a pool thing, and he got unalived. But then
Opened the wrong
that
door.
was yeah. And so, but then literally like in the same month, it happened to a black kid, and they weren't like the media coverage wasn't the same. Like we heard about it, but it wasn't the same. And like all of my friends at our school was just like, as much as I feel bad for both of them, I'm kind of annoyed that our friend is the only one that had the most coverage about it. And then like the other kid from a different school.
You know
got
what? I figured this out.
energy, on our like local news, and that was like
I
a
figured
whole
it
thing in
out,
our
man.
school. It ended up
I know what
turning
it
into
is.
a whole current events thing because of that. And like, God, I miss my friend, but the fact that like you got the most media coverage and the same thing happened to both of you in pretty much damn near the same way is wild to me.
These
Why is it
are all the
wild?
people in real life. These are all the people in real life that would never have a friend.
Two different races.
No, they
If
won't.
they did have
It doesn't matter
friends,
which.
it would be
If
other
one's
liars like themselves.
I swear to God,
Yes, and
every time
then
I left,
they
will
would all
always
eat
get
each
my
other.
attention. They could be
These
homo
people
with
are
time, just as
unreliable.
Just as
Yeah,
Never
if they was
rely
in a
on them.
community, yeah, for sure.
Literally 5 young men who didn't even know each other in Central Park in New York City in the late 90s were literally forced to commit to a crime that they didn't, I mean, to admit to a
To
crime that they
commit
didn't
to a
commit,
crime.
and then were sent
read
to
about
prison for long periods of time for a crime
read
they
about that.
didn't commit.
Yeah, I read about that. That's
I
Like,
heard about that.
ridiculous.
I heard about that. What did you hear about that? It's on
Reddit 5.
Oh, let me see the baby. Right, the Central Park 5. It's on Netflix. If y'all haven't
my
watched
baby
it,
that's crying.
Cute ass baby. Oh my
That's not
God.
my baby that's crying, but this is my baby. This is the Libra that doesn't know how to leave me the fuck alone. He all up in my business.
Your son cute as fuck.
Thank you.
Look,
Yo,
and
no, cute.
What is a fuck? What is that?
What
There's
is
a very
girls'
very
That's a
infamous
compliment,
white
right?
man.
You need to just, no, it's not. No,
Right? That's
sometimes they don't
supposedly-
give a fuck. I mean,
There's a very infamous white man that tries to claim the system made him what he is.
They're students.
Yep.
The
His
girls.
name was
See if they have
Charles
a
Manson.
male genitalia.
Yep.
and kick them out of
They're
school.
like
Oh,
400
good
some
one.
bills that are going to be passed against trans people. Like, I know I'm not tripping. I swear I saw that somewhere. There's like 400 different bills. It's ridiculous.
Perhaps it's Charles
I
Wayne
wouldn't doubt
Gacy.
it.
Did I just hear Dada? Did that baby just say
Yeah,
Dada?
he be running his mouth disrespectfully. Don't know how to not say mom. No, but I learned something that it's literally the reason why they say dad at first is because it's the easiest way. It's the way when they start speaking.
Whatever, lady.
Holy shit! I feel like a whole lot's went on in the whole 5 to 7 minutes I was gone. Lord, son.
Man. Hey, a whole lot of nothing.
Whole lot of circles.
This is sad. This is really sad that this is this is the de-evolution of humanity right here. You're watching it.
They're having kids.
Apparently, some baby's looking for his dad.
You're right. They sure. Hey, Rock, you're right. They sure are having baby goats. You're absolutely right. They are having baby goats, and
they're just telling stories, bro. Did you hear about the black guy that got unalived by the white guy in Pittsburgh? Hey, did you hear about? Oh no, did you hear about the white girl that got unalived by the black? It's like, yo.
And by the
like,
way, yo, baby, cute as fuck.
You know, call me.
I don't give a fuck.
Call me crazy, but I remember a day and time when people with mental illness were put on the 4th floor of any hospital.
Not anymore, baby, because that's discrimination. Discrimination.
Now we got to celebrate mental illness.
We sure do, which is insane. The insanity of celebrating insanity.
This is crazy.
Hey, did y'all see what's happening in California though with the let's say the population?
Yeah, I'll get to that here. Rock. I plan on getting to that. I don't want to lose focus on this nonsense right here yet.
Yeah. How can you gain focus on this nonsense?
I'm trying to unfocus, man.
Yeah, but see, look, the thing is this is look, man. You are not going to find this on YouTube or on TikTok. I've done the due diligence of going down the dark inferno for you.
You have successfully descended into Dante's ninth circle, into Hell's ninth circle in Dante's Inferno.
I mean, most of you guys that got TikTok, I guarantee you're not going to find this shit on your feed.
I don't even know how to work TikTok.
Dude, it takes a lot of work to be able to get this much fucking chaos to constantly be streaming on your feed.
You got to let me know in the back, bro, how you found this.
Dude, look, I've followed so many weirdos on TikTok that now it's suggested.
Oh, okay. So this is one of those Fight Club things where you can't talk about Fight Club. I got you.
No, it's not even that, dude. It really isn't. Look, how it all started out is I found out that they were doing TikTok lives now, and I was like, ooh, interesting. And it initially started as me wanting to find the TikTok version of the shit that Hood found on Twitter. Because you know how Wood's Twitter algorithm's all jacked up?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, that's pretty much what I did to this. You know, it's one of them things where you got to be willing to go deep and listen to shit you really don't want to listen to. In all honesty. Because this is nonsense. This is craziness. But I do want to hear a little bit more what they're talking about, just because the chaos is, to me, it's amusing, you know, because like I said earlier, I think that, like, Lou, you agreed a lot of these discussions that these morons are having are 4, 5, 6 year old discussions that we were having on YouTube panels 4, 5, 6 years ago. So they're literally, you know, a day late and a dollar short on this.
Right. But you don't, the thing that keeps you coming is that every time they have one of these discussions, no matter what platform, there's always a
victim narrative.
Well, no. There's always an anomaly that you're waiting to pop up.
Yes.
In these conversations, you see, like what I'm saying, like know, okay, you know this conversation is gonna go this way, and it's like, oh, whoa, wait a minute, that person's losing their shit. Hold on, what's going on here? And then you hone in on that. You're literally waiting for that moment, and that's what most of these people are doing. And those are the clips that when I say that, you know, Clip City, those are the moments that I want to clip because everything else is just mundane. We've been
Yeah.
there, we've heard it before, you know, stuff
And
like that.
homosexuals telling women and their sons that the baby is cute as fuck.
Did I miss this ugly baby?
No, it's just the fact that it's coming from this zesty white dude who is telling a woman that her child is cute with an expletive at the end. You know,
yeah, right. You're talking about something with the baby in the
how is that?
Your baby's saying your baby's cute as the F-bomb.
Yes, that is not.
Even tying a baby and the F-bomb together is kind of
Lets me know that you're on what. Lets me know that you're on pedo time. Okay?
Right.
Okay, that's what that lets me know. And
yeah,
and these people they use this terminology carte blanche, like it's just normal, like it's okay. It's the lingua franca of the degenerate.
Yeah, I feel you.
But they have to, but they still have to use the word unalive.
Hold on. Yeah, that's nuts. But Roy, hey, I'm gonna tell you something straight. Roy boy, I'm gonna tell you something straight up. It's a lot more. These anomalies are a lot more frequent than you think. Like, not only are they a lot more frequent, they're a lot more varied. Like, it's not always the same anomaly. It's always something.
It's something
completely
new, almost.
different.
It like comes right out of the left field and shit. Like you didn't even see it coming. You were waiting for it. You knew it was coming, but you didn't know this was coming.
Yeah, that is the rub. That you know that it's such an anomaly. You know that anomaly is sure to come, so you can set your mind by it. These people.
Oh, did you guys hear about the Central Park male Karen of color that was so afraid of dogs he carried dog treats around so he could kidnap dogs from white ladies that didn't have their dog on a leash?
Now, that's an anomaly. That is an anomaly right there. What? Say that again.
I think I've heard of
Say that again. That was a lot that you said there. Go ahead.
That was a lot of words.
Did you guys hear about the Central Park male Karen of color that was so terrified of dogs he carried dog treats around in his pocket so he could kidnap them from white women if they didn't have them on a leash?
Tell me you clipped that, right, Free Zone?
I need to go find that article. I need to go find that.
That was his deal. His problem was his dog wasn't on a leash, and he's afraid of dogs, so he's got dog treats in his pocket. Wow.
Why would he need to have dog treats in his pocket if he's afraid of dogs?
Hey,
that's the anomaly.
Cyber.
And then
any moment, Cyber. At any moment, I'm expecting you to say.
Then he tried to unalive her by calling the cops because he's afraid of cops too.
Oh my God, Cyber! At any moment, your voice. At any moment, I'm expecting you to say, "All my life, I wanted to be a good fella."
So we got a male Karen of color, George Floyd lookalike.
Oh my God.
Hey, I'd sit around and laugh it up with Ray any day of the week.
Oh my God.
All my life, I wanted to be a good fella. Just say it one time for me. Just one time.
All my life, I wanted to be a good
fella.
Tell you. Yes, dude.
You can't make this shit up.
If they ever need someone to do a voiceover that sounds like him, man, you could do it all day.
Somebody, come make me an offer I can't refuse.
I got dog treats. I got plenty of dog treats.
Oh my God, I can't.
Oh man.
He says, "Hey, lady, does your dog bite?" And she's like, "No." He's like, "Well, then how does he eat?" White people are such liars.
You ain't shit. Oh my God.
Before I leave, y'all gonna be flabbergasted because YT women are wild, especially in interracial relationships. My son, first of all, TikTok lightens the fuck out of us. But for context, my son is already light as fuck. I'm talking white, right?
Yeah, why is your son white?
It happens.
No shit, right?
gonna be
Tell him
popping.
go outside, get some sun.
This math, that baby math don't work out.
I'm gonna show you the original
No.
picture that I took, and then I'm gonna show you the picture that she edited. Let me just show you because it's
Wait,
it's
Alexandra,
unhinged.
can you make her?
Wait,
Can you
I
make?
wanna see
Oh,
this.
you make her.
Yeah. Here, hold on. Let me
Oh
find
my
it, and I'll
god.
make you.
Alexandra, what kind of dog is that?
She's a mini American Shepherd.
Cute. Oh my God,
A mini American
Adorable.
Shepherd. Okay,
She
so
looks like she's really smart.
This is the original
Is
photo.
that, are those green eyes?
Okay.
He has like a mix of brown and
You hear
green.
that? Are
His
those
dad
green
has
eyes?
the heterochromia, so I think he's
I
gonna have.
didn't I tell you what time he's on?
Gonna happen.
Oh, you found yourself a
But he has. That's the original photo.
Freaking
right?
disgusting.
Look what the fuck she did.
He has no idea what she's gonna
Hold on,
try
y'all.
and do
Y'all
to
gonna
him.
fucking scream.
Yes.
Y'all
She
gonna
fucks
scream.
niggas, y'all.
I was livid. So we just gonna make my baby extra white.
Hello?
We just gonna make him
Wow.
whiter than he can ever. My baby.
I don't see no difference.
We're just gonna erase
I don't-
anything
I don't
of
see a
blackness
difference
that could ever
either.
be in my child's body.
I didn't see a difference.
Ever.
It looks
right?
like a baby.
Like he ain't come out my coop.
You know,
It's like a baby that they turn the light on.
I think that
Hold on,
baby
wait
does
a
have
minute.
green eyes though.
Wait a minute. Y'all see the
Hey,
y'all
hold
see the
on.
eyebrow on the
Pause
right?
it.
Why the fuck is
Pause
it going
it
across the
real
face?
quick.
Are you saying you
Blacks who
can't see
def-
200 years of oppression in his eyes?
Hold on. Blacks who defile. I think I'm gonna have to side with you now, because now she's showing pictures of her white baby to a group of people arguing about white privilege, and all of them are like, "Oh."
Thank you.
That's a black girl showing a picture of a white baby. It's that, dude.
I'm telling you. I'm
They all
telling
got
you.
white babies.
No, but free zone. You see what I'm talking? What I said. Rings true.
I secede, sir. You won
thank
that
you.
argument.
Thank you so much.
See, all you gotta do is let it play through long enough free zone, and it'll all come to fruition on these fools. I'm
trying to-
telling you.
I'm like the Oracle of Delphi. Okay.
Oh my god!
It's not hard to see. It
Even
just,
the gay guy was like, "That was the cutest white baby I've ever seen." Like, what are we doing?
You're fools, man.
Are those green racist eyes?
You know,
Jesus.
I wish
Trying to
I
make
had
sure that
green
my baby
racist
knows
eyes.
it's got privilege for the rest of its life.
man, if y'all live out here, hey, Rock, didn't you say you live out in Texas too?
Yes, sir. Hey,
You live in Fort
hey,
Worth
you know
area?
what? I'm gonna tell you something real quick. I'm gonna tell y'all a little secret. Okay, I moved out here in 2008
Yeah.
to Texas. That's how far ahead I am. All right. So let's just say that. But yeah, I live in San Antonio.
Oh, San Antonio. Oh, San Antonio. Okay.
And you know what? I talked to a lot of my neighbors, and a lot of my neighbors are Spanish.
Yes,
and dude,
yes.
I don't see how these people are winning anything really. You know what I'm saying? Like, because
Yes.
everyone's kind of on the same page. Like everyone I talk to in the store, everybody I ever see out here, man, we're all like, we're all on the same page. We all have this Texas mindset. So I
Yes.
don't understand how these other people are winning. It's like, I guess,
But they're not winning. That's the thing. Per capita, there's more red ground kept than there is blue. The
Oh
problem,
my God! Yeah, if you look at the election map,
The
it's
blue's
like 90% of
concentrated in
America.
metropolitan areas.
exactly. The blue is concentrated.
All the live ended.
You're good. The blue is concentrated in these big cities that they claim are innocuous, but they're not. But the beautiful thing about it is that people, even the leftists, are leaving those places in droves. And what happens when you don't have a centralized left? They get swallowed up by everybody else. And data is in that says that though people were afraid that, though the right was afraid and conservatives were afraid that if leftists left their beehives, these huge amalgamations of left, and came out here, they would infect the right. But the data coming in says the opposite. So
can we smoke cigarettes on here?
Huh?
Can we smoke cigarettes on here?
Yeah, I don't care, Rock.
Yeah,
Look, everybody wants to know the key to getting to that level of Dante's Inferno.
I just want to show my face so people don't think I'm
be
some sort of racist from the South or something.
Well,
I'm black. I can't be racist.
The key to it is you got to be willing to smoke a lot of reefer.
I'm
a lot of
me
reefer.
as well. And the problem is I'm holding my child. But yes.
But yeah,
Yeah,
man,
most-
people, I think I've been really thinking about this lately. I think we really need to come up with like 7 different things that even a lefty on 4 of them can agree with, and then trick them.
But you know, that's what I'm saying, Rock. It's already happening because leftists like not being run in on by armed robbers. Leftists like not having road rage incidents where people pull out
I'll
a
be right
weapon
back. You guys got it.
and shoot to death. Leftists like going to their shops and not having people run the places of business out of town. All these are largely, if not solely, Republican laws on the books, and that keep the peace. That's why they're moving here. They don't have
They
to be
tried
tricked.
to. They recently just tried to decriminalize theft out here, basically.
Yeah, they did, but then they get SWAT. Then they see the fact that they brought it to the table is fine. That's
yeah, they
democracy.
voted for it. Yeah, but it did not pass.
Yeah, they slapped that shit right on down, didn't they? Same way they slapped down late term abortion here. Same way they slapped down a whole bunch of other things that I can't think of right now. But yes, I avail myself and I write stern letters to my senator all the damn time because he's a SOB as well.
Oh, really? Yeah,
Yeah.
that's. I've been wanting to get involved in politics, but I have some.
Always
business
write
things
your
going
senator.
on.
Just write him.
I have some business things going on right now, so I know a lot of people, believe it or not. So I'm just waiting.
No, all I'm saying
kind of
is-
waiting to use those connections.
You don't even have to just email them a blurb. Fire off some emails and let them know how disrespectful they are for the things that they vote on and don't vote on. I let them know every day just to keep them on their toes. I got a guy in who's been in for 20 years and hasn't done a damn thing except sit there and wants me to vote for him. And I told him why. Look what you voted for. He voted for that $1 trillion budget that we're now reaping the consequences of. And I'm like, how dare you? And you think I'm supposed to vote for you? And you claim that you have my best interests in mind when you vote on the floor?
Dude, I can tell you right now, a secret to all of this is when someone says they're going to help you, they're not going to help you.
Yeah, of course.
There
it
That's
is.
my point.
Nothing that is free is ever free. When you get a buy one get one free deal, you're not getting the second item for free. You're
No, you're
paying
not.
for both of them.
Yes, you are. You are absolutely right, sir. Someone was about to say something. I thought it was Free Zone or Cyber.
No, I was simply agreeing with Rock. That is absolutely true.
Yeah, it's not free at all, and that's what I'm letting this politician know, that his vote is not guaranteed just because I'm not a leftist. You know, it's insane, man.
What state are you in?
Texas.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Have you ever seen the signs at supermarkets where it says buy more and save?
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah, Cyber, you're on fire today. You are on fire.
All right, I'm back. What I miss?
Me, Lambast.
Hey, y'all remember Pick and Save? Y'all remember Pick and Save?
Yes.
I don't like. I don't think I like where this line of discussion is going.
Hey, look,
yo, man, Cyber been
there's
killing
a-
it with the one-liners, man. That's hilarious, bro.
Yeah, he's on fire. John Corwin is my senator, and he's been in, and I mean, you know, Ted Cruz is as well, but John Corwin is my specific senator who I lambast any chance I can get, and then you know, because I'm just completely unhappy with that bastard.
You know what? You use that word so fucking much. I'm gonna look it up and see what it means.
What?
Don't.
Oh, lambast.
Don't tell me. I'm looking it up.
I told you that I was going to stop using that word because what's his name? What's his name? Irvin. Black Moses used it too much yesterday, so I'm gonna.
Oh my God, man, that guy. Oh.
I'm now going to scrub that from my vernacular.
I don't believe you. I don't believe you.
You're right. It's gonna take a while.
It's gonna be hard, yeah.
Dude, you not being able to say that was like me dropping the F-bomb. I used to say that notoriously bad. Like it used to ask Loof back in the Trailer Hood days. I was dropping the F-bomb like every 3 words.
Yeah.
Is there such a word as lambastardized?
Let's find out.
I mean,
lambast means
it's 2023.
Lambast means to beat soundly, to scold severely. Okay, now I understand what you're saying.
Yep. There is a word lambasters, but not
lambastard would be awesome though. We should make that a word. Since they
we
can
should.
invent words, can we?
I made up a word. I merged the 2 words rhetorical and pejorative and made pejorical.
Pejorical?
Yeah,
Pejorical.
Like
I thought you were
ago.
saying lamp bastard, like a bastard child next to a lamp, or
that's another good one.
Like an illegitimate kid that doesn't like the sun or something. I don't know. I didn't know what you were saying, bro. I'm like, whatever he's saying, he going off.
Yeah,
like, yeah.
We could
him.
make up another word in the spirit of that first part of the definition, to beat soundly. We could make up the word lambasturbate.
I like that.
I want you to buy my new fried chicken, that is. Sure enough. I used to work for the Pentagon. Now I help you to get your chicken on. And for a limited time only, order a 8-piece nappy meal and get a 32-ounce malt liquor absolutely free.
You can't go wrong with Billy D.
Hey, I ain't gonna that did sound good though. Let's keep it real. That chicken look good though. Let's keep it real.
That looked like some Lee's chicken.
hey, that needs to be on the list. That needs to be on the list. Fried chicken.
There's a place called Babes out here, man. Lord have mercy, Jesus. Some of the best fried chicken you would ever have in your life, and it's white owned. Babes and what's their other? Bubba's is their other restaurant, but it's basically the same restaurant, and it is off the damn chain. And they do fried catfish, and it's the family style, man. When they serve you, it's off the chain.
See, Lee's up here in in Ohio, they got a Lee's, and there they during the summer, I think it's on Saturdays or Sundays, you can get deep fried walleye.
Damn, that sounds delicious.
Oh, dude, and walleye is real big up in like the Great Lake area, especially.
It is.
Like
I used to
Lake
go
Erie.
fishing for it, Chicago.
Yeah, dude. And if you don't know anything about walleye are motherfucker when you catch them if you don't catch them right, because they got 2 rows of razor sharp teeth in their fucking head.
And they'll bite the shit out of you.
Yes, they will.
Let me.
Walleye. What the hell is that?
Walleye is some amazing fish, dude. It tastes so good.
Freshwater?
Yeah.
They are delicious fish, man. They are delicious. Just like I like whiting. Whiting is basically crappie, and I love buffalo.
Crappie's good too.
I go crappie.
The only fish I actually like is catfish. I'm sorry.
Well, catfish is delicious too.
Well, that's all. Well, look, catfish you can find anywhere. Anywhere there's a muddy bottom, you'll find catfish.
You will, and they're huge. Have
They
you
are the
ever
most
had
delicious
drumfish?
of the fishes.
Catfish are basically a step up from carp, dude. That's all they are.
That's all they are. They're the same.
I understand they're bottom feeders. Believe me, I understand.
They're delicious,
But,
man.
you know,
They are delicious but you can't look. Let's be real.
sometimes you got to put the bottom
even in
feeders
the-
on a
look, even in
pedestal.
the-
Okay,
even in
that's
the-
it's
Dude,
2023.
even in the freshest lake, even in the cleanest lake, man, you got to get like the adolescent catfish for them to actually taste.
Oh yeah,
right.
you don't want a big one.
Because
Yeah,
if you
no,
get a
I
big
know.
one, it's going to taste like you're eating nothing but a mud puddle.
Hey,
you're eating
I
ass.
caught 2 sharks at one time on a trout line off
That's
of here.
crazy.
So
Were you
believe me, I
slab
know-
fishing?
Huh?
I used to tight
You
line for
slab
catfish.
fishing?
No, I was
Fishing
I
with
was just-
slabs, or were you? Okay.
No, I forgot what I was fishing with. Maybe like pieces of fish. It was
Okay.
It wasn't
No,
that
I just-
big. I
like
wasn't
slab
fishing for shark. I was just fishing for reds or something.
Well,
And,
if you're fishing for trout out in the ocean, you're fishing for shark. What was I gonna say? Have you ever had a drumfish? Drumfish?
No, I haven't.
Okay, I was gonna say drumfish are basically buffalo. They have a whole bunch of freaking bones, but getting those bones stuck in your throat are worth it.
That's almost like I guess the closest thing to that I could say would be like sunfish or bluegill.
Yeah, pretty much.
Because
You ever
bluegill, man,
had-
if you don't fillet
Bluegill-
bluegill properly, man, there's a shit ton of fucking rib bones in that shit.
Yes.
Bluegill are also known as drum.
Oh, are
There you
they?
go. Drumfish.
Okay.
Have you ever
Then I've had drumfish. I used to eat bluegill all the time.
in Ohio, for some reason, my brother, he stays in Cincinnati. He works for Amazon, and he stays on the Cincinnati side, but he commutes to Kentucky for Amazon.
That's not uncommon.
And he says there, for some reason, there are these spaghetti places. It's like, it's not barbecued spaghetti. It's this weird
Chili spaghetti.
Yes. Oh my God. What
It's
is
called
that, man?
Cincinnati chili.
Is it good?
Fuck yeah, dude! You put it's like a sweet spaghetti instead of a spicy spaghetti put on top, or sweet chili instead of spicy chili put on top of spaghetti noodles.
I'm gonna try
That
that.
sounds
one day.
awesome.
I've been to Cincinnati.
Dude, they do that, and then you put you pile it up with shredded cheddar cheese and diced onions and
That
stuff.
sounds delicious.
Oh, dude, it is. It really is. Like I said, but instead of it being like most people when they think of chili, they think of something spicy. You know,
Oh, I don't think it's spicy, man, at all. I like my chili to be a little on the
And the
sweet
chili-
and tangy side.
well, and the chili is more meaty than it is. I don't think their chili really
Beans.
has beans in it. It's actual chili.
Okay, I see what you're saying. It's actual meat chili.
Yeah,
versus
it's
a
real
bean
chili. It's what chili used to be before we let Mexicans put beans in it.
Well, actually, chili was beans and chilies. Yeah,
Well,
literally.
I thought the cowboy chili from back in the day was just that, just meat, a bunch
Well,
of
yeah,
ground up meat.
Well, that's what it became when they started. When the queers and steers started getting into it. But on the trail, when they talked about chili, that's what it was. And then I only know this because I went to the Alamo and all that other stuff and learned some stuff. So I said, cool, man. The argument's still in. They even tracked it back to the freaking horse-drawn carriage that it was started on it, because they said they didn't have any meat on there. They had chilies and they had beans and they had other produce. But whatever. I make some award-winning chili, hence my tangy taco mix from Loudmouth Flavors.
Yeah, make sure you go check out his YouTube or his webpage, man, and help support a brother.
Hallelujah. Go help support a brother. Loudmouth Flavors, Tangy Taco. Get you about 15.
You ought to send. I ought to give you my address. You send me a couple.
I'll send you some, man.
The more you buy, the more you
I'll
save.
put one alive and give my review of your flavors.
Yeah, I'll send you some. No, email me at blackswhodefy@gmail.com.
I'll do that, man.
Or you can email me at loudmouthflavors1@gmail.com. Either or.
So I checked out the fish thing. I was wrong about them also being known as drum. They're also known as brim. Bluegill are also known as brim. Drum.
Yeah.
They are
That makes
are
sense.
confused with the perch family, but bluegill's not part of the perch family, but drum are.
I can see why they are. Thank you, Georgia Swan. Thank you so much. Now, here's the caveat with my website. Wix, who is my domain host, sucks, and they cut off
they do.
my store, my online store. So you can put things in the cart, but you will not be able to purchase them.
That's
So
bullshit.
the best thing you can do is to go to loudmouthflavors1@gmail, and I can send you, put in your order there, and I can send it to you via you can cash at me or whatever, and I can send it to you, and you'll be able to track your package because I use some software here to send my packages. So you'll be good. But I hate Wix, and I have to change my domain.
Well, real quick though, Well, I've been sitting here with this on the screen, man. I don't know if anybody's interested, but Rock dropped the link, and I'm surprised.
Yes, I am interested because I want to see.
I didn't catch this because I subscribed to the Benny Show as well, man. So I'm really surprised I didn't catch this. But this is satellite imagery of, I guess, the fires starting up in Canada when they actually started.
The fires they started, yeah.
So let's check this out. Give this a watch.
On the weather trends of a certain area. Well, what this curious observer found is that when you zoom in on Quebec, where the wildfires are, well, what you'll find is that every single wildfire that is causing all of this smoke and all of this damage and all of this chaos, all those fires seem to be started in unison at the exact same time.
And let me just say, can I just say, before you continue,
go ahead.
You know anything about Quebec or Quebec? You know that's not the driest, most arid area. Okay, it's pretty much wet. 360 days out of the freaking year, and cold. So why? How? You know, I don't think anything spontaneously combusted. Yeah, that's what I'll say.
Well, let's look at this. This is interesting.
That's not the way things are supposed to work. Let's watch.
This is here in the upper right-hand corner. Watch this throughout the day today. A giant outbreak of fires has taken place across a whole Canadian province all at once. Look up to the northeast, up here in Quebec. All of Quebec just caught on fire all at once on a clear day. I would say this would be some kind of terrorism of some kind or an attack. Here it is. Here we are. I'm going to let the images load.
Operation
You can see this
Northwood?
morning. It's clear. Just partly cloudy skies. Nothing really crazy going on there. And then, well, here's last night. Here's today.
Look, boom.
All
boom.
of Southeast Quebec just caught on fire, guys. All
That's
of it.
crazy. Boom, 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 boom,
Look,
boom.
look, no
Insane.
lightning strikes.
Insane.
All at the same time. That's
Look at that.
crazy.
The whole thing.
Look, no rods from
all
God.
at once.
Well, hot damn. I can see why this is gone viral. This video has
My first thought that it was
600,000 views.
The first all-female controlled burn effort that didn't go as planned, but just as expected.
You know what? I would concur, sir.
That is nuts.
Nuts is an understatement, bro.
There's no way you can even try and play that off as being
A natural disaster.
a natural occurrence. It's fucking possible. Look, you can see them all spark up like one after another. Look at that. Boom, 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 from the south all the way up to the north.
Now, granted, I don't know how many clicks they are between one another. Yeah, whether that's hundreds of miles or thousands of miles between one another. But yeah,
There's no way. Look at that.
what is the distance between each burn?
I don't know. What's the let me
You know
look,
what I mean?
I'll look up real quick what the distance is from South Alberta to North Alberta. And that might give us a general idea.
Yeah, that'll give us
A rule of
Not-
thumb.
Uh-huh. It looks too symmetrical to me. It doesn't look random enough. It's like it looks like a human being's attempt to make it look random. You know what I mean?
It's about so they say that the area from south to north is 6,566.6 square kilometers.
Okay, so that would mean.
And what is it? How many kilometers are there in a mile?
There is like 1.5 kilometers in a mile or something like that. I can't remember. Don't get me lying.
It's 2.2 kilometers or something.
Yeah, there you go.
Alberta's got to be bigger than 3 miles.
I'm thinking about hectares.
It looks, to be honest, man, this is some of the craziest. I've been on the internet for a long time, and this is some of the craziest video I've ever seen.
Oh, I was right. It's 1.609 kilometers in 1 mile. So I was spot on. 1.5 kilometers in a mile.
So like
And
this
that's
is
smart. Go ahead.
Okay, so it says their area, Alberta's geography spans an area of approximately 255,541 square miles.
Okay.
That's the entire province of Alberta.
Okay.
Because there's a bunch of little towns inside of Alberta.
Okay.
It consists of 19 cities, 107 towns, 81 villages, 51 summer villages, 6 specialized municipalities, 33 municipal districts, 7 improvement districts, and 3 special areas.
To be honest, it does look like a terrorist attack.
It looks exactly like a terrorist attack.
Yeah, but not even terrorism that we think of terrorism.
Arena, all these people we've been letting on into this country. Think about it.
No, but no. I think it's more of the people who run the country terrorist attack, kind of like Operation Northwoods terrorist attack. These people are I mean, I'm watching
like 40,
real time.
like 40 different fires starting up.
Listen, I'm watching in real time in America and north of America, the people consistently burning down our infrastructure who are supposed to be proponents of it. It's insane. The politicians, the bureaucracy we don't vote in, and the powers that be are doing a hell of a job without having any foreign people who have stepped foot on our soil spearhead the operation. It's us.
And you know what's a crazy thing? I was trying to look this up when I was trying to find it again. And
okay, look at this real quick.
The news stories, all of them are not
real quick,
talking about this.
I want to point something out because I want to show you. Look, I want you to look at what he's showing. That way we can get context of the area. All right. Look at where all these fires are breaking out. Okay. Right down here in this area. All right. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to share the actual map of Alberta with you guys. Present.
So that province is basically about 4,000 miles. Because 6,000 kilometers is like 3 3/4, or it's like 3,000.
All those fires,
700 miles.
All those fires broke out around here, where all these little towns were.
Wow. Trying to force everybody out or into depression.
And it almost looks like it was centralized around the Edmonton area. Let me pull up the footage again.
All this stuff has reminded me of Gamork helping the Nothing in the Never-Ending Story. What he said about why he was helping is, he said, because people without hope are easier to control.
And that's a fact, sir.
Look and see where most of those fires are. That is right around where the Edmonton area is.
Well, they're getting a nice smoke bath, smoke signals,
So here's what comes to my mind is, what does this mean for that whole area of the whole country? Because right now there's no planes flying in and out of New York.
It means commerce has grinded.
I'm guessing that that fire is going to be burning for a little while.
Yeah, and
I mean, looks kind of big.
Yeah, it means that commerce has grinded to a halt. Is what that means. It means New York is the cesspool we all knew it was, and the fact that they're alienating their populace by allowing illegal aliens to come in there and run carte blanche is not going to go over well with the overall
Hold on.
infrastructure.
If that whole part of the country just shut down, that means that they're going to have people have to leave.
Yes.
Like people in New York right now don't realize, oh, it's just a little smoky from the fire up there. You don't realize how big this fire is. This
It's huge,
fire is
man.
going to be going on for months. Like it's like a volcano going off right there.
And you're right, sir. You're absolutely right.
Did you hear about the Unitarian Church in Spencer, Massachusetts? We got struck by lightning and then the steeple caught fire and collapsed into the whole building.
Do what?
Yeah.
Repeat yourself,
Then,
sir.
What?
There was a Unitarian church which they deny the Trinity, they deny certain aspects of the Bible, and
Yes,
they're
they
very
do.
big on inclusivity. But in Spencer, Massachusetts, a Unitarian church had their steeple struck by lightning, and the steeple caught fire and collapsed into the building, took the whole thing out. It was built in like the 1700s.
Was they in there?
What's that?
Were they in there at the time?
There was no one in there. No.
Did you hear about the Catholic Cathedral out in California that's been converted to a church for the Satan now?
Yes.
Does it look like the one that's in where the Pope is in the Vatican? Does it look like the Vatican one
No.
with the snake? You ever seen that one, Blacks?
Say again. One more.
They have
Something about that room in the Vatican.
Yeah, they have
It's got a great big, huge mural depicting, I think, Satan coming up from the ground on it.
Yeah, I've seen. I know exactly what you're talking about, and I chalked that up to them just going overboard with their depictions of characters in God's word. You know,
Well, you know, the Vicar of Christ actually means Antichrist, right?
Yeah. But you know, there is a dang, I just lost my train of thought. Oh, there's a whole school of people who believe that King David was a homosexual.
Well, I find it interesting that the Vatican has a great big, huge pine cone right outside. And what is that? What they call that square there?
Vatican Square. I don't remember.
Vatican Square, right outside of the basilica, right there. Because the pine cone is pagan imagery for the pineal gland.
Listen, this is what I'll say. If you thought that these people that are there who follow the Pope are followers of Christ, then you got another thing coming. You thought that they were Christians.
That.
They're not at all. These people,
no, sir, they're not.
They believe that the vicar of the Lord is the Pope. The Pope,
and he is the actual representation of God on earth.
Exactly. This guy, you know, these people. They're not
what was it? St. Peter was supposedly the one that was supposed to have transferred the power of Christ over to the Vatican.
Yes.
St. Peter was the last. Well, he was one of the last disciples that was alive.
Yes, he died a heinous death as well. He died on the cross as well, but upside down,
right?
Because he believed that he was not worthy of dying in the same fashion.
The same manner as Jesus.
Exactly. But if you look at all the apostles, they all died heinously. One thrown off a cliff, several stoned, some gutted, some hanged.
You know what that almost sounds like? It almost sounds like how the revolutionaries all died that helped found America. They all died heinous deaths.
You would be right, sir. Isn't that funny?
Isn't it funny?
You know, anyway,
It sounds like a big old coincidence.
The first martyr after the crucifixion of Christ was a man named Stephanos, and that's the guy that was stoned to death in front of Saul, who later became Paul the Apostle.
Yep.
And the people who orchestrated the murder of Stephen were known as the Synagogue of Libertines.
Or modern day
It's in
libertarians.
I don't know. Maybe something Masonic.
Or
I don't know.
the Synagogue of
exactly.
Libertines,
It's in Acts chapter 5 or chapter 6.
Yeah, you know what?
AKA the
secret.
AKA
I'll
the
tell y'all a little
Sanhedrin.
secret. I'm Steven. Nah.
Oh my God. AKA
That's my
AKA
name though. Don't wear it out.
the
Don't wear my
Sanhedrin,
name
the
out.
very thing that Saul was a part of. You know, why
Do
am I
names
losing-
have power? What do y'all think?
Say again?
Do you think the name, right? Because your parents are, they come up with the name for whatever reason that they come up with it for. But does that name actually have an effect on someone?
I don't believe it has power in essence. It has power of influence.
Yeah. So just like words have power, you use words in a certain sequence, aka a sentence, to rally troops or to rally voters to back your cause. Yes, like my man Cyber is saying. However, do they have so this is
essence? I'm saying like in essence. Right?
Yeah. Do they in essence?
Someone
Do they
understanding like you're a kid, you're growing up, right? And you're like, my name is this, right? Or whatever your
Right.
name is. Does
Right.
that name have an effect on someone? Because I'm saying because I've never seen an intellectual named Pookie.
I've
You see
seen,
what
but
I'm saying?
I've seen degenerates named Seneca.
Yeah.
Do you get what I'm saying?
I've never seen that. Yeah.
Yeah,
I see
I've
what
seen a
you're saying.
degenerate, and it's crazy. You know who Seneca is? He was a Stoic, and a scholar, Greek scholar. Yes, I've seen, but that's my point. Names have the power you give it.
Laughing Dog disagrees with all of us. He says the small hats did it all.
Hey, I don't not disagree.
Right. We're not disagreeing, but we're not validating either.
I unagree. Is that the correct answer?
People don't often mention the Gnostics.
Standing tall.
Gnosticism was a real big part of ancient history too.
Yeah.
Standing.
And there were certain elements of Gnosticism that certain people in the Knights Templar, not the Knights Templar, but certain people adopted these concepts and created
sure did.
splinter factions behind
So-
the eminence front of the Knights Templar. Have you guys heard of the name Rex Church? He's
No.
known today as Diabolus Rex. He changed his name to Diabolus Rex and grafted implants under his skin, did some body modifications. He is a priest of Anton LaVey's Satanic Church, or
Oh, no
Church of
shit.
Satan, which is different from the Satanic Temple. The Church of Satan that Anton LaVey
It's
founded.
not the synagogue of Satan created
Right.
by
They didn't necessarily worship evil, so they say.
not Alistair. Not
Well,
Alistair. It wasn't created by Alistair. It was created. Who was the guy who created the synagogue? I can't remember his name.
You want to see something really crazy? Look up Richie the Clown.
Cyber. What was the name of that faction that stoned Stephanos again? What was it called again?
The Synagogue of Libertines.
Thank you. I'm trying to see what I know about them because I
But
keep
Diabolus Rex, back in the 90s, declared war on what he called the Palate Incompetent Christ, and said that they were going to effectively wage this war in many different ways. And I immediately thought Antifa and their variety of tactics. and he mentioned something called aesthetic terrorism, which is things that they suggest through art, music, and other things to basically provoke fear in people's hearts, to cause confusion and a falling away from faith.
Yep, sounds like the devil, the prince of air. Yes, synagogue of libertines. Okay, basically the Jews. Excuse me, didn't mean to say that word. Freedmen of the synagogue, group of freedmen, pretty much. Small hats who decided that the way, well, it wasn't biblical, the way that the truth was being told was wrong. Okay.
Right. They came to Israel after spending a lot of time in Rome.
Yeah.
During, the life of Christ and all of the life of Brian environment that was going on in Israel, they were up in Rome at the time.
Yeah.
Then after the crucifixion, they came to Israel. Crept in unawares, as they're
On the new
referred
TikTok.
to in Jude, the Epistle of Jude.
Yeah.
This is some more good stuff here.
Were elite Cubans. They were not working class citizens in Cuba. In Cuba, the people who left when Castro came into office were people who had astounding amounts of money, who had several pieces of
Now it's
property.
black
They
people
were
talking
trying to
about
escape
Latinos.
socialism because they did not want to help the lower
Why,
class people in
blacks, can
Cuba.
you answer
So
something
of
for
course
me?
they would vote
Yes,
for
sir.
them, because that is the way that Republicans
You're a black
model.
person, correct?
Yes, I am.
Being that you and Rock, you're a black person also, correct?
I consider myself first to be American, and then
that's
yes,
not what I'm
the best
asking,
of
sir.
both
Are you a
worlds.
black- are you a black
I am
person?
black and white.
Are you a
I'm
black
black and
person, though?
Irish, actually. So I'm
Yes,
best of
yes,
both.
my phenotype says that I am black. Continue, sir.
Okay, thank you. Why do black people always seem to want to talk about other people?
Because that's how they justify their positions. They have to look to, seemingly relevant topics to justify why they deserve something. And I've experienced it my entire life. For instance, I was raised to be a critical thinker. My mother, my father, generally did not choose a side. They were like, all these people are messed up. You need to choose on your own. You need to think critically, listen to both sides of the argument, and then make your choice. Okay, I made my choice. I chose intelligence over ignorance and over stupidity. So when I went to school and I was in, junior in college or something, and I was taking a U.S. government course, I sat in there with a whole bunch of people past their prime who were getting their degrees. And at this time, Shabako drama was being voted in. He had a really good chance of winning. I posited to these idiots that I didn't agree with his campaign. I said, he keeps saying, yes, we can, and then insert whatever it is you want. But he's not giving me any policy. I don't trust him. I don't believe him. And I don't think you can just say some innocuous term and like, yes, we can, or seemingly innocuous term, like, yes, we can, or yes, you can, and believe that is all encompassing. Do you know how they tried to string me up? Talked about how my mother should have swallowed me. They talked about how I was a shame to my forefathers and the ancestors. They like talking about ancestors too. They would not think critically, and they did that to me the rest of the semester. But I was for it because they didn't have an argument. Their argument was emotion and you ain't black. So yes, Angry Snowman, that is what they avail themselves of. That's how they justify their positions. Always. If you see a black in front of a group of people and it has anything to do with politics or some sort of reparation, that's what you're going to hear 9 times out of 10. But they don't represent the greater diaspora of black people. Just that 15% that's loud. I call them the loud 15.
Well, I found it interesting, you know, because you always all these conversations, you always hear black folks always talking about everybody, but yet, God forbid, someone from outside their quote unquote circle, you know, chime in with an opinion and
with a rebuttal.
Get out of your get in your lane. This is a black space. Then why are you talking about everything but black issues?
Because they can't. They don't have. They don't have a foot to stand on, sir.
You know, like this lady that was talking. I guarantee you, as soon as I hit play, she's still going to be talking, and she's going to have lost that Cuban accent she had while she was talking about Cuba.
I'm sure that designating lanes for people is very empowering to their democracy.
Yep.
Well, it takes a lot of critical thinking to become a person that self-reflects on oneself. So a lot of people are running now. They're just running around with a lot of problems in their lives, and they don't understand that the problems are probably caused by them. So they look to other people to try to figure stuff out. And I guess for whatever reason, it's easier for them to blame others than to self-reflect. Because I used to be a little gangster running around too, doing crimes and robbing people. And I wasn't robbing grandmas and just like random people. I was robbing drug dealers and stuff. Like, you know, like we had morals at least when I was a gangster. And yeah, people don't self-reflect, dude. So it's a lot easier to blame the problems that they have on others. And that's why you see a lot of white people doing the same thing that these black people are. But for some reason, they're on the black person's side somehow. And they're like, yeah, it's the dang racism and stuff. And because that's most of them. It's not a bunch of black people running around saying that. It's a bunch of mixed people and white people. You know,
want to know what's going on because someone in the comments just wrote "white is right."
That's hilarious. Look, always assume you're wrong. You know, always begin a conversation from the position of being.
I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about.
Yeah, I'm wrong. You know, I have to be wrong, and then I'll listen to you, and we'll see what happens. And that's how I do everything. I don't know. Let me hear what you have to say, because obviously you know. And then
I don't know. I think Anna would disagree with you on that, Blacks.
Anna, you saw how I ignored her yesterday?
I had to get off the panel, dude, because her milk factory was getting in the way of me being able to think.
I had to ignore her. I hadn't said anything about her, and she immediately tried to insult me, but I still ignored her because, you know, I'm like, what are you're not saying anything. You don't say anything about nothing intelligent. Nothing she says is intelligible.
She's a prime example. I'm surprised we don't see her on TikTok live streams.
Because she thinks she's intelligent.
Well, so do these people.
These people know
that's why I'm saying I'm surprised we don't see her on them, because these people think they're intelligent too. They're at the same IQ level as Anna.
I agree with that. I concur.
What was that? I saw some almost something go down on the stream the other day. She was acting all kinds of weird.
Dude, I don't know. Drugs. Like I said, I had to get off. All I know is I had to get off because look, she was clearly wearing a revealing shirt with no bra and zooming in on her tits on purpose. And
she was flirting with Barnabas.
I'm a titty guy, and I had to get off the panel because
Barnabas has the hots for her, something fierce.
Yeah, he does.
And
he's got jungle fever real bad.
He's got jungle fever. He's got jungle fever. He's got jungle fever. He's in love.
I saw a
Yes,
clip
sir.
the other day. Michael Jackson was in an interview with Oprah, and he started singing, and she tried to pose some questions, and he just kept singing, just
He ignored
ignoring the
her.
shit out of her.
I love that. I remember that. That's hilarious. And she deserved it.
Yeah, I hadn't seen it till a couple days ago.
Let's see what more
I
of these
said
morons
yesterday.
are
It wasn't
saying.
yesterday. It was before.
I'm curious.
Most of ha is he. But for some of the newer generation, we're like, it's not ha ha he anymore, because this has
Yeah, I
real
told you
life
she'd still be talking.
consequences to like us perpetuating this, even if it's
Where'd
cultural,
that
even if
Cuban
it's
where'd that
quote,
Cuban
unquote,
accent go?
I thought she was Cubanita.
That's deep.
Right.
So it
Yeah.
sounded like the entire panel kind of agree with that. Go ahead, Ernie. I know you want to weigh in. Then I got my next question. Go ahead,
Yeah,
go
no
ahead.
problem. Can I weigh in on that too?
Oh yeah,
Lydia?
absolutely. Yeah, Ernie, Jesus, and then we'll go to the next question. Go ahead, Ernie. Go ahead and jump in.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, you know what I mean. We're all Hispanics have to band together, because at the end of the day, look what's going on in Florida.
Jesus Christ,
And
they
it's
got the
gonna get worse.
Hispanics doing
People
the
are
black
laughing
people
in your
thing
comment
now.
sections, and people are
Well,
saying,
didn't you know you have to band
Republicans
together?
are the ones that are helping the Hispanics. How do you figure that? You know what I mean? People are fleeing Florida for
How do these
fear of
look?
being deported.
How do these motherfuckers ever expect to create a profitable business of any sort or any kind of economy when they want it to be completely subjugated to people that look just like them?
Because, brother, they've been told this. They've been fed the line that you are able to do so, though every metric tells you otherwise.
If that's the case, then why ain't your communities flourishing?
Exactly. Every metric says otherwise. Disney says otherwise. Look at Disney crashing and burning. Look at Warner Bros. Crashing and burning. Look at all these companies that.
Hold on.
Yeah, go ahead.
My buddy brought up a really good point the other day. I was talking to him about this, and we was like, okay, so if it's really like this systematic racism that's going on, that's keeping these people down, well, why is it in their towns, in their cities, where this issue is the most is happening the most? Wouldn't it be the opposite, because they all are on the same page, and
because they have to go.
They have a black mayor, and they have a black chief of police, and they have all these people that are included. And wouldn't that mean that each one of those places actually would be a good example on
utopia,
why
right?
we should do it like this?
That would
I
only
don't
be
know
logic.
why are the politicians not talking about this also? Like,
because it's only logic.
I've absolutely never heard, besides Trump or maybe a couple others, actually bring logic to the table and say, okay, there's people wanting to flee Florida. Gee, I wonder why. Oh, they're afraid of being deported. So they're criminals. So they're admitting that they're criminals and they should be deported. Like, so what? Like, what did dude even just say?
It don't make sense. None of these clowns make sense, man. Honestly, that's why I think I'm going to, like I told Lou this morning, I think I'm going to start doing this every morning around the same time, play an hour or two of what I find on TikTok, what's happening in real time. What are these real-time discussions that are going on? And that way we can sit and analyze just how absolutely insane these people are. I like I said earlier, this is getting crazy. It's so much to the point that we're glorifying and lifting up and enabling mental illness, because that's all this is. This is straight up mental illness. We got
selfishness. It's very difficult for the egoist and damn near impossible for a narcissist to self-reflect, because to do so means to look at your shadow and admit that it's a part of you. And people who don't want to grow up will constantly try and disassociate themselves from their shadow and pretend their shadow has its own independent sentience. And that creates the archetype of puer aeternus, which means the forever child, also known as Peter Pan. the little boy who didn't want to grow up and tried to disassociate his character from his shadow by pretending it had its own sentience.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've been catching up on Succession.
The shadow is
Go ahead,
cast
go.
by the ego.
Hey,
Have
Cyber,
you-
I'm watching that clip now.
Have y'all seen Succession, the show?
No, I haven't.
No.
Oh, you have
What this
got to
reminds me though
watch
is
it.
equilibrium. This reminds me of equilibrium. Everyone's taking their little drug, which is racism, and they're just staying in this just blah all the time. These people don't have no emotion or logic but they act emotional.
Yeah, what's up, Free Zone?
Oh, yeah.
I knew you was still sitting and listening to this nonsense in the clouds.
Nah, I had to go put the kid to bed, put him for a nap, so I wasn't able to listen to a lot of the nonsense. But it's all Arrested Development to me.
Right.
It's somebody mentioned Neverland. That's exactly what it is, man.
Yeah, and dude,
it's
tell
silly.
me how much did it mess with your mind when? And we've had this discussion on Trey's channel when you realized that Captain Hook was actually the hero.
Yeah,
He's like,
man.
grow up, kid.
Yeah, bro. It's just, I mean, I don't know. I guess there's just speaking from the side of understanding them. There's a comfort in stagnation. There's a familiarity there. You know what I'm saying?
Very true.
It's not comfortable to grow and progress, because that means you're shedding off a piece of who you were.
That's
And
true,
a
bro.
lot of people are strongly connected to their identities. And not only that, they're strongly connected to the group that emboldens that identity. And so when you give an argument that goes against that, it's like you're taking a piece of their identity away, and you're breaking down the facade that not only they have, but the quote unquote group has. And to be frank, the whole group thing is a lie, because all these groups aren't really groups. They're really not groups. Like LBGT is not a group, blacks aren't a group, whites aren't a group. They're just it's all artificial. It's all artificial, because realistically,
it should be labeled under religion, because that's the way they all act. It's
a cult. It's a cult. They're all cults. But even those that have the okay, let's take the rainbow community. There are a lot of people who live that life that don't support the movement, because they would rather be, number one, they'd rather be left alone. Number two, they think that the movement actually hurts what they're individually trying to achieve. And so it's all bullshit, man. It's all bullshit. These groups aren't really groups. They're really not. It's pushing for. It's not even pushing for, because when people talk about the individualism thing, right? Mm-hmm. They automatically assume that individualism is against groups, and it's like, no, that's not what it is. It's as you as an individual get to choose what your group is. That's all it is. It's not because we're black we have to be part of the same group, because we're rainbow we get to be a part of the same group. It's like, no, I want to be with a group of like-minded individuals that are moving in the same direction as me.
Yep.
Y'all got it. Go ahead.
No, I said, there you go. You're right.
So it's like when they try to gaslight the whole individualism thing, where it's like, well, it's just going to be you. You need people. It's like, yeah, but I don't need you. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't fucking need you. Like, why would I want to be a part of your goofy group?
Yeah, that seems to be a tenet that seems to be lost on these clowns, right?
Yeah, you have no ability to determine what group I'm part of. It's like
you don't.
we're all black. It's like no. 'Cause I don't have the same experiences as you. Like I was walking out of work the other day and I was wearing a hoodie, which they were arresting a white guy. It was like 3 cop cars. They were searching. They were arresting him. They were searching his car. I'm walking through with my hoodie, which to the black community, that's a huge no-no. You know what I'm saying? Because you're wearing a hoodie, you look suspect, you look like a nigga and all this other stuff. But the cops just said hi to me. How you doing? Have a great day.
No way.
And continue doing what they were doing, and I just walked through the middle of them. Like,
I don't believe that.
Like it was nothing.
You can't mean that they had control over themselves and didn't see you the same as everybody else just because of your phenotype. You know, that's impossible.
I thought they would at least tase them. They need to at least try to, at least tase them.
What you just described, sir, is a fantasy and is impossible.
Yeah, dude, I don't believe that you weren't at least handcuffed and detained and questioned about your whereabouts, sir.
Didn't they put their knee on your neck for like just maybe 5 seconds?
Yeah, like a half a second even. They didn't even consider it.
I think I saw one of the cops' knees shake, but that was about it.
There you go.
But that might have been for some other reason.
He showed you his knee.
He just pointed to his knee.
I cannot believe they're out there arresting white people. I mean, what has the world come to? Has they arrested all the black men?
Well, according to some idiot, black people are getting 30% of blacks are being killed every year.
Well, see,
30%?
By who? Other blacks?
Huh?
Well, yeah, it's called abortion.
Hey, he said this idiot said that year over year, police kill 30% of the black populace every freaking year.
They should be done by now.
Let me just stop there, right?
Where's he getting his metrics for statistics?
He's not. That's the thing. All of us here are not mathematicians by trade, but you all quickly did the math just now.
Yeah, that don't math.
And
that would be like 3.25 years with the abortions keeping the numbers from growing and 30% being reduced by the police every year. That would be 3.25 years. They'd be gone.
We don't have...
Hey man, we need to get our shit together. We're about gone. Oh man.
Do you see? And I mean I'm going to use my word again, Angry Snowman.
I heard it.
They lambasted this dude. You guys got to look that up. I can't remember
how to do
it. Those lamb bastards.
They lambasted.
Those damn lamb bastards.
They lambasterated. What'd you say? Lambaster. What did you say it was? Lambasterated.
Oh, and what's the definition of?
Oh man, lambast.
To soundly beat. Lambasterbate.
Yeah, they lambasturbated him. They soundly beat the shit out of him.
They soundly beat him to the point of climax.
Hey,
I'm gonna submit that to the Urban Dictionary.
I can't with you motherfuckers anymore.
Lambasterbate, to soundly beat to the point of climax. You've been lambasturbated.
Oh shit! Lambasterbate, to soundly beat to the point.
Hey, we didn't learn something today.
Reckless, what's up, man?
Oh shit!
No. Hey, Reckless, you'll get this. They didn't do him in the trenches, right? When we were talking about Simon, you guys know who Simon is, right? Simon, the British guy who claims he's a lawyer.
Cowell? Oh,
no,
never mind.
This black dude who gets up here all the time from Great Britain, and he calls himself. He says he's a lawyer or whatever. And the other night on Reckless's channel, we were getting at him about him saying that.
Oh, I know who you're talking about now.
Yeah, him saying that he got done in the trenches of Afghanistan.
Oh shit!
Oh my God!
Did he have his O-ring blown out?
Yes, is what was inferred. But You know, I told him there's no trenches in Afghanistan. So are you talking about your trenches? Are you talking about your asshole?
My dude was the victim of a war crime, bro.
Up here with the smoke right off the rip.
Oh, he participated in it willingly in a war crime.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did. And this didn't start on his page. It started on Uncle Tom's page months ago, and then it was brought up by 777 when he came up on Reckless's page the other night. And I mean, Simon's explanation didn't help his case whatsoever.
There was no explanation. The only thing he got upset about was the fact that you guys didn't believe in trenches. Like, it wasn't even about the split roasting. He was mad. I listened to it, bro. Listen, about it that I had to have my girl listen to it to get a psych eval on it, because I was like, I think I got PTSD from this because this shit didn't make sense. He never challenged the split roasting.
No,
he challenged the trenches. He was mad about the trenches.
Yeah, he was mad about us not believing in trench warfare past 1919.
Yes.
He was not mad about what was positive, which was that he got spit roasted in Afghanistan.
Wow.
The guy that would fuck a person in the ass and not even have the goddamn common courtesy to give him a reach around. I'll be watching you.
He lost a great one when he died.
Like he didn't even challenge getting peed in either, because that was part of the split roasting. Like,
yes, brother, he did not challenge any of that.
Afghanistan. Is it like Mountain?
Oh, dude, he straight up was like, I said what I said. But listen to this, you fuckers. Trench warfare still happens in Afghanistan. And God bless him, because, like, I don't have an issue with Simon, but I'm like, this is the most... Because he was positing that this happened during war. Like, people are dying. People are dying. And, like, this dude's saying that there was just, like, a random clapping sound in the background, and it was him getting split roasted, and, like, that's just what they did. It's like warped my brain about war now, because I'm just like, is this actually a thing? They're like, hey, bro, we're about to catch a mortar. Let's get this split roast in real quick. Like,
and then he made claim that he was part of, you know, some special warfare group. So I think,
hey,
let me get this straight. You were part of the special warfare spit roasters.
Wait. But Blacks, think about it though. You know how much skill you have to successfully pull off a split roasting while catching mortars and getting fired upon? Yeah. That's that's 3 bad motherfuckers right there, bro. Like, I wouldn't fuck with them. Like, if we're around the corner with my bayonet out, because we're doing trench warfare, and I look into the trench, and there's a dude getting split roasted, and 2 other dudes like catching each end, I'd be like, I'm not fucking with this one, bro, and I keep it pushing.
Yep. Hey man, Simon was in rare form that night, and he's a crazy animal.
I mean, at this point, I wouldn't fuck with him. Like, that's all I'm saying. Like, that is special.
He's a weirdo for sure.
Oh, Simon. You're giving Simons bad names all across the globe, Simon.
I mean, it doesn't help his case that whenever he gets
Simon
upset,
says, right?
Huh? Oh, my guy say, you know what
Simon says.
Dude, it's a wonderful world out here.
It doesn't help his case either when at every given moment when he's upset, he'll say something stupid like, I'll have your mouth. Or he said that. He said that to, who did he say that? Oh, he said that to Black Thoughts. He told him that, because he was talking about prison, and he said, do you know what I'll do to you? Do you know what I'll do to you? I'll have your mouth, bruv. You know what I'll do? I'll have your... I'm like, what is wrong with this guy? Hey, this man...
Yeah. He has participated in the split roasting. Like, he knows exactly what to do in those situations. Like, we're not questioning another man's experience. Like, he knows how to set up the split roast. He knows how to participate in the split roast. He can do it during gunfire. Like, there could be a riot breaking out. He will split roast you. Like, that
He
could
understands
happen.
the assignment.
Shit.
Yeah, he gives it freedom. He understands it. Anyway, I'm driving down to play. Have a great rest of your day, guys.
Peace, Black.
Later,
Hey,
Black.
Black. We appreciate you, brother. Hey,
Yeah,
and
I-
everybody, make sure you go check out his website, man. Get you some of that Black Suited
That's right.
Feisty.
Get you some of them. Get some of that loudmouth flavors. Get some of that tangy taco and that Italian stallion. And with that, I'm out.
Not to be used during a split roast because the shit is spicy.
Oh,
Spicy
then you
split roast.
They might want some of that tangy taco then.
Holy shit.
Jesus.
Oh, God.
I'm so glad I took a break from the craziness. Jesus.
I mean, I just came up to give clarification that happened on my channel because I was like, oh, I can give the context for that because I'm still reeling from, like, I have a different fear of war now. I don't want war to break out here. I was like, I thought it was one thing, like we was just gonna be killing each other, but if I gotta split roast motherfuckers, I don't know if I'm built for that. I hit you in the head with a rock. I'm not gonna split roast. I refuse. I don't want to.
I agree.
Bro, it sounds like you already did.
No.
Uh-oh.
No.
According
no
to
split
Simon,
roasting.
according to Simon.
Simon was involved in trench warfare in Afghanistan. I've never been there.
And split roasting, apparently.
Yeah, I'm not going. I don't want warfare. I'm not built for it.
No. I worked in a foundry when I was younger. I had enough of that dealing with fucking gay shit there.
Oh no, I don't play that. I had one boss that tried to play like that. I had to tell him, I was like, dude, you keep doing this shit, I'm just gonna quit.
Well, Simon's a special character anyhow. He really is. He's from over on the other side of the fucking puddle and thinks he knows everything about America. You know, that's one of them.
And no offense, but Britain, like United Kingdom is an island. So that's my first point. So they're kind of like North Korea in a sense, where they can only mate with themselves, and like they're on like third and fourth cousins right now, and they just don't know about it. That's why all their teeth are bad, and like that's you can actually see it from them, that they're kind of inbred.
A lot of ancient European culture is inbred. To be honest with you.
Yep. Especially the island, though. I'm saying like the island.
They're all islands up there if you think about it. In a sense. I mean, they're all separated by water. You got, the Finnish area, Norway. That's basically one big chunk of
those are like, they don't have enough population to really count as a freaking country in my thought of it. Like, what do they have? 1 million people?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I just know that a lot of that culture is inbred. Have you? I lived in a German town, man, and there ain't no way you're going to convince me that most of the people that lived in that German town wasn't inbred. In that town I grew up in, there was probably a dozen or so prominent last names, but none of them were related to each other. How does that work? Especially when you can trace your lineage, all of you, back to Munster, Germany.
I know, right? But you're not related. Come on. That's why I think like out here in the United States, it's kind of like a kingdom, right? It's turned into a kingdom.
We're an empire.
You have people that are over each county, which is like a province, and then you have the the ruler of the kingdom, which is like the federal government. So, but when you look at the numbers, man, they don't really have the number. Like these crazy people don't have the numbers. They don't have the numbers at all. So I see it as remember what counterculture is. Culture is the norm, and then there's counterculture from that. Okay. 20 years ago.
My question.
Go ahead.
No, okay. So my question is, who are the crazy people?
Everybody but us.
Well, everyone's a little crazy, but there's extremes to it. I say the people that want to completely change the way that we live and want to end life at the same time on the pretext of saving life are the crazy people.
I think the people that I expose on TikTok are crazy.
It almost seems like a sacrifice on an altar.
Hey.
Oh.
Yeah, for the betterment of the future, man.
God has never denied a good sacrifice.
Right. But so is it crazy to go, hey, we have constitutional rights and like we should be making the government actually work for us, which was the way that it was intended? Is that crazy?
No.
Is it crazy to be like, I don't want an old man and a drat of kids? I don't want any man that's not a politician to read stories to kids. Is that crazy? Like that when we make these dismissive statements of like, oh, these people are crazy. I think if you're trying to do things that are actively trying to destroy society, positing no solutions, yes, I believe that's crazy. But I don't even think it's crazy. I think it's just flat out evil, and there are evil people on the planet. Like we're like historically here, like generally speaking. But I do not think that it's crazy to go, hey, we wrote down like a bill of like what an expectation of this society was that it was founded upon, and we have deviated from said standard, and we need to get back to that, and we need to do that by any means necessary because our government's doing whatever they want with our money in order to achieve their goals. These aren't our goals. Nothing that's going have to be nuts.
Sorry, I didn't
Dynamite.
the nuke drop, dude, because you just dropped a big nuke.
Yeah, I mean, at what point do we say that enough is enough? Because all the things that this legislation, this government is going, is being perpetuated with our money. This government does not make money. They redistribute what they take from us. We're paying for this shit. Yeah, you're gonna have some people who think, oh, you know what? I'm sick and tired of buying dams and sending guns and sending airplanes over to Ukraine that can't win a fucking war to save their lives, and they're blowing their own shit up. I'm sick of paying to have people feel good about their sexual orientation that I don't give a fuck about for an entire fucking month out of the year. I'm sick of it. I'm sick of everybody feeling that they're entitled to be treated fairly when this world is not fair with my fucking money. I'm sick of it.
Well, Ray, there are 12 states right now that have launched a court case against Biden wanting to sue him.
Yeah.
And that's the big guy. The big guy's got a lot of our money.
It's not him. It's not him. It's the Fed. It's the fact that it's the Fed. It's the Fed is who's redistributing our money. Biden and all this shit, this team shit, there's no such thing as fucking conservatives. There's no such thing as Republicans. There's no such thing as liberals. There's no such thing as fucking Democrats. They are fucking tools. What's moving this fucking shit? It's a redistribution of wealth. And the only way for us to have a one world government is if they knock the first world nations down to second and third world nations to bring them in line with every fucking body else. Because if you notice, none of these other countries are getting better that are getting our fucking money. They're not getting better, which means that in order to balance this shit out so that they can control everybody the same, that means we go down. Because we're not making the other. Because if you have people that are above a second world nation, realistically, they're not controllable. They're not controllable. The reason they're flooding this country with their the reason they're flooding this country with immigrants right now is because when they knock us down, they know that that's going to be the tipping point. And like the citizens here under that shit, you're telling me that you're going to get up and work as hard as you are now for nothing? The fuck out of here with that. We've already been indoctrinated into comfort. We were born into comfort. They're bringing people here from much worse societies because they're going to replace us. Because we're going to start fighting and they're going to be like, oh, well, I'll just go to work. This is still better than where I was at. All of these parties, all of these teams that everybody wants to fucking be on, you're nothing but a fucking tool because the Fed utilizes all this shit. Black Lives Matter, fucking tool. Alt-right, fucking tool. You're all a means to a fucking end. And until you realize that the people that are funding this shit don't give a fuck who pushes the agenda for how it's presented. They just want it done. They're utilizing everyone across the board as tools. That's the reason no matter who's in charge in this country, we do the same shit. We just feel better about it if it's somebody who's a conservative. But the shit still happens. The last president that we had where the shit didn't happen was Kennedy. The president after that tried to change some shit was Reagan. They put a bullet in his ass and said, we're not playing with you. And then he got in line. Our president doesn't mean shit.
Doesn't
mean
really
shit.
Like to interject real quick because I have some faith in America. So I would say I agree with you 90%. But the 10% I don't agree with you with is that there is actual hope where we could change this. And there are people in positions of power that think just like we do. Okay?
Right.
Not everybody is
I agree with you on that.
Dictator. So what we have to do as regular people, we have to try to connect with other regular people and kind of, I don't like to use the term waking up. It's kind of it's diluted, but I would use the term of informing your neighbor, you know, kind of like that, like having discourse with your neighbor. Say spark conversation when you're in a store. It might go right, might go wrong, but at least you're doing something. And that's how we're going to change stuff. Is that we have to have other people realize that, hey, you're sitting back watching this news, and yes, there are other people out here that think the same thing that you're thinking. You see what I'm saying? Because there's a lot of people that don't they're in bubbles and they think that we're not as powerful as we really are. Because from what I've seen in life, I would say 95% of people are thinking the same way we are. It's the 5% that are not, that are just going along with it. Because yeah, they're evil. They worship a different God, and it's basically the government. I call it down to, you know, it's and the government does do the same thing. Doesn't matter what political party is in charge. It does the same thing. It's like when they asked Putin, you know, why don't you try to deal with the U.S. more? And this was before the Ukrainian war. And Putin said, it's when you look at the U.S., it doesn't matter what political party is in charge. One does one, and the other one does the other. And
it's not even that, Rock. It's not one does one or one does the other. You look your entire life, it's went like this. Republican, Democrat, Republican, Democrat, Republican, Democrat, Republican, Democrat, in that fucking order.
Yep.
It's always been that way, and nothing's gotten better. It's only gotten
worse. Facts. We're marching down a thing, and the issue is they've divided and conquered the populace. When you think your team won, And this is the deal. Like, we have microwave fucking activists. Like, like, I'm getting ready to post today, and I want everybody and share the fucking post. I'm going to post the redress agreement. How many of you have at least taken the time to fucking sign that? We get on here and we bitch incessantly every fucking day. And the only people that have done stuff is Snowman. Snowman's done stuff. Like, who the fuck else has done anything? Who's done anything besides bitch and pontificate? Like, that's my question. Are you ethics? Are you going to these school board meetings to say enough is a fucking enough so that there's not just one family there that cares about their fucking kid? Even if you don't have a kid, like, why aren't you there going, hey, right? But see, that's the thing. It doesn't matter that you don't fucking have kids, bro. If they're pushing an agenda, when you do eventually have kids, now they're indoctrinated into that shit. It just doesn't affect you right now, which is what I'm saying. People think so minusculely small. Oh, I don't have kids.
I told people that in 2006, man. When I was 16, I told them the same exact thing. When I was telling them about what was going on at the time, they said, well, it doesn't really affect me. I said, well, it will affect you when they put the TSA into the school and they want to patent your child every time they go into the school. When like, yeah, I understand. Believe me, and that is why I moved to where there are like-minded people like me, and that's what people really need to do. That is the first thing I think they need to do. They don't need to go around and try to change other people's mind. Take your butt out of there. Take your money out of there, of that economy, and stop adding to the taxes to where they can spend it however they want to, and go somewhere that they're going to spend your tax money correctly, or at least halfway correctly.
No, not halfway.
I agree with that. I agree with that. I'm with.
Nobody's ever perfect. We're all humans. People don't make mistakes.
When I'm talking when we're talking about tax dollars, there is no halfway. When we're talking about tax dollars,
it's not their money. It's not their money. Like, that's the thing. And see, that's the mentality.
People want the tax dollars spent.
That's the mentality that I'm talking about. Like, because the issue is the issue. Well, no, you didn't. But this is what they've done. They've made it about government spending. We say it as though it's something outside of ourselves. That, like, the government, they just have this pool of money, and the government can do with it what they want. The Fed has this pool of money. The Fed can do with it what they want. It's our money. The only money the Fed collects is their tax on us.
Why aren't
and inflation?
My question is why aren't people raising hell every time they even bring up the idea of raising the debt ceiling?
Facts. Why aren't people raising hell at this point?
Even bringing up the idea, sir. Even bringing up the idea of raising the debt ceiling. And Congress voting on that as opposed to the taxpayer who is funding this as a collective voting on that is absolutely unconstitutional.
I think that voting needs to have a revolution, and I don't know how we're going to do it, but I think it is possible through blockchain technology.
What's voting matter when voting doesn't get anything anymore? Voting isn't accomplishing anything. The only people's vote that matters are the ones that are sitting on Capitol Hill.
Yeah, and people still vote
that are no longer. Well, my question is this: how is our government not treasonous if it doesn't represent the best interest of the people who are electing them? If they're going against the best interest of the people, that is a treasonous government.
By definition. I've said this before, Ray. Back in 1776, actually back in 1774, when they were even pondering the idea of starting a revolution against England, they were going to war against a 3% tax hike. 3%.
Yep.
Why the fuck have we not stepped up and said, whoa, and put the reins on this shit? Because we are raising the debt ceiling every election cycle. Every election cycle, the debt ceiling gets higher and higher and higher. This isn't the first time that we've had. They've tried to put fear in the public that there's going to be a government shutdown if we don't raise the debt ceiling. Then shut the fucking government down. Shut it down. It's time for you motherfuckers not to get a salary anyhow. If you can't figure out a fucking budget without raising the fucking the cost of taxes on the public, then it's time for you motherfuckers to take a pay cut. Why are you still making millions while everyone else is starving and trying to figure shit out? Why are we sitting here funding corporate wars to go overseas and tear nations down so only a small percentage of these corporations get money to help rebuild it while the rest of the populace is still suffering? Shut it down.
In both countries.
I mean, that's what I think every time I hear about the debt ceiling. That's exactly what I think. Okay, don't raise it. Cut funding. Cut spending.
Well, I mean, I've got an even better one for you. When was the last time we voted to go into war?
Never.
When was the last time we voted to send our because the reality of the situation is every time they make that, their kids, not their family, not their relatives that are going over there getting blown up, maimed, dying, coming back with PTSD to not get treated appropriately, to not have the resources that they need to get acclimated back into society. It's your kids. It's your relatives. It's our kids, relatives, family members that are going over there and dying.
It used to be
for what? So that they can and then not only that, we also the same people whose kids, family members, fathers, brothers, sisters, cousins that are going over there and dying for this shit, we're also paying for it. We're paying for that too.
Well, the last time we did anything remotely comparable to voting for war was when they were administering war bonds, and people would pay.
That's what I was going to
money
say.
for the bonds to support it.
Well, yeah, and then they took that away because now they can just hit a number, put a couple of more zeros on the end of the screen, and just make up the money so they don't have to ask. But the deal is this, and this is for all you sovereign citizens. When they do that, the tax that we pay, because I know the sovereign citizens, they don't pay taxes. They think they don't pay taxes. This is the deal. When the Fed prints more money, there's an invisible tax called inflation, you dumb fucks, that everybody pays because they dilute the value of the dollar. So your lessened buying power is in and of itself a tax, just and most insidious tax that none of you dipshits talk about.
I mean, that's okay. So that's
that's exactly how that works. That's exactly how that works.
Because I'm definitely not a sovereign citizen, but I am a American, and I'm not gonna sit up here and. We need to pick our enemies. Okay, I think that's what I need to say right now. We need to pick our enemies, and we need to understand who is actually on our side and who's not. And I would consider someone that doesn't really want to pay taxes or kind of wants to live their life disconnected from this machine that we have going on isn't someone I would ever attack. I'm just saying that.
Sleepy Joe said.
Well, no. I mean,
only up a couple inches. He said it was like just a couple inches.
Right. Right. Sure. I mean,
I know Joe Biden in office right now. This is Obama's third term.
Right.
Those are facts. That's a fact. This is Obama's third term.
Yeah.
I mean, I'd feel better if we just saw Obama giving the order. Like, I mean, it would come across much better if Obama just came out from behind the shadows then and said, hey, I'm making the decisions here so we didn't have to watch Sleepy Joe fall down. And I'm sick of it. Right. I'm sick of that, too.
I agree. I agree 100% with that. Because really what they're doing to Sleepy Joe is elder abuse.
Hey, maybe Obama's like, nah.
Not that Sleepy Joe doesn't deserve the elder abuse, but it's still elder abuse. Just saying,
bro. They come out before he goes out. He's like,
I'll be honest with you, Ray. I'm surprised that Sleepy Joe has made it this long. I thought for sure that they would have found some kind of excuse to use him away as being dead by now. That way, Kamala and I thought for sure it was going to be Kamala and Nancy Pelosi run this shit.
Bro, if that happened, we would have a revolution immediately. I think that would be the straw.
Before Trump, they thought Hillary was going to be in charge of it. That's why the Rockefeller, that I forget his first name, one of them drew a patent on the rapid nasal swab test kits in October 2015. They thought she was going to be in charge.
What's up, sugar baby? The Green Lord says he likes watching sovereign citizens going to court traffic stops. Those are fun to watch.
Bruh, that shit was hilarious.
I'll be honest with you. I've only seen one old man who claims to be sovereign that's ever went to court and won. That's it. Only one.
Oh, sorry. I said Rockefeller. It was Rothschild. And if anybody wants that patent number, I can give it to them.
Oh. No, I believe you. I don't need no patent numbers. I've looked up enough of that shit in my lifetime.
Yeah, I mean, she was bought and paid for, so that's not surprising at all. Like, and that's the crux of this is like the people that are running stuff, because like we talk about the Fed like they're part of the United States. They're not.
Right.
They're their own entity. They have an office here. They're not the. Think about that. We have a tax that's levied on all of us from them. They are not the United States. They're not tied to this country in any shape or fashion. They just exist here.
Yep. And Andrew Jackson gets such a bad rap, man. And he's the only president to ever get us out of the red.
Yeah,
us being. Oh, go ahead.
He didn't trust the Federal Reserve. And they put him.
Yeah, he was the first and only president to leave us when he left office. He left us in the black, and he got rid of the federal bank at the time. He's the one that enacted
$20 bill. $20 bill's the most popular.
Well, dude, and he's the one. If you recall, he's the one that brought back the gold and silver standard. You know,
yep.
People forget about the gold back.
Yeah, the destruction of that, I believe, started with the New Deal, not the Green New Deal, the New Deal in the 30s.
The New Deal was the biggest.
Well, the issue is you have, if we're not indebted to the Fed, they can't. That's the problem. That's the reason. Ever since we got back in bed with them, they don't want to pay that off. They don't want us to pay that off because the issue is if all we're doing is paying interest payments, that's how they make money. That's how the bank makes money.
You know,
when you pay your loan off, like the bank loses money at that point. You were an asset as long as you were paying.
You know, Ray, but just to push back a little bit on your hatred towards sovereigns, your argument is the same argument they have. It really is. You know, all they're saying is that all these laws and rules and regulations and ordinances, that they're all nothing more than unconstitutional rules that have been implicated by the Federal Reserve to basically incorporate your person and make you able to be sued in corporate law for something that you had no part of anyhow to begin with.
I understand that, but I've never met one that was actually successful in the system. And to me, that argument comes across as a bunch of fucking losers that are losers in the system that we're currently in. And they're like, well, it should be this way. So like, I just want to make... You're a loser, though. If you're a fucking loser, it doesn't matter what system we're in. I'm going to beat you, and you're going to be a loser. I'm going to tell you you're a loser. I'm going to look at you like you're a loser because we ain't the same. Like, you're just not built for this shit.
Well, let me ask you
like,
this. Are they really... Just a little pushback. Are they really losers, though, if they're really trying to go up against that system, even though they're consistently losing against it? They're still trying to fight back against it.
I'll tell you this. They're built like shit. They broke, they dusty, and they live in their fucking cars. Like, yeah, they're fucking losers. I'm sorry. Like, you ain't got a good set of teeth. Don't fucking talk to me, bro. Like, I ain't trying to hear it. You live in your car. Like, okay, cool. That's cool, but like understand, you're speaking from the bottom. And you're no different. Those guys are no different than the ashy knuckled, ashy fisted fucking pro blacks. You're a loser in the system. You want to retcon the system so that you and into a world where you think that, hey, if this shit changed tomorrow, I'm at the top. Like, no, you're only at the top until I come take your. The same people who are like, oh, I'm gonna go survive in the fucking forest. I was like, I will come find you. I will end your life and I will take your shit because that's the way the world works. Like, I'm sorry, like I'm purpose built to hurt people. If I come.
And I will be nigger sitting you two until your grandfather retires. Your granddaddy picked me because I am a licensed zoologist. I have studied a variety of wild animals, and the African male is by far the most savagely cunning. This is an opportunity to observe you niggers in your natural habitat and collect data. But be warned, whatever nigger trickery you got up your sleeves does not affect me.
And I'm in the state that I want to be in. No, I'm going to win it. This system, and if the power ever goes out, y'all got a fucking problem. Like, it's what it is. Like, you don't get to sit there and be like, oh well, I don't fit. Like, of course, I could just go be a robber and just go take stuff. I could do that, but that's not how the system. That's not the game that we've set out for. So you've got to exist in society. You don't just get to go be counter society because you want to, and then still use the roads and all the stuff that tax. That's all I'm saying. Like it's a logic fail for me. Like if they were all successful and owned businesses and were in good shape and purpose built and ready to go to war, I have a different opinion. But like I've never seen that. They're all. It's like this weird, icky nasty where it's just like, dude, other white people don't fuck with you. Like, you're a spurg of your fucking team. Like, why are you like this?
You basically equate them to Appalachian inbreds.
One step away.
One step away. Holy shit. Well, I guess we won't ever meet in the middle on that one. That was
no, because look, I can agree with them in concept, but I'm like, you're talking from the bottom of the fucking barrel. Like, I can agree that women should be submissive in concept, but like, if you're flat, you were offering nothing, you can't protect, you can't provide, you can't do any of this shit, and she don't want to fuck you, like, sorry, bro. I don't want to fuck with you. Like, what do you want me to say about this? Like, yes, I agree with you. If you enter into a marriage, women should be submissive. Okay, you should also be in a position to command that submissiveness. Like, Snowman, your wife is submissive to you for a reason. Like, and it's not that you got her tied to an engine block in the other room. Like, come on, dude.
How do you know? How do you know I got her tied to an engine block? It could be like Memphis Nights up in this motherfucker, dude. That's all you know.
You better be careful. Letter Mafia gonna call Child Protective Services now.
Shit, I got her tied to an engine block because right next to the stove. That way she can bake me cake to order. Straight up, dude. Pregnant and everything.
Literally, so in a city that's adjacent to the city that I'm in, somebody did that. I'm not even joking. He's like, and got arrested. Like, he literally, in an apartment, dude, he like pulled it fucking into an apartment and gave her enough length to get to the bathroom and the kitchen. So, I mean, it's a random hypothetical, but I'm referencing that from something that was actually in the news here.
That's funny. That is hilarious. Gave her just enough rope to get to the bathroom and the kitchen.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, I was like, dude.
My wife ain't even got enough length to get to the bathroom, man, because I mean she'd have to go through the living room.
My bad, y'all. I kind of fell off there for a little while.
You know. But no, you're right, man. My wife is submissive to me because she knows that's the correct way to be.
Right.
It just alleviates a lot of problems. Honestly, I'm not sitting and trying to have a relationship with someone where I feel like I'm in a house with another fucking bull with tits. You know what I'm saying? I'm not doing that. You know,
bro, you don't want to have a sword fight every time you come home from work?
Do what?
Oh man.
Trying to sword fight every day when you get home from work, bro.
Right. I couldn't do it, man. There's no way. You know, that's why a lot of relationships today don't work, because there's two people of the opposite sex that are fighting for dominancy over something that should already be settled.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Right off the rip. You know, if you're living together,
I mean,
and you're trying to figure out who's running the show,
and that's
then
the
you got a
problem.
lot of shit. You got a lot of shit
women,
backwards.
they get with some nobody, you know, somebody that's not doing anything, and they expect to freaking go on trips and shit. You know, like women don't understand. Like, man, you're precious. You better not give that shit out to everybody. You know, and then they do that their whole 20s, and then they wake up when they're 30.
If you're still going out in public too, and your wife is doing shit that disrespects you, why are you even together?
Right.
Oh no, I would not. Yeah.
You know, there's different levels to submission. Anyhow, it doesn't just mean do what you're told. You know, just cooperating with someone, understanding that, you know, most generally a man isn't going to ask you to do something that's going to harm you. What if he's asking you to do something specifically? It's for your own benefit,
for everybody's benefit.
Right. It's to alleviate unnecessary, unwanted, and undue problems. You know, a lot of the problems that people have are solely a result of their own actions and what they're putting out there, what kind of energy or image they're projecting to the rest of the world.
And I would say,
you know, and you can alleviate a lot of those problems just by what impression you leave on everyone around you.
Yeah, they're thinking emotional, and that's emotions have corrupted men. Like, emotions have corrupted some of these men, and they get in these relationships and they make babies, and then it's ×3 every year or ×2, you know, like, and these babies are growing up and becoming adults, and for whatever reason, the control apparatus likes it. Did you see they came out with the CIA Pride?
No.
Of course they did.
The CIA Pride Month friggin' thing. I mean, is that where they solely focus their investigations on heterosexual normal men? I'm guessing so. I don't know, but it's like CIA Pride, and it's like Pride, and it's from the CIA, you know, account from whatever social media, and it's just like, wow, y'all don't know you're controlled. I don't know what's gonna help you to understand.
Bruh, well, I mean, maybe that could work out for us, though.
Huh?
I said that could work out for us, though, because if they just start lowering their standards to let them in, they ain't going to be able to catch nobody.
Yeah, we don't know everything. It's going to be like Vault 7 ×10. Anybody know about Vault 7?
No.
Dude, that was like the biggest
what's that?
Dump ever on WikiLeaks. And it was
I remember what you're talking about now.
Yeah, man, it was basically the biggest thing that came out that was like over $2 billion or something of hacking tools.
That was quite a few years ago when that came out.
Oh yeah, that was years ago, but that's still all the systems are still the same. Like nothing got upgraded, nothing got changed. None of the back doors were ever changed. They're using the same shit. So it's like all these, and that's why we're having the war's been going on forever between America and China and probably Russia.
So you want to hear something wild? I knew this is unrelated, but you want to hear something wild? Every day, sometime throughout the day on my cameras, while they're recording shit, and you can see that they're recording and everything's in real time, but they'll, like right now, if I was to show you guys, like all the birds are frozen in the sky in the recording, even though you can see everything recording in real time.
That's weird.
It's really weird.
Seriously?
Yeah.
That is weird. That's weird as fuck.
Like, let me see if
I'd move.
because I don't want to. Well, look, dude, I don't want to actually mess with. Well, hold on, because I don't want to actually like click on something and cause the screen to change. But I want to. I'm somehow trying to move my camera so I can show you guys because it's
Dude,
wild.
I had
all the time.
I had a buddy that had these Polaroid pictures, dude, and he showed me them. Oh my God, that's exactly what I told him. I said, "Did you move?" And he's like, "No, the trailer's still there, and it's my dad's property and shit." I actually went out there and stayed, but it was some of the craziest shit ever.
No, dude. I saw some frozen birds, bro. I'd be like, "Yep, they ain't about to get my
Yeah, I've
ass,
seen a
bro."
video
Like,
like that on YouTube. The dude was like, "What the hell is birds just like frozen in the sky, dude? Like for real?"
well, so for my business, I am out in like rural areas, and every
Hold on, see right there with the sun camera. Let me see if I can get it back. You can see the little black dots all over the sky.
No.
You don't see them?
No.
Like by the cloud and shit?
Down in this
No.
corner.
You guys must be on your phones. Watch this. Play this back to this right here on your computer, and you'll see like a cluster of just black dots. Those are birds frozen in the sky. You can see them in the blue sky on the next one.
I wouldn't be surprised. Listen, I'm gonna tell y'all something real quick. I usually don't talk about, but next time you're outside and it's dark, look up at the sky, okay? And what you're going to be looking for is you're going to be looking for a star that looks like it's flashing different colors. And then tell me what the hell is that?
Listen,
look, I clicked on the screen to go
They're
just
all
to the
over.
one
I
camera.
saw them years ago. They're
Now they're
it's
gone.
so weird. So weird.
No, I look, man. I got one camera that's the one that's pointed to the sky. I got. What I'm doing with that is once I get like a whole month's worth of footage, I'm going to take it. I'm going to upload it on my computer, and I'm going to fast forward it, and I'm going to see if I can see. I want to watch the pattern of the sun and the moon go across the sky.
oh, that's dope. That'll be lopsided. Thanks for letting me know that, so I can be freaked out every day.
And then you
Yeah.
can be
That way you can see it in real time, Ray. What I'm talking about.
Bruh, I don't want to see it anymore. Actually, I'm trying to unsee
That
it.
moon thing fucked you up, didn't it?
Yeah, it did. I hate it. It makes me not happy.
It's not natural.
No, hold
It's
on.
not natural,
People
sir.
don't-
That's not supposed to happen.
I'd be like, the moon's got a thanks. Now we got to take it to the shop.
But yeah, that's what I'm doing. I'm actually I'm doing a month cycle where you can actually see the sun and the moon. I've seen some weird shit with the sun too during the day with that camera on it. Like there's been a couple times it looks like there's another orb behind the sun.
There probably is.
But I don't know. I don't know, dude. I figure the only way I can come to a conclusion is to video it.
You can put it negative too, like to where.
Well,
it's
yeah.
and then you can see the details easier.
Dude, what kind of surveillance system do you think I got, man?
Well, you can download it into a video editor and then put all kinds
Oh
of.
yeah, I got
overlays
you.
on
I
it.
got
Yeah.
you. Render it down.
Yeah, well, no, you can put different overlays on it so you can see, like, let's say, like, you wouldn't be able to see it if it's just regular video, but if you put it to where it's a negative aspect, I think it's called, to where it looks like a negative of a picture, then you can see the details and things that maybe the camera wouldn't pick up, you know, like very minute changes in colors and things like that.
Laughing Dog said it's alien police cars. Must be talking about the frozen birds in the sky. Dude, I'm telling you, I see that shit all the time in my camera. It's weird, dude. It's weird when it happens. Like I said, go back to that and play it and put it on a computer and where I put it just my screen, my camera full screen. You can see what I'm talking about, dude. And you can see
Okay,
one
I'm
of
a
them, you can see the
logical
cable
person.
and you can see the ivy that's growing off of the side of my house blowing. So you see it's recording in real time. It's just
The
the
only
sky's
thing I could
frozen.
say is maybe it's like vultures or something just riding the airstream. That's the only thing I can say because I've been outside a lot before.
Nah,
you know,
dude, not when.
I'm not saying I'm not
You're not
discounting
following
it, but
you
that's the
obviously
only
are not
logical
following
conclusion
what
I could come to.
You are obviously not grasping what I am trying to
I
describe.
understand what you're saying. I understand what
Something
you're saying.
frozen in the sky is not
Completely
something.
frozen. I understand. Vultures move and things like that. They kind of have to because they're not perfect. They're animals, but that's the only logical
sir.
thing that I could say. Maybe they're vultures.
I think it's the Matrix being broken.
I wouldn't be surprised. There's too many people waking up.
No.
It's
So
like a
check this out.
collective
So
kind of thing. It's a collective energy, all right. So like anybody that's kind of like thinking how we are, kind of, you know, like it's trying to silence me.
Even the universe
Dude.
didn't want to hear
Bruh.
that, Rock. Let's move
No,
on.
hold on, man. Like, so the NPCs are kind of connected to a certain type of thinking, right? So they have, in essence, it's I forgot exactly what it's called, but it's but they all, even if they don't talk to each other, they kind of have a feeling of what
Egocentric.
is going on. Okay, yeah, I'm guessing that's the term I'm missing. Okay, so we are also on the same kind of thing when it comes to the energy, because we are energy, and we're surrounded by energy. Everything is energy. There's positive and negative energy. So they're kind of tapped into the negative, and we are even if you like it or not, we're tapped into the positive. So the more people that wake up out of the negative energy into the positive, or the more powerful it gets. And then, yeah, maybe there's something going on where the Matrix is kind of at a glitch, because this is, in essence, what we live in is a matrix, because there's a lot of things that are around us that we can't see that are proven to be there. And we have to understand that we live in a I think it's a 3-dimensional world, right? And that's where we live. And then there are other dimensions. Like an ant doesn't see the world the same way that we do. You know? Like they don't have a grasp on anything. That's kind of how we are when we're dealing with these
I did not bring this up to go into some philosophical discussion over some shit that I'm not qualified to discuss right now, nor in the right frame of mind to talk about.
The Great Awakening.
Hashtag Earth Ants.
Right.
Let me
Hey,
finish smoking my
snowman. Shh, except it we ants.
Well,
I'm
I
just
would
gonna
definitely
hit
say the
I'm gonna
people
hit
that
my
are
vape
still
pen.
lost in the Matrix is they're definitely ants. They don't have a concept of what is actually going on.
Facts. I agree with that.
Man, I don't know.
Drone
This shit right
behavior.
here that I got this last time is really fucking good, dude. I'm just saying, bro. This butter, or no, this is actually, they call this sugar, is what it is. Check that out.
Oh yeah, sugar's fucking god. It's good right there,
Bro. He said split roast number 7.
Man, sugar is better than the fucking well, look, my favorite is Shatter and Sugar, to be honest with you.
Sugar's the best.
Far. You know, some of the concentrates are all right, but dude, sugar, fucking God, sugar's where it's at, and it's so easy to manage.
Is Shatter that tar extract?
No, Shatter is more. Shatter almost looks like honey when it's on a piece of wax paper, but it's hard like taffy or like brittle. You know how peanut brittle is.
Yeah.
How it'll break, and when it breaks, shatter's called shatter.
And usually, if I remember correctly, shatter is made from blasting. You can blast it.
Yeah,
blast that shit.
Sugar's natural, right from the fucking plant.
Yeah, sugar is a press. I think it's a press. You can what you do is you press it out of
Dude, and I'm gonna tell you what, this place I go to get it, only $25 for a gram of that shit. Whew.
Am I the only person out here raw dogging life?
Yes, sir, yes, you are.
Jesus fucking Christ, dude.
Hey, don't judge me. I'm a 44-year-old man, dude. I've earned the right to be able to sit back and smoke my sugar.
I mean, you did.
Bro, I just be sitting out here just feeling bad and shit constantly. Y'all out here high as fuck, dude. Like, this ain't fair.
Hey, you know what? The only person that can drug test you is you, so why the fuck ain't you? Come on, Craig. It's Friday. You ain't got shit. You ain't got a job. You ain't got shit to do.
Nah, man. Like,
I'm trying to get my life together. I'm trying to do different
bro, man. Well, no, weed just doesn't work right on me. Except for edibles. And, like, I don't like it.
There's different kinds.
No. Dude, listen. I need you both to listen to me. One of my mentors here in Kansas City. One of my mentors here. I'm not super paranoid. It doesn't make me. Bro.
Aren't you black?
Rock. Let the man explain himself. Let him explain
himself. I have access to all the weeds. Like, one of my mentors that's in my group owns a dispensary. I've got access to everything. Like, when they sit around and smoke, I'll have a couple of puffs, does nothing. Like, I can sit and smoke with them, and I'm just like, cool, like, we chilling. Like, all the beers, please. Like, it just doesn't work. Like, shit normally only works on me one time, and then it doesn't work right no more. So, I just don't do drugs.
Hey, it sucks that you got screwed by the creator, that the greatest thing that he ever gave to mankind does not work properly on you. I'm sorry that the synapses in your brains are not firing correctly to where you can enjoy this wonderful thing that we were given to deal with life. But the rest of us.
But if I eat it, it works real well every time, and it turns me into a puddle. And I don't like it because I always eat too much.
Dude, you just got to know when you. Dude, I made the mistake. They gave me some gummies.
Stop putting that shit in candy. And I'm not gonna not eat the whole candy, bro. Like, I don't give a shit. Put it on a piece of okra. I'll only eat half.
That's the mistake that I make every time. Look, I got the first time I went to the dispensary I go to all the time now. They gave me a bag of gummies. There were 6 of them. These were 200 milligram gummies. All right, 200 milligrams of THC apparently in these gummies.
You ate them all, didn't you?
Well, the first day I only ate one of them because I wanted to see what kind of buzz I would get off of it. That left 5. 2 days later, I ate the other 5. All right. I'd never been so high, dude.
Bro.
Like,
every last one of them motherfuckers, if they tasted good, I was like, these shits are so
good. Same thing that happened when I got these suckers right here. There was 5 of these chocolate suckers in here, and I ate every one of them all at once, dude. I'm not gonna do that. Look, you know they say like the big Rice Krispie treats. Those are supposed. Even those gummies I got there, you were supposed to cut that in 5 pieces because it was 5 doses in one gummy.
Right.
You know, so I'm already starting off wrong by eating just the whole gummy.
Yeah. Why can't they put that shit on like a broccoli? I won't eat a whole broccoli.
Well, I'll do that. If you put it in any food for me, I'll eat the whole fucking thing. I like food.
Nah, just candy.
It's just candy for me. You can buy. They don't sell butter out there.
Yeah, you can get butter. Yeah, I can buy butter. Make brownies and shit with it. I've done that, man. Went up and bought a couple 1 ounce sticks of butter from the dispensary. That way I could come home and make brownies. But the wife's pregnant right now, so can't make what good is it to make a big batch of brownies and me be the only one that gets to eat them?
Yeah, she would not appreciate that. Smart man.
You know what I'm saying? And the wife, she doesn't really mess with it that much, but if I make some brownies or some Rice Krispie treats, she'll eat 1 or 2 every now and again. Because she likes the lasting properties of it. I mean, she'll eat a brownie or a Rice Krispie treat, and then she'll go and pass. Actually, she'll only have to eat half a brownie or half a Rice Krispie treat. 40 minutes later, she's half passed out in the bedroom.
How do you eat half a fucking brownie? They're How do you not eat a whole tray of brownies? How?
The same
How
way
does
a
that
woman
work?
can- The same way a woman can eat half of your French fries.
I hate that. That's stupid too.
I'm just saying the same way.
I don't play that.
That's crazy. Like,
no, I don't play that.
I will eat all sweets until I don't feel well. Then I'll stop.
Well, I won't take it that far. God damn.
I don't give a fuck, dude. I don't care.
Hey, you want?
I like candy.
Fucking diabetes. Everybody starts sending them care packages of peanut M&Ms.
Bruh, I will tear. I love peanuts and I like chocolates. Game over. Reese's cups are the best too.
That's probably the best candy. If you had to pick a candy to be stuck on an island with, that would definitely be it.
Yeah, I love Reese's peanuts, especially like the deep peanut butter cup ones. Bro, ridiculous.
No. The peanut M&Ms for sure.
Have you ever had the 1 pound?
Oh, peanut M&Ms are. Yes. They're fucking wonderful.
They're wonderful and they're hard to eat all of. I'm sure you ate the whole fucking both of them, didn't you?
Yes, I did. Like, it took a few days, but I ate them bitches.
What they are really is I think they're 2 1-pound peanut butter cups in a package you get around Christmas time.
Yep.
These motherfuckers are the size of a cereal bowl.
Yeah. They're fucking wonderful. I love those. I can't get them anymore, though, because, like, I got sick, so...
You're going to end up losing one of your legs one of these days from sugar.
No, I won't, because the rub is this. I just don't have sugar around.
You got a well-balanced diet of chocolate and beer and exercise. It all washes, right?
No, I don't. I just don't have candy that often anymore. Yeah, I just keep it not around. I just don't keep it in the house. like if I go get candy, it's a concerted decision that I'm like, hey, I'm having some candy today, and then I just don't have candy for a month.
That's me with the sugar shit, man. I just want to keep smoking. Man, it tastes so good.
What's it taste like?
It's got like a citrusy, minty, almost aftertaste.
No shit. That sounds interesting.
It's really good, man.
God damn.
Yeah. See, that even intrigued you, didn't it?
Yeah, because you made it sound like candy. I'm like, I might be in on this.
And dude, it ain't like smoke. You know, this stuff ain't like smoking the flower, dude. So sit here and you take a couple good hits off of it, and you know, unless you've been doing it for a long time like me, and you can literally sit and smoke on the thing all day long. And but like someone like you who barely smokes, dude, you could probably go buy you a gram of this shit. And a gram in one of these would last you probably 3 months.
Well, yeah, because I'm not. Yeah, probably. I take everything in moderation. I have one cigarette a month.
Candy.
Except for candy, yeah.
If you have one cigarette a month, sir, you're my inspiration, because that is kind of what I'm trying to fucking do.
Dude, I mean, well, so the way that I look at it is I'm cutting off the shit days just in case they can't upload me into a murder, death, kill bot.
Say what?
So, it said I'm just shaving off the shitty days of my life by having one cigarette a month just in case they can't upload me into a murder. Like, if I can't get my consciousness uploaded into some sort of fucking cyborg, I want out. Like, I ain't trying to have a diaper, bro.
Ray cheering on bring on the transhumanism.
Fucking A, dude. I'll be the first one to sign up for that shit.
Tesla's coming out with that robot.
Yeah, I don't want no part of that transhumanism.
Yeah.
Dude, that is gonna be freaking crazy.
You guys are nuts.
Well, we're not nuts. Like, I mean, if they
$30,000 robot.
Look, dude, I am not letting that fucking crazy psychotic motherfucker put no fucking chip in my brain so I can be fucking permanently connected to the fucking cloud.
Yeah, I don't want none of that neither. Yeah.
Nope.
It depends.
Because employees are hard to find, so I would just buy. I would pay 30 grand for a robot, and yeah, for sure.
Well, you do know that You do know the problems that this Neuralink thing promises to heal. They're not actually offering healing. Okay, the eyes that don't work still don't work. They just give you a machine that does it for you. And it's impossible for the brain to register sensory input that doesn't come from an extrinsic source. Our eardrums give us sound, our olfactory sense gives us the sense of smell, and our eyes give us sight. They're saying this Neuralink is meant to allow the brain to send signals, but they're not going to be able to fix sensory input without sending signals into the brain. And then
So-
to stop
so
them
that-
from sending false signals and make you see something that
Right,
you
right.
didn't see.
True.
Or hear something you didn't hear.
My assumption is I'm waiting for them to jailbreak it. That's when I'm getting mine, so that way I can get all my upgrades. Because like the only concept of it that I care about, because like all my shit works very well, is improving it. Like I tried to get the eye doctor to get my eyesight better than 2020, and he refused. Like I
They
want to
just
give.
recently, there was a paraplegic man. I forgot exactly where it was, but it might have been Germany. That they basically reconnected his spinal cord with some sort of chip, so he can actually walk.
That's
nice.
That's a spinal digital interface. That's
Yeah.
that's not digital brain interface.
Can the spinal digital interface make you walk better? I'm just trying to find upgrades,
no.
man.
No, it can't. Unless they can put adamantium in your bones and turn your muscles into something that's stronger. Because strength doesn't come from having stronger muscle fibers. It comes from having more of them. We're all made of the same
Right.
stuff. And if they
Yeah.
give you some kind of modification that is promised to increase your body's ability, well, your body's capacity remains the same unless they change what it's made of.
Well, most
means
people aren't running anywhere near capacity. I mean, the reality of it is, though, like most people crap out at 40%. So you got 60% of capacity in there where we don't know what we can do, and that's everyone. You shut down at 40. That's your governor. Everyone's innate governor's 40%, and then you got your people like David Goggins who can push past the 40 and do some like crazy stuff on it of his own volition. But even the ones that are in shape are capping out at 40. So the other 60, you are a superhuman at that point. I mean, if you get another 40 on top of your 40, if you get to 80, you're a superhuman at that point by any metric that a normal human would have. So, I mean, I just want that. Like, if I get, that's when your body starts to shut down. It's a 60% capacity.
Where are you getting these metrics, sir? I need to see receipt.
Oh my god, I fucking hate you. I fucking hate you so much. I don't want to be your guys' friends anymore. I'm just gonna go,
You have
bro.
to prove yourself
As soon as they
by showing me someone else talking about what you're talking about.
Just
if
saying,
they
man,
make me a super,
the shit you're saying sounds a little sus, man.
bruh, I'm putting it out there right now. I will rat out all these fuckers for some upgrades. I hate them. I hate them so much. Oh my goodness. No, but if you have to get tendons replaced in your knees though, get the pig ones. Just increases those things can have a load bearing capacity of 400 pounds. So like innate, like a sustained 400 pounds like at all times. So like that is one upgrade you can get. Oh hell yeah, dude! If I ever have to get any of my tendons replaced, bro, they're gonna be them. I'm gonna be like, give me them bovines, bro. I want my capacity upgraded. But
I don't know.
I gotta. Oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna say I don't know if I could personally would want a replacement like that. I've seen what knee replacements and shit do to people, man. But the medicine might be a whole lot far more advanced now too. Who knows?
Also true. Also true. I mean, that's always follow the science, and you gotta be at the good end of it, not the bad end, because like there's a lot of bad stuff they do to people in the medical industry. I gotta run in. I'm gonna go see if I can beat some submission out of my girl. But you guys
Hey,
have
good, man.
you guys have
I
a
got
great
faith
rest
in
of your
you.
day.
I
I
got
gotta
faith
go
in you,
and hook
brother.
her from this. I got a motor that I managed to drag up the stairs. So don't tell on me. But you guys have a good rest of your day, and it
Hey,
was great rocking out with you.
Yep, take it easy, brother. You heard it here first, man. Reckless Ray's
If
going
you
home to change his wife up to a motor.
if you guys need a beeline on some decommissioned Honda motors, they're still as heavy as
They
the
said
regular
it's a
motor. It's just they
recycled.
don't. No, you just
Hey,
gotta go find a
recycled
broken
is
one.
caring, okay? As long as it's a recycled engine, that's fine.
Yeah, I got it from Pick and Pull.
And if you haven't yet, make sure you go subscribe to Reckless Ray De Niro over on the Reckless Ray De Niro channel on YouTube, and make sure you catch Guns and Butter and his financial prospecting that he does in the mornings.
Good shit. I'll talk. Oh, what's up?
Right, I'm gonna make a short video, a modification of one that I've previously uploaded, and send it to you to share my perspective on the Neuralink and the transhumanism stuff. It'll be
Oh, absolutely.
somewhat comical.
I'd be willing to check it out.
I'm gonna throw some scenes from Young Frankenstein in there, and I think I'll upload it unlisted and link you to it, so that you can watch
Do it. Absolutely, I will. I'll check that out.
All right.
All right, I'll holler at you guys.
Yep, later, brother.
And remember,
Later.
this is how I see it. This is my perspective on it.
Okay.
Later, bro.
Later.
Oh shit. Motherfucker, what are we going to talk about now? We got 14 people watching.
So I think we should watch the video again of the fires.
What video?
Of the fires up there smoking out New York City.
Yeah, I don't care about watching that over and over and over again. I'd rather listen to people.
I think it's going to cause everyone in New York is going to have to. Most people are going to have to leave. I think.
I don't be on live enough to know how to use it.
Ooh, fascism. What's that mean?
Oh, here's a good one.
Ooh, maggots. What's that mean?
This will be one that
Man, I have some maggots in my trash can the other day.
Muslim man should enjoy. Or Muslim
into
guy.
what?
Sorry, Muslim man.
Ooh, Republicans are the devil? That's crazy. I'm not a Republican. Daddy Trump, you love him? Okay.
What's up,
How would
penis?
I enjoy somebody else being in prison? That don't make no sense.
Go away! We don't want you!
What's up, Bumpkin?
Oh, Lord, my kids are home.
Bye, Bumpkin.
What about my party? Ooh, are Republicans ruining America? How?
Okay,
Hey,
he's
look.
boring. He's slow.
No.
I agree with you.
Yeah.
This is not a
I
space
I agree
place.
with
White
all your
people cannot
topics. I
experience
always thought that
racism.
white on white one was just being goofy.
Oh yeah. You think white people cannot?
Oh, there he is. What's up, brother?
What's up, Snowman?
You know,
yeah,
trying to
white
piss people
people
off,
cannot
trigger people.
I was hoping that y'all would be still talking about transhumanism and fucking upgrades.
We can. If you got something to add to that conversation, we can continue on with that, sir. I just did have.
Well, I do have a few things I want to say on it, right?
Go ahead. Floor is yours, sir.
Well, the thing is, like, the brain, like, people are afraid that the brain can be hacked via the chip, right? It's kind of impossible to hack the brain because there has to be how do you say it? There has to be two different type of mechanisms in order. Like, you have to be able to have a receiver for the electronic signals going in and out of the brain, right, to the machine, and then you have to have something for the brain to process those into binary for it to work with the chip, right? Because the brain does not use binary. It uses it uses a very biomechanical
called
It uses a
neurons.
very rudimentary biomechanical signal, right, via neurons and electricity.
Right, electrical impulse.
Well, if it's
Yeah.
impossible to hack the brain, then Neuralink doesn't work because that's what they're doing. They're hacking the brain.
No, they're
and
not
sending-
hacking the brain.
Look, if they're going to claim that they can repair people's vision without healing their eyes, then what they're doing is sending signals from an external device like the eyes, because the eyes are an external device. They're separate from the brain.
Yes.
And they want to replace eyes with a machine instead of healing the eyes because they can't. They're
That's
creating
that's
an illusion
cybernetics.
of miracles.
Well,
It's an illusion of
that's
miracles.
that's cybernetics. It's no different than a prosthetic arm. This is
Right,
fear
but
mongering, my guy.
You don't
Well,
own the prosthetic arm.
Anyway, right? I'm saying it's
Nor will you
impossible to
own
hack.
the
I'm
eye.
saying it's impossible to hack the brain, right?
Then Neuralink
Because
doesn't
because of
work.
bi-
Neuralink is
because of
speaking
how
that.
binary encoding works, right? It's hard. It's damn. I'll say nothing is impossible by understanding and enough research. Nothing is impossible, but it would be damn near impossible to hack the brain because the brain does not work via coding and binary.
If that was
It works.
The only way
It,
that you could, the only way you could hack the brain is allowing someone install something into your brain that they own that affects your neurons.
Could I say something really quick? Where would the term brainwashing come from then?
that's a psychological term. It's not
Okay, so
literally
if you
washing the
can't
brain.
Hack the brain. How can you hack? How could you brainwash someone psychologically?
Because you can literally beat someone and change their behavior.
No,
Pavlovian
no, I'm not
responses.
talking about that. I'm not talking about that.
Well, that's brain. That's
brainwashing.
brainwashing.
No,
That's what
it's-
brainwashing
no.
is. It's giving.
No,
it's
it's
giving.
not.
Or it's giving
That's not
reward or
that's not the
punishment.
definition of brainwashing is beating somebody into submission.
But that's how it's done. That's
it's
one of the
not.
ways it's done. The definition
That's
of brainwashing.
that's one of the ways it's done, sir. That's not all the ways that it's done.
That's not the
that's
main
that's
way it's
literally what I
done.
just said. Well, no, the main way it's done is via Pavlovian response, giving a reward for doing a particular action.
Okay, so then how is that not hacking?
Because hacking would be purely mechanical. Would be purely mechanical, like via technology or computer. There is a difference. Hacking would be me taking
every
control
piece
of
of
the
technology that we have right
Can be
now
hacked.
can be hacked.
Yes, but just because somebody's able to shut down the chip that's in your brain doesn't mean they'd be able to kill you. They would make it inert.
Nobody's saying that shutting down the chip. What they're saying is they can use the chip to shut down certain responses in your brain from happening.
Well, that's the thing, right? That
So-
would be similar to death. Like
so
that's
if
not
you-
going to happen.
If
The
you
only
have,
the only way you can hack the brain is if the chip in your brain was given. They found a way to give it power, to give it the ability to release the chemicals within the brain, because the brain's function is
All it
dictated by
takes is
chemical releases.
All it takes is an electrical stimuli to release chemicals in your brain.
Yeah, exactly.
So all you got to do
Yeah.
is cause the correct electrical stimulus to happen, and you can control the release of whatever chemicals.
Well,
you want.
then you have a whole new piece of technology that would not be a microchip. It would be something that shocks the brain. It would be a lot bigger, and the miniaturization technology that
What
we
are you
have
talking
now
about, dude?
does not exist.
if a paraplegic,
How many amps do you think it really takes of electrical energy to cause an impulse to happen in your brain?
0.01, I think it is.
That isn't very much amperage, is it?
No, but do you realize how hard it
yeah,
is? Do you realize how hard it is to get a mechanical device to be
Are
able
not
to be
microchips-
that controlled?
Do not microchips today already produce that amount of amperage when they're pushing?
No, they
electrical
pronounce
impulses into the computers?
they do 0.25, and it's pretty hard to get below that.
1 second.
If a
They also have
paraplegic-
microchips that have their own power source. So
Yeah, but now
really-
you're talking about something that would be a unintrusive device, the size of,
No,
say,
it's its own self-contained power source. It draws power from basically the air around.
No, it would draw power from the electricity that's already running through the brain. You
yeah,
already have
that's how that
electricity
would
running
work.
through your
It would
brain.
be a biomechanical computer. Yeah, Snowman's right on that.
Even still, what Cyber's saying is you couldn't have a Neuralink chip then if you're not able to control
Well, you have to have. It's not just one chip.
Okay, if a paraplegic has installed 500-pound legs that they can operate with the Neuralink, through Bluetooth signal or whatever, and the Neuralink chip can be hacked, then that would effectively control whether or not the person.
Well, the chips are controlling the legs.
Whether the person can or cannot use those legs.
Yeah, it's a receiver, not a transmitter. And if you hack a transmitter, yeah, that's not hacking the brain. That's just that's literally rendering the technology inert. That's still no threat to them.
In the case of Neuralink, is the brain, if there's a Neuralink installed, is the brain the receiver or the sender of the signal?
The brain would be both. The brain would act as both. The Neuralink would be the Neuralink would be the receiver.
Right. So, if the Neuralink
put
is
one
able to
article in the
send the
back.
signals to the brain, and the Neuralink can be hacked because it does work on a binary
A receiver. Well, let me stop you there. A receiver does not send signals; it receives signals.
Exactly. But you said
Okay.
the brain is both.
The brain is both. Your spinal column, it sends signals out to your spinal column. That's why you can move and get all squiggly and shit.
Right. That's for the body to move. The brain sends
Yes.
signals to the body to move, but it receives signals to understand, like to hear
Yes.
and to see and to feel and smell and touch.
Yes.
So how can they repair people's vision without healing the
I've
eyes
studied Neuralink, and I haven't
unless
seen anything
they
about
are-
that.
You never seen anything about what?
About
Because
them
I was in the
replacing
middle-
people's
I was in
eyes.
the middle of making a statement. I was in the middle of posing a question, but you had an answer before I finished.
I mean, we got to get it right, man.
Hey,
The Neuralink is not a
please-
the Neuralink is not a receiver
Please answer
or not a
my
transmitter.
next
It's a receiver.
question. Please answer my next question. Go ahead.
I mean, are we going to get the fundament? Are we going to get it
If
fundamentally?
it's not, hold on. If it's not a
Rock,
transmitter,
let him rock out.
then
Let him rock out. Let him have this discussion.
how is it
Please
controlling?
answer my next
How is it controlling? It's the brain is sending a signal to.
No, that was
the
my last question.
chips.
That was my last question. Answer my next question.
Well, what's your next question? Go ahead.
Shouldn't you know? You've been answering my questions before I finished.
Well,
asking
I
you.
heard what you were saying. I heard what you were saying earlier before I got here. I'm not a mind reader, but I can take basic fucking information
If
that
we
you said
both had-
before
If
about
we
it.
both had Neuralink and we were connected to the internet, you could be.
I don't see that. I don't foresee that being happening because Elon Musk himself has spoke
Then
against
what's the
putting
point?
transmitters in the brain. What's the point? To be able to
Neuralink
allow
is
the
a
brain to
transmitter.
tell.
I thought the whole purpose of Neuralink was to shorten the latency problem between humans and whatever device they're using. I mean, that's
There's
what
been-
I was under.
there's-
I thought that was the understanding that Elon Musk himself put out. It
There's
was so you could
engineers-
be connected to the cloud and have instant. There would be basically zero latency between you and your reaction to whatever's going on.
There's been engineers that proposed that to him, and he's talked about it. But when
That's
AI,
his main. That was his main reason in creating Neuralink.
when the discussion
was
of
to have
AI and this
people
advanced
compete with
technology.
computers. Because if AI
Rock,
continues
rock.
on the path, people won't be able to compete with AI.
Well, the thing is, like his thing is, we need to shut down AI. We need to shut down AI. It's not a good idea. That's Elon Musk's whole thing. He's 100% against AI.
Even AI thinks that AI is not a good idea.
And the thing is, like, I don't foresee that really pretty much being able to happen. I hope it is, man. I hope that I'm wrong. I hope that I hope that they will be able to transmit. I hope they will be able to turn Neuralink into a transmitter, and we can do shit like that. I'm with Ray on that. I want I want a version where we make ourselves better using technology. I feel like that's the only reason technology exists, is to make humans better. I want to be able to connect to a fucking powered armor or exoskeleton and become a fucking super soldier and be able to lift like 5,000 pounds. Imagine how much cheaper it would be to use a powered Xbox.
That's not going to happen unless they replace the bones and the muscle fibers with material strong enough to endure.
Bro, you can hook into an armored exoskeleton now and lift 1,000 pounds at DARPA,
Right.
and without ever even having it connect to your brain. I said an armored
That's
exoskeleton.
not being superhuman. That's being dependent on the people who make the machines.
So, what's the difference between being dependent on the farmers that we've been dependent on for 20,000 years now? Because the farmers can just stop selling you food. I mean, this argument, that part of argumentation is kind of dumb.
It isn't, because you have the ability to.
What you're doing.
Well, first off, you're comparing apples and oranges now, because if a farmer stops selling you food, you can, in essence, you could become self-sufficient. Everybody has that in them to survive if they need to.
Yep.
Farming, hunting, and cooking.
As far as a chip in your brain that someone else has control over, because even if it is just a receiver itself, that means it can receive information from anywhere, which could potentially cause that receiver to do things that will affect you as a person for whatever else is receiving information from it. Because
it would just shut down at that point. Because anything, if you have a computer, like if you have a server, right, and it doesn't have an operating system like a normal computer, and it gets malware that would affect it, it just causes it to shut down. It causes it to become inert, and that's what happens when servers go down. Like, because you don't have a mouse, you don't have a mouse and a keyboard connected to shit like that. You have to go in with a separate computer, and you have to change stuff around and then upload and download code. It causes the stuff to go inert and stop working. It's not if the receiver gets fucked up, it's not going to fucking kill you. It's not going to be an issue other than removing it.
Right, and
replacing
the
it.
external devices will no longer work, correct?
Yeah, no, I'm not disagreeing with you that if a paraplegic has a fresh new pair of legs and he gets some malware, yeah, it's not going to work. That just renders them to the previous condition of them not being able to walk. It doesn't kill them. It doesn't hurt them. That was their previous condition.
500-pound legs attached to their body now, unless they can just disconnect them.
Well, I mean, I don't know why they would be 500 pounds, but I mean,
I don't know why they would be permanently connected. Most prosthetics now are not permanently connected. They don't just kind of staple them in there.
Yeah, like I feel like this is a little bit of fear mongering of new technology. I mean, there's gonna be issues. There were issues with computers and cell phones.
With prosthetics, there is a part of the prosthetic that is actually permanent.
It is a realization that people who own the technology could be nefarious with it.
Well, I mean, you can be nefarious with anything. And by the way, getting to the point you made, Snowman, about people being able to be self-sufficient, man, if you don't know how to fucking prepare food, grow food, hunt, and there's a lot of people without those skills, you're not going to be self-sufficient. Growing food is not an easy task. Being a farmer is a specialized trade that we've specialized over
it's not that hard
tens
to
of
grow
thousands
fruits
of
and
years.
vegetables, dude.
To have a bountiful enough harvest to feed you and a family of you and just your wife. Or you and just your girlfriend? Yeah, it is. Like I can go throw some seeds out in the garden right now, and within a week or two they'll sprout and grow pretty plants. Doesn't mean they're gonna all fucking have enough fruit or enough vegetables.
Keep watering them, and
sounds like you're fear mongering.
Well, you reap what you sow. First off,
no, I'm saying people need the skills. I personally can use hydraulics to create my own fucking exoskeleton if I had the money to do so. So, I mean, it's not being... Because the same argument y'all are making about farming, I can sit around and make about technology, because I went to school for electrical engineering.
You're making the argument about farming, and you introduced it with a bait-and-switch method.
I don't believe in fallacies. I think the technological advancement, whether it be farming or fucking Neuralink...
reality is not based on what you believe, because fallacies exist, whether you believe it or not. They exist.
Fallacies are obfuscations. designed to
I thought you
dissuade
said you
people's
didn't
beliefs.
believe in them. I thought you
I
said
don't.
you
I
didn't
believe they're
believe.
I believe they're obfuscations. I don't believe them. I don't
Well,
believe them. I don't think
a
they. I don't think that they are real.
fallacy is false. By the very word fallacy means you should not
Well,
believe in them.
well, which is it? Should I not believe in them, or are they real and they dictate reality?
That's what I'm trying to figure out where you're standing because you're dancing around.
Do you believe the slippery slope fallacy is actually a fallacy?
I believe that people who look at something and call it a slippery slope when it's not are trying to create a fallacy.
Yeah, no. So I've been hearing for the past 20 years that about the slippery slope fallacy is a fallacy, and it doesn't exist, and it's been proven correct.
Well, there is the fact that way leads on to way. Okay, it's a mathematical process. If you're going a certain direction and you stop turning and you go straight in that direction, you're no longer going on an arch. But if you keep that trajectory going, for example, becoming more and more dependent on advances in technology for survival when that's going the wrong way, because Muslim guy mentioned earlier that people need to develop farming skills and survival skills if they want to be able to use them. Well, why bother learning them if a machine can do it for you?
The point of technology is to work side by side with technology so they can help humans, like the exoskeleton, right? The exoskeleton is a
side by side in synchronicity is good.
Yes. So,
but never underestimate the other guy's greed.
Yeah.
Or you could live blindly while pretending your eyes work.
But wait, so if someone gets, right, let's say they get the chip, right, and they were born legally blind, and this chip allows them to see through their eyes, are they just seeing false images?
How are they seeing through the eyes if the eyes haven't been repaired?
They're seeing through false eyes. They're seeing real images through false eyes. Their
And
eyes
that's
have not
an
been
issue?
healed.
So,
Their eyes have not been healed.
Should we just not allow that? They should just be fucking blind because they're not technically seeing.
They are blind.
So
their eyes don't work.
So there's a way.
Say that their image isn't being altered of what they're seeing, though, and isn't reality as everyone else sees it.
Exactly. So they would never develop the skills needed to read Braille or move around or function without those false eyes. And if those false eyes were taken from them, then they would be literally left in the dark.
But they're already left in the dark.
With no skills to survive on their own without the machine that gave them sight. Because it didn't heal their eyes. It just prevented them from seeking out how to function without their eyes.
They're already in the dark.
It creates a dependency. It creates more dependency. It doesn't liberate people. It doesn't empower people to survive on their own. It gives them a dependency on the facilitation that helps the symptoms but doesn't cure the problem.
Do you think there's a way to cure blindness?
They can't cure the problem because they're not God.
Do you think there's a way to cure the blindness?
What's that?
Do you think there is a way to cure blindness?
There has been. There has been blind people whose eyes have been able to see again.
Using what? Did my connection go out?
No, I heard you.
No.
Okay.
Were you asking me something else?
Yeah, I said with what? What allowed them to be able to see with their eyes again?
So it has to be an external device. Repair their eyes.
I don't think that fucking matters. It needs the thing is, if you're talking about making someone being able to see again, I don't think it matters. I think the I think as long as it's done, it's a good thing. Like you're the argument that you're making is if it's
You
not
can't tell
done
me
the
what
way I
my
want it to be
argument-
done.
You can't tell me what my argument is.
Oh, this is
because
getting
you've
retarded.
not taken the time to listen. Oh, see, now it's retarded. Then how could I even have an argument if I'm retarded?
I didn't say you were retarded. I said this is getting retarded. This is getting to be a circular back and forth
Isn't
that's
that
going
what
to
you
lead to
came to do?
nowhere. That's bold of you to assume.
I didn't assume. I asked you. Isn't that what you came to do?
No, I didn't come here to do a back and forth, return it on the same fucking thing, having the same useless argument. I came to talk and have a discussion.
Then why is it that everything that I perceive in this as a potential for problems is completely disregarded by you, and you go to extreme and say that I'm wrong for seeing a potential for a problem?
Because I don't agree with you, that's why.
Okay, well, you disagreeing with me and me disagreeing with you explains the back and forth. You're not going to persuade me. You have to convince me.
Okay.
I have seen things that have me convinced that there is a reason to be, what would you say, not necessarily doubtful, but suspicious of the potential for nefarious actions.
Well, there's always potential for nefarious actions.
Right.
By
and we see
making
a
that
lot
by
of
making that
manifesting
argument, you
in our
render
society.
yourself. Well, I mean, that's because nature in itself is nefarious. All that
No,
matters is
I'm-
survival. If somebody
I'm-
has to screw you over to
No.
survive, they're going to.
Nature is natural. People are nefarious. A bear doesn't go and eat something because he wants it dead. They'll kill things and not eat them.
That's not the
for
definition of
territorial
murder. Is
reasons.
not the definition of nefarious, though. Nefarious is trickery and subterfuge. And foxes and hunters do use subterfuge and nefarious tactics to gain their meal.
Lions will trick a mother into not protecting their, or trick a gazelle to not protect their child and eat the baby gazelle. I mean,
It's a fundamental lack of understanding of nature because nature is dominance and domineering. It is the dominant force of everything. And the thing is, what you're afraid of is that natural force of dominance. You're afraid somebody will try to dominate you. And I'm going to use the libertarian and anarcho-capitalist argument here, even though I hate it. If you're afraid of people dominating you and you're afraid that this technology will make it harder on you or will screw somebody over, learn the technology, learn what makes it work, and then be the motherfucker who jailbreaks it. Because I was talking to Ray about this, and I said I don't want to get Neuralink until somebody jailbreaks it, until hackers or someone who studies technology is able to release the operating data, and it becomes something like a jailbroken iPod. And
So
with
Neuralink-
technology, that will happen.
So Neuralink can be hacked. And you want
Yes.
it to be possible for Neuralink to be hackable.
I want, yeah. I literally never once said that Neuralink wasn't able to be hacked. I said the brain would not be hacked.
Right. But
If
they're
your
talking
Neuralink
about
device,
making them
What is Neuralink doing
about
to the
making
brain,
them
though?
work together. They're
it is
talking
a
about
receiver
making them
for the
work
brain
together.
signals. It is doing nothing to the brain. It was receiving from the brain.
No. Then it can't fix blindness. Because the eyes send signals to the brain. The ears send signals to the brain. Don't they?
All right. All right. Good talk. Good talk.
I mean,
Do the eyes send signal to the brain?
Are you
Yes.
leaving me here?
Yes
Are you
or no?
leaving me here with that?
I told you I have a company, and I had to run to the
Oh,
store
yeah,
and
that's
wash
right.
the stank off my balls, and that particular individual is here, and they're not going to be here tomorrow, so I gotta go.
All right. It better not be Suki. It better not be Sucky Zucky. That's what we got.
Yeah, damn, you have to bust me out like that.
Yeah, I did.
All right, see.
That's why it's called sensory input. Sensory input. Okay, that's when the brain receives signals. I have an article right here from Medical Device Network talking about how they set up Neuralink to treat a range of health conditions. Blindness and paralysis are the two leading indications. It says the chip, which is implanted in the brain and connects to external devices in what the company calls its brain-computer interface, has already been tested on animals.
Is it planted in the brain or is it planted outside the skull?
They say it's implanted in the brain. It's implanted on top of the skull, through the skull, into the brain, and they'll probably have the skin over top of it where you wouldn't even see it.
What they do is, from what I heard, they actually cut a hole in the skull and place it directly onto the brain.
As far as a brain-spine digital interface is concerned, that would simply be reconnecting the fault that is between the brain and the person's spine. Okay, that's local. But if you're talking about an external device that sends sensory input into the brain, like artificial eyes, then what's to stop them from having signals sent to your brain telling you that you're seeing something that isn't there? Like a man scowling at you, giving you an ugly look.
Why would they do that?
For control.
Okay, who would be?
Do you not see the mass effort of globalists trying to control how people think and what they believe?
No, I see that all the time, but are because I know this is a very like libertarian place, but this just to be fair, right? These would be capitalists doing this, correct?
Oh yes.
Okay, so we're in agreement. All right.
There's such thing called crony capitalism.
Huh?
I think the best term, the best term is crony capitalism is what we're experiencing right now.
All capitalism forms into crony capitalism, bro.
No, it's not. There's a lot of capitalists that are
even
okay
left to
with
its devices. Even left to its devices, it does every single time.
All right, so why should we be left to devices that someone else makes?
I mean that's just technology. I'm not sold on Neuralink. I'm not going to argue for Neuralink. I'm not going to argue for Neuralink.
The technology itself is just the same as a tool laying on a table. A hammer. You can pick up a hammer and you can build a house with it. Most people do. But there's no one can ever tell me that a hammer's never been used nefariously or maliciously or destructively.
Okay. So are you saying that because it was used or could potentially be used nefariously, then we should not allow it?
See, you're going to extremes. I'm saying never underestimate the other guy's greed. If they can, doesn't mean they will. It means they could. And if you underestimate their greed, you're setting yourself up.
Yeah, I don't underestimate greed. I'm not even arguing for Neuralink.
I understand that. I believe I've changed my tone a little bit with you as compared to the guy that says he likes me, but like there's some need for me to conform.
I just like the application of technology, not in the sense that we should be enslaved to technology, but it should be used as a tool side by side, like an exoskeleton. Because exoskeletons that allow you to lift 5,000 pounds and you barely even strain your body. I mean, just think about that in the application of when you would have needed a forklift, right? Well, now you no longer need a forklift.
It sounds like we're just making extra shit now.
What do you mean?
Go rent a forklift.
Well, he's talking about the advancement of technology that they're just starting to launch. You know,
Yeah.
they want to connect people's or fix the disconnect between someone's brain and their spine so that they can move their body. And there's also people who don't have any legs. They give them a legs that receive the Bluetooth signal that the Neuralink would be sending to the external device. I don't see a whole lot of potential for harm in that. But when you're talking about sensory input, that's when my red flags go up. When they're talking about sensory input, you can't fix vision, you can't fix hearing unless you're sending signals to the brain for translation.
Yeah.
And if they have the ability to do that, and if Neuralink is hackable, then they can pretty much lie to you. They're not hacking your brain other than they are lying to you. Or they would be if they use that sensory input device to send false signals to your brain. Like you hear someone call you an asshole, that's going to piss you off. Well, we see things on social media that are suggestive programming, and we see how it stirs people up. We see how they use social media to create racial animosity and a lot of ideological chaos because people are receiving things that aren't exactly true. There's some truth to them. But that hyperbolic signal that comes to us through social media is something we can turn off whenever we want. If you have something in your brain that sends you sounds, your brain hears sounds coming from a chip in your head, or it receives visual input from a chip in your head. If it's lying to you, if it ever starts to lie to you, you can't turn it off. But they can.
I think it's really just way too much control. To be honest.
So you're worried about globalists using it to what? Turn everyone into zombified Zogbots that are going to go with the.
You're going to extremes again. I
Well,
said
that's not
they
an
could
extreme.
lie to you. They could use it to lie to you, not turn you into a reckless automaton or a bot, but they could lie to you.
They could lie to you and change your opinion on certain things, even though that previous to chip you knew it was truth. They could lie to you, right?
Could you
It's
rephrase
not
that?
even that. My whole thing is it's giving them too much information. You know, like, man, it's just too much. Their psychological warfare after they get a chip in a person for a little while is going to be just off the charts. Like, they're already brainwashing people all the time. There's all these people that, oh, these guys over here, these guys over, everyone wants to fight with each other already. So all they're doing is, I think, is trying to gain more information, and they're putting it off as, oh, we're gonna help people with blindness and with not being able to walk. Okay, yeah, that's cool. If it stops there, where does it stop? Is my question. And my answer is it's thinking like, yeah, it's gonna get to the extremes. It's gonna be extreme.
A level of skepticism is necessary. I don't call technology evil, but there are people, pretty much everyone, who knows of good and evil. We're not quite able to discern what is good and what is evil, but we know that it exists. And what I'm trying to do is not fearmonger people into, oh, destroy all the technology. No, I'm offering or maybe even demanding skepticism regarding the advances so that the trajectory that globalists would like to have this technology go meets some kind of opposition. Because if people just fall into it because it sounds good, that's just going to make it easier and easier for the people who own the machines and the people who advance the technology to be in control of those who have subjected themselves to it.
And I would like to give a really good example. A lot of these car companies that are building new vehicles now, they're actually, the options that are in the vehicle are only accessible by paying a subscription fee. So anytime they could, if you don't pay your subscription fee, they turn off your heated seats. Like, think about that.
They're trying to change currency into a digital economic social governance form. So what happens if you do something they don't approve of, like put a cross or an American flag on your profile picture, and they say, you take that down or we're turning off your eyes. Oh, don't turn off my eyes. I've had these eyes my whole life and I never learned to read Braille.
Basically, have a bunch of slaves.
Dependents, yes. Happy slaves that own nothing.
There's definitely potential for that.
And that potential should be recognized.
I think that, from my understanding, that's all I am getting from you is, rather than people being full steam ahead, maybe have a little bit of discernment and be weary of what the actual intentions of this technology are. You know, especially with some of the new augmented reality technology that's coming out as well. At the same time, Neuralink is basically being given a green light to start doing human trials.
If they had some kind of headset that you could put on over your eyes and that you could take it off whenever you wanted, that wouldn't bother me nearly as much. They're talking about grafting proprietary technology onto a person's core processor. I mean, they've already installed microchips into cars and people complain about that. Why would we want one in our main processor if we don't even like them being in our cars?
Another good example is smartphones. If you look at how smartphones have affected people, I don't think it really has lived up to its name.
They always come up with names that sound good on the surface and quite often are the exact opposite of what they're really doing.
Yeah, I gotta get back to work though. Talk to you guys later.
Later on, Bumpkin.
Later, man.
It's like the whole electric car thing. I don't know if people have heard of this, but has anyone ever heard of e-hydrogen?
Never heard of it.
So e-hydrogen is made out of carbon and water. And guess how they get that carbon and water?
Electricity?
No, they suck it out of the atmosphere. They suck it out of the air. So they can make fuel out of the thin air, and it works in regular gasoline vehicles. BMW's already bought onto the technology. There's a bunch of people that already bought onto the technology. They're building a $200 million refinery in Texas that's going to produce something like 1 million something gallon, 100 million gallons or something. I forgot, whatever, a year. And you put it directly into your regular car. Now compare that to the electric car frenzy that we're going through, that you have to get all of these toxic chemicals out of the ground and put it into a battery pack. That is, okay, it might last 1 million miles, but what do you do with it after that 1 million miles? Is it recyclable? No. So you're basically, you have a big friggin' cesspool of waste that you've never had to deal with before, that if it catches fire, you can't put out the fire, you just let it burn. So
yeah, EVs are a big mess.
Yeah, and then on top of the drain that it's going to have, if everyone has an electric car, like the whole thing doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. And then they're going to come out and say, oh, well, you know what? I'm going to give you this chip and you're going to be just as good as AI. Don't worry. We're just trying to help people. We're trying to help the blind people and the people that can't walk, guys. Like, remember, it's for the blind people and the people that can't walk. When it's really just to basically have the ability to have an actual human robot. Like that's the end of it, because it has to be a start and beginning to everything. And that is the end of it for sure. Complete control.
Yep, I would rather learn farming skills, or learn more farming skills and more hunting skills, than to go deeper into dependence on technology. Technology should serve to facilitate survival, but I don't think that it should be the crutch that people learn to lean on their whole life. People are easily misled through their emotional impulses, and it's very appealing to look at something that can give you the ability to jump up onto a house from the ground. I could use that. I wouldn't have to climb a ladder for my job. I could just jump up there. And if they started making arms and hands that could extend 12, 13 feet long, and you could operate it with your own brain, that's very tempting. You shall not surely die. You shall be as gods. But not God. Just as
it
God.
really is. I mean, come on, guys. I think it needs a limit. It definitely needs a limitation. I do agree with, helping the blind and helping the people that can't walk, but they do so much stem cell research already. I'm surprised people don't talk about that anymore. Like, people, it's like it just goes and goes. Like more stuff comes up, and then people start paying attention to that.
Well,
instead of
It's dialectic.
fellas, as much as I'd like to continue on with this conversation, I'm gonna have to wind it down. It's getting close to around time to have to start getting dinner together for the kids.
It's been almost 6 hours.
Yeah, it's been a long one.
God bless everybody.
But I appreciate you for coming through, Rock, and appreciate you for coming through too, Cyber.
Yeah, I appreciate your time and your hosting.
As always, man. You know you're welcome. Sorry, Muslim guy, I ain't gonna stay on longer. I wish I could, but I got stuff I gotta get done around the house. You know, it is Saturday, but I think we had a pretty. Yep, take it easy, Cyber. I think we had a pretty decent, productive discussion today. Appreciate everybody for coming through. Thanks for all the support. Thanks to all those who donated to the diaper fund. With that being said, I'll see you on the next one, probably tomorrow sometime. I think I might start doing this TikTok intellectuals every day in the morning or in the early afternoon. I think it'll make for some decent discussion. But talk to y'all later. Deuces.
You have to understand, you have to look at it from every child's point of view that was raised in the hood. How he gonna get his money to have clothes to go to school?
Who the fuck is hiring you morons? Because I wouldn't. The sense of entitlement, everyone thinks they deserve more than they have. No one's content. Young kids, I won't even talk to them anymore because you parents have done such a bang-up job. If I meet one more kid and ask him what he wants to do when he gets older and he replies, I'll be famous like you, I'm gonna kick him in his teeth. You're never gonna be famous. Never. You have no chance. I didn't get here because I work hard. I have a gift from God.
I want this Buzz Lightyear from you guys. Okay. And it was supposed to say all this stuff from the movie, but watch what happens when I click it.
Hey, Woody, I heard Mr. Potato Head gave you head.
Here, come take a look at this thing. Here, come take a look at this thing.
Guys, last night, I saw Andy give himself a hand.
I mean, like, I thought the movie was rated PG, so this doesn't really add up.
And this, yeah.
Hey, Jesse, do you want to be my reverse cowgirl?
Oh, my land.
I am not gay. I have relationships with women and sex with men.
And I got news for you. That means you're gay.
Fly me to the moon, let me play among the stars, and let me see what spring is like on Jupiter and Mars. In other words, hold my hand. In other words, baby, kiss me. Fill my heart with song and let me sing forevermore. You are all I long for, all I worship and adore. In other words, please be true.